Yo, what's going on, people? Man, how y'all doing today, man? Got a couple people in here. Panther Prime Podcast. What's up, man? PPP. H-Town Texans. What's up, player? Kevy Kev 388. What's up, man? How you doing, man? I'm guys, give me about 5 minutes. Let it marinate, and then I'm gonna be right back, and we're gonna chop up some game, man. Let's get it. T Thompson, what's up, man? Give me like 5 minutes. All right, I am here. I'm here. I'm here. What's up, everybody? Got a really good episode for you guys, man. I've been um I've been wanting to do this one for a couple of weeks now. But with the unfortunate event that happened to me, man, you know what I mean? This one took a little bit. Josh, what's up, man? This one took a little more research, took a little more preparation, and I'm just kind of now feeling better to the point to kind of do episodes like this, man. I'm really excited about this one, man. Like when I first started the channel, man, like this is the type of shit I wanted to do, right? A lot of times, man, this Panther Spear, you'll hear people make claims, you know what I mean? None of the receivers are getting open. We don't have any protection. And I'm not picking on Bryce, but just in general, people will make claims, man. And my thing is like, I always wanted to come together and just create a space where we substantiate certain claims, find out if they're true or not. What do the numbers say behind that? What's the historical facts behind stuff like that? And that's really what this episode's all about, man. We're going to be breaking down Bryce Young's passing chart, and we're going to try to figure out what does it say about him? What can we take from it? I'm going to be comparing him to a couple of other quarterbacks, and we're just going to be looking at situations. How does he do under pressure? How does he do from certain areas of the field? We're going to be looking at all that today, man. So yeah, I'm not gonna keep y'all waiting long, man. I know I was supposed to start this maybe like an hour ago or so I ain't gonna keep y'all waiting too much longer, man. Let's get started. um I am going to let me drop the link now. I'm probably not ready to bring people up though. I'm gonna drop the link because I'm gonna be in the zone with this one, man. I got a lot to share. We got a lot to talk about uh and go through, man. So where we at? Uh, I want to show. That's what I want to show. Okay. All right. My fault, guys. I had to make sure I was sharing the right information and or whatnot. Let me pull YouTube up, man, on the other end so I can read you guys' comments, man. Just gonna pull YouTube up so I can see everything at once. All right, you guys should see my screen now. I'm just pulling up YouTube and I'm moving it to the other side. When I get in the zone, sometimes, man, I zone out, man. I forget about the comments and shit. So Just like to put it on the other screen, man, so I can kind of see it at the same time as I'm talking through, and I can answer questions from you guys. Uh, there we go. What can we learn from Bryce Young's passing chart? So the first place, man, I really want to start because nothing I tell you is going to matter if you are under the impression or that you believe Bryce Young doesn't have enough time, right? Because let's be sensible. If you got a quarterback who doesn't have enough time in the pocket, or he has significantly less time than other quarterbacks, then yeah, his performance is going to be affected. So we're going to look at all that. We're going to look at time in the pocket, what a clean pocket, sack percentages, the pressure. We're going to look at all that shit, and we're going to really look into his numbers. You said screen is up, perfect. Yeah, we see all good here. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Prayers to you, Panther Theory, as well. Pause up, keep going, bro. I appreciate all the prayers and all the well wishes, man. I'm feeling a lot better. Not 100% at all, but you know what I mean. Could have been a lot worse, man. So thank you guys. So one of the first places I know I said the passing chart, but I want to start here. I want to start here. And what you are currently looking at is you are looking at the make sure you're looking at the right thing. Give me a second. Yes, you are. You are looking at the time in pocket for quarterbacks. So they got a little definition here. Pocket reports lets you find out which quarterbacks are holding on to the ball the most and how it impacts their performance. And that's exactly why I brought you guys here first. That's what we want to do with Bryce Young. We want to see how much he's holding that ball, and and just what scenarios or whatnot. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna skip down, and we're gonna find Bryce Young real quick. Okay. So there's a couple of stats here. The ALL here, you guys can see, the ALL is average time to throw the ball on all dropbacks, right? And then the other one I want to show you is the SK, which is the average time to throw the ball on a sack, right? So if we're looking at Bryce Young is currently sitting at 2.91 seconds average to throw the ball on all throws. 2.91. And don't worry, guys, I'm not just going to throw out numbers. We're going to put this all in context. We're going to do some comparisons. We're going to find out what's what, right? Hold on, I'm still trying to get my screen situated, guys. Give me a second here. Laptop's kind of funny style. Give me a second. 1 second. All right. I was talking about Bryce Young. It's 2.191 seconds to throw the ball. Now, if we just look in this general area, we'll actually get some ideas here. You guys see Bryce Young had 2.91. You have Josh Allen with 2.88. Jimmy Garoppolo, 2.75. And then what's his name? Sam Howell with 2.65, which, he's the number one sack person in the league. That kind of tells you why. What's up, Omar? What's up, player? Right? So Bryce Young sitting at 2.91 seconds to throw the ball in the pocket. And we look at somebody like, let's say, CJ Stroud. There we are. CJ Stroud, and let me make sure I'm in the right column, guys. I don't want to tell a lie. There we go. CJ Stroud sitting at 2.96, right? So on average, CJ Stroud had 0.4 of a second longer than Bryce Young to throw the ball, right? So the statement that Bryce Young doesn't have as much time as CJ Stroud is a true statement. CJ Stroud has 4/10 of a second more uh, than Bryce Young. Now, what I let's quantify that real quick. When I saw that and I said, okay, CJ Stroud has 4/10 of a second longer to throw the ball than Bryce Young. What does that equate to? Is that something tangible that matters? So I went to look up, just look up something that, takes 4/10 of a second, just so you guys can visualize and put this time in perspective, right? And a very interesting one that I found is that at a normal speaking rate, 4.10 seconds is the amount of time between words in a sentence in a normal person speaking pattern. So as I'm talking to you guys, every new word that I hit takes about 4/10 of a second from one word to the other. That's how long, much more time CJ Stroud has than Bryce Young. It's inconsequential, right? It's not a lot, right? What's going on, Candy Girl? How you doing? How you feeling? Right. So if we look around amongst his contemporaries, we're going to just keep, before I move on, we're going to just look around a little bit more. I told you guys Sam Howell. I showed you guys, you're looking at Kyler Murray, 2.81. Kyler Murray actually has 1/10 tenth of a second less than Bryce Young, right? So Bryce Young, the time he gets is not out of whack to his contemporaries, right? Now, something else I want to look at is, and you guys will see crazy numbers up top here. These guys are like players who didn't play much time, so their numbers are screwed up. Perriman, Rogers, it shows like 5 seconds. Once you get into the swing of a season, no one's getting 5 seconds or nothing like that. Something else I want to look at, right? I want to look at sacks, right? When that quarterback is sacked, how long is he holding the ball, right? And we got those numbers. And we're going to look at that number and we're going to compare it to, other quarterbacks as well. So if we're looking at Bryce Young, I thought, guys, 1 second. I hate my phone's going off. And guys, you got to bear with me, man. My eyes are a little fucked up. I don't see the ophthalmologist till next month, so I gotta kind of take my time reading through these lines. So when Bryce Young is sacked, he's holding the ball, or he's getting on average 3.41 seconds, 2.91 seconds on all throws, and then when he's being sacked, he's holding the ball 3.41 seconds. I hope, and I'll just spell it out for you just in case you guys didn't catch on to it. When he's being sacked, he's holding on to the ball longer than his average time on all throws, which would lead me to strongly suspect, which I will actually kind of show you the percentage of pressures that get converted into sacks. But this, when you see something like that, it'll begin to make you think a lot of this guy's sacks might be because he's holding on to the ball. All right. And I just want to drill that home and make sure I explain that correctly, guys. 2.91 seconds he gets on all throws, but when he's sacked, he's averaging 3.41 seconds holding the ball. That's something, and then, CJ Stroud is my comp, right? Because, we often hear that, if given the same opportunities, or if CJ Stroud was here, he would play the same as Bryce Young, or, vice versa. Bryce Young was on the Texans. He would, play as good as CJ Stroud. So we said when sacked, Bryce Young is 3.41. When sacked, CJ Stroud is holding on the ball 3.31 seconds. So even less time than Bryce. It's a tenth of a second difference. And then I showed you guys the average. I told you guys CJ Stroud is getting 4/10 of a second more than Bryce Young is. So with that said, we can kind of start getting into the passing charts now. We understand that, as far as, time in the pocket, it's relatively the same. When Bryce Young is sacked, he's holding the ball longer, but on average, CJ Stroud has a fraction of a second longer than CJ Stroud. So let me pull up the passing charts and we can kind of get into this. All right, this is what I'm looking for. All right, there's our quarterback, Bryce Young, all 5'10", 204 pounds of him. Why is he holding on to the ball so long, though? Was it the wide receiver separation? Um, I would say people are getting open. And I would say with Bryce Young, we saw him miss his window several times. And you guys watch me. I was in the 2020 joint, and you guys saw so many times as we did the live shows. I'm screaming, throw the ball, Bryce, throw the ball. You get what I'm saying? Like, do something with the ball, throw it away, get rid of it. And I'm going to show you guys in a second, like a lot of these pressures are getting converted into sacks. And he's and well, let me get into it. Give me 1 second, guys. I don't want to give it all away without, I want to show the visuals as I talk through it. If that makes sense. It's a lot easier to this is actually what I wanted to start with. My bad. All right. So we go from time in the pocket to situational throws, right? Kept clean, under pressure, not blitz, when blitzed, all plays. That's what we're currently looking at. And guys, is this clear for y'all, man? I don't. Maybe it's my eyes. I hope you guys can see the chart or whatever, man. Um, T. Thompson, maybe he throws with anticipation, like most QBs do. No, wait until their college open. T. Thompson, that's kind of what it is. He holds the ball and waits for people to be open. You don't see Bryce throwing with a lot of anticipation. He's holding the ball, waiting for people to get open. That's what we're seeing a lot. You know what I mean? It's rare that we see Bryce do a 1-2-3 drop back, throw the ball to a receiver, or get rid of the ball, or throw it to a check down immediately. You get what I'm saying? Um, so I got some situational stats for you guys, right? Um, when Bryce Young is kept clean, he's completing 69% of his passes, and he has a 10 touchdown to 6 interceptions touchdown interception ratio, right? His QBR grade, his PFF grade is a 73, which you guys know 73 is good, right? 73 is, it's good. And I'm sorry, it's not good. It's above average. 80 is good. It's above average. It's not good or elite. And then BTT percentage is big time throw percentage. And it's one of the things that even I had to look up myself. His big time throw percentage is currently sitting at, where am I, guys? My fault. His big time throw percentage When kept clean is 5%, and under pressure is 7%. I was about to explain what big time throw percentage is. That's what I was about to do. My bad. So I'm going to read the definition for you guys. Uh, Big time throw metrics is defined as passes with excellent ball and timing, generally throws further down the field and or into tighter windows. In other words, basically comes down to a person's scoring the game and seeing passes saying, gee, that was a big time throw. This is PFF's definition, right? So in what situations do they make, and this one's kind of subjective. Of all the PFF grades, this one's a little more subjective, but it just talks about the big time throws that they grade in these situations. So here we are, we're still looking at it. When kept clean, Bryce Young's completion percentage is 69.6. 2,207 of his yards came when kept clean. Now, remember, guys, he threw for less than 3,000 yards. So 2/3 of his yards kept were when he was under no pressure. But we kind of know that, right? We know that, when the game was over, the defenses were backing up and he was kind of dinking and dunking. And I'll prove the dinking and dunking part in a little bit because I have the metrics on that as well. What you say, T. Thompson? It's easy to blame everything on the QB. Got to look at the offense as a whole. T. Thompson, we're gonna get there. We're gonna be looking at. Because we broke down how much time he has in the pocket, right? We looked at the time he has in the pocket. We looked at the time other quarterbacks had in the pocket. He's right on par with other quarterbacks. There's not a drastic difference. That's what we have to, that's important to remember. And something I'm going to show you guys later is the percentage of his pressures that are turned into sacks. Because with him holding the ball so long, because when being sacked, Bryce Young is holding the ball sixth most in the league. With him holding the ball so long, it starts to tell the story that a lot of this is Bryce's fault. When you look at CJ Stroud when he's being sacked, despite him being sacked, he actually has less time than Bryce, but has less sacks. And his pressure to sack percentage is significantly lower. I'm going to show you the exact numbers in a second. So that actually comes down to the quarterback's decision making, what they're doing with the ball, how fast they're getting rid of the ball. It's really, a lot of it is on Bryce, unfortunately. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna drop the link, man. I'm gonna let y'all kind of talk to me about it, man. But just reading through these numbers, that's how I kind of interpret it. You know what I mean? T. Thompson said it's easy. Oh, I read that. What's our drop percentage compared to other receivers? We are in the bottom 1/3 of the league. I knew the answer to that maybe 2 weeks ago, but drops are not a problem with the Panthers. We're in the bottom. We're in the bottom 1/3. Like like as far as drops, we're like in the teens as far as the most drops, with Patrick Mahomes being number one in drops. Yeah, drops weren't a problem at all, man. We hit about with Bryce Young, we hit about week 6, and we only had one drop on the season. T. Thompson, we look at the offense as a whole, makes them worse as they are. That statistically has been proven. Okay, and as a whole, seeing backup quarterback play the best all year. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you got to really explain Andy Dalton. You know what I'm saying? I have my doubts, but okay, with giving Bryce one more season. T. Thompson, we ain't got a choice, man. All this is like, for me, man, this is fun. It's just breaking down the numbers, but like when people say give Bryce a chance, I ain't got a choice, man. You know what I mean? We spent so much for him; they're not moving on from him. You get what I'm saying? I'm all off track, man. My fault. Let me get back on track. I think on this page is something I wanted to talk to you guys about. which is, yep, here it is. Here it is. So if you guys see here, I'm looking at the pressure. It's right here. Pressure to sack percentage. It says P2S2 percentage. Pressure to sack percentage for Bryce Young is 24.5%. And now that's not going to mean a lot until I compare him to someone else. But specifically, what that means is that of all the pressures that Bryce Young gets, 24.5% of them are turned into a sack. Now let's look at somebody, because now we're talking pressure, right? We have a quarterback that's under pressure. So whatever quarterback I compare them to, it's apples to apples. We're just looking at quarterbacks under pressure and what's really the difference, right? Um, so passing under pressure. If I go look at, I'm gonna bring up CJ Stroud passing under pressure. And guys, I pulled up other quarterbacks. The story is pretty much the same, whether you want to bring up Sam Howell, who's the most sacked quarterback, or whoever else. The story pretty much looks the same way, a few percentage points here and there, but not too much of a difference. So Bryce Young is 24% on converting pressures into sacks. CJ Stroud is 17, sits at 17.4% of his pressure turns into sacks. Meaning, it's not about the offensive line. It's not none of that. If CJ Stroud is pressured and Bryce Young is pressured, Bryce Young, the difference between 17% and 41%, 17% and 24% is 40. That's a 41% difference. Meaning Bryce Young is 41% more likely to be sacked when pressured, despite the fact that when Bryce Young is sacked, he's holding the ball longer than CJ Stroud is. It's hard to blame someone else at that point. You get what I'm saying? It's beyond the offensive line is bad, because all things considered, CJ Stroud only has 0.4 of a second more on average. So, and I let me hover over it, guys, right here. So that's what I'm looking at here. The P2S2, pressure to sack percentage, it was 24 for Bryce Young, is 17 for CJ Stroud, right? So, and then and that's 17 when he's being pressured. And then let's look at the passing chart now. What my man say? Have to understand and be considered a. Also have to understand to be considered a drop. The ball has to be considered on target to begin with. Correct. And Bryce Young, guys, you guys remember, Bryce Young is number 1 in the league in off-target throws to open receivers. That's something we also have to remember. I pulled that stat up for you guys, courtesy of Player Profile. I did that a couple of weeks ago, man, maybe a month and some change ago, man. So you guys might not remember, but open throws, off-target throws to open receivers, Bryce Young is at 9.3% of his throws are off target to open receivers, which is the most in the NFL. And then clean pocket off target throws is also number 1 too. So like I've with this channel, guys, I've walked you guys through every scenario with Bryce Young. If you're saying he's not being kept clean, we looked at the clean pocket. In fact, I'll bring up Player Profile again before I end this, man. We brought up every scenario: under pressure, clean pocket. He's not good at any of it. You know what I mean? Generally, the excuses or the things people are saying about Bryce, you generally look at a quarterback and say, well, when he's kept clean, he's he's completing this percentage and it's, top in the league. That's all we got to do is find a way to keep him clean. Or when the receivers are open, he's doing this. Bryce is grading poorly in all of it. You know what I mean? What you say? You said watched all the games and got mad because Chart got one hand on the ball, thrown 5 feet behind him. Laugh out loud, ridiculous. Making excuses. It's fingers, one players that T. Thompson. You said I'm pointing the finger at one player. Yeah, T. Thompson. I think for me, right, what's very telling is that if I have to, the only way I could really, the only thing you could really blame on the other players is like if the quarterback truly just wasn't getting time. You know, we all see that, what started to become popular is that Bryce Young would get pressure and people would kind of play that on a loop and say, yo, look, he's getting pressure. What are you going to do with this? What are you supposed to do? But the stats say it all. Bryce Young has 2.91 seconds on average to throw the ball, which is right on par with the. And in fact, guys, let me bring this up. Let me bring this up. It's an article that I brought up to you guys a few weeks ago. Um, that really, um, sometimes it's good. I'll say stuff, but I like when other outlets kind of pick up on what I'm putting down, and then they kind of talk about it in their own way, and that's exactly what the good folks at ESPN did. Um, this article here is about for midway through the season, right? Um, So the stats show that Panthers Bryce Young hasn't improved this season, and this article is going to go into the just the stats and the time in the pocket or whatnot, right? Um, so let's get down to the good part where it talks about it. Here it is, right? So this was about Bryce Young's been sat like 62 times. I might be wrong on that. But this is back when he's been sacked about 44 times. It's a little bit past midway point of the season, right? So it says here that sacked 45 times is the second most in the season behind Sam Howell, which he ended the season behind Sam Howell of the Washington Commanders, and appears to be the result of Bryce Young not getting the ball out quick enough. And they say poor blocking offensive line, but when you look at Bryce Young's numbers and you say, yo, these other quarterbacks don't really have more time than him, it's simply him not getting the ball out. You get what I'm saying? Him and CJ Stroud can't have the same time throwing the ball and then you blame it on our offensive line. It doesn't make sense. Those two things cannot be true. So it goes on to further say that Young's average time before the pass is 2.89 seconds. And then I think I said 2.91 was the ending stat for the season. So the offensive line actually gave him little more time as the season progressed. But his 2.89 seconds is the 10th longest in the NFL. He's held the ball 2.84 seconds when being blitzed, the 6th longest in the NFL. Remember what I just said? That when he's being sacked, he's actually holding the ball longer than CJ Stroud is. And his pressure to sack percentage is 41% more than CJ Stroud's. So the guy who isn't getting protection is holding the ball 6th most in the league. Doesn't make sense, right? So then it goes on to further say, what's the part I wanted to read? second holding the ball. 30. Okay, they wrote it out. That's what confused me. 30 of his sacks have come when there was no blitz. Okay, meaning when Bryce Young was being sacked, so when he had 44 sacks, 30 of those sacks came when there was no blitz while he was holding the ball, sixth most in the league. That's the thing, and T. Thompson was talking about that. Who else, could we blame? I forgot what you said, T. Thompson. I don't mean to misquote you, but the reality is this is a result of Bryce Young's playing style. In college, what Bryce Young wanted to do in college, and this is what he thrived at. I'm going to hold the ball. I'm going to shift in the pocket a little bit to buy more time. I might even roll out. I might do some improvisation. And then somebody's going to get open. And then I hit that open guy. Bryce Young, with these 2.91 seconds in the pocket, on average, he's one of the highest, has the highest time for holding the ball in the backfield. He's trying to bring what he did in college to the NFL, and it's not working. That's the story that these numbers tell. Now let's look at so we thoroughly kind of walked through the passing percentage, and I know sometimes I throw out a lot of numbers out, man. I hope I didn't confuse you, but a quick synopsis is basically that CJ Stroud has 0.4 of a second more than Bryce Young. That's the difference of about word to word in a sentence when a person is talking. Very little time, right? When Bryce Young is being sacked, he's actually holding the ball longer than CJ Stroud. So, if he's running for his life, he would, the sack would come earlier, right? If he's not being protected, the sack would come much earlier than, a CJ Stroud. I even looked at Sam Howell, and I looked at a couple of other quarterbacks. Bryce Young is right on par with everyone else, right? I'm getting behind in the comments. Let me see. Y'all watch the games and get mad because I read that. My bad. T. Thompson's your feelings for the eye test and not considering the factors. He can't throw over the middle and can't throw 20 yards in the air. Kev, I'm glad you brought that up. That's where we're going next. I was trying to slow roll this, man, because I wanted to thoroughly get through this whole time in the pocket thing, because once we start looking at, his passing from different areas on the field, people like to kind of revert back to, well, man, if you don't have time, you're going to struggle. So that's why I'm kind of spending a lot of time here before we actually get into the depth chart. We've established that he has time and that he's holding the ball more so than anything based on based on the time he's holding the ball when he's being sacked and his pressure to sack percentage being 41% higher than, say, a CJ Stroud. Right? So, yeah, let's talk about how effective Bryce Young is when throwing at different areas of the field, right? That's passing under pressure. Did I get everything I wanted to get out of this? I talked you guys through that under pressure. Let me make sure I got this before I move on. Want to make sure I paint the whole picture correctly here. Okay. DB percentage. What's that? Let me just drop back percentage. Okay, gotcha. All right. So when kept clean, his completion percentage is 69.6. That's 2,202 of his yards. Yards per attempt is 6.8. 10 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. When under pressure, his completion percentage is 39.41. 39.41% when under pressure. His PFF grade is 27.6, which is very poor. And then we talked about his 24% sack to pressure ratio. And then, so yeah, I mean, when he's under pressure, man, nothing good happens. He's literally one of the worst graded quarterbacks I have probably ever seen. Right, I'm talking the passer grade of 27.6, very poor. If you guys saw the PFF grades, um, K1 Stella, what's going on? If you guys saw the PFF episode I did with the grades, you guys remember that 30 is like 50 is below average. Anything below 50 is poor. 60 is average. 70 is above average. 80 is good. 90 is an elite player. Um, so Bryce Young under pressure is grading out at a 27.6, and you guys know CJ Stroud PFF grades like an 84 or some shit like that, man. So yeah, this is horrific in comparison, you know what I mean? So then when you look at it here, when he's not blitzed, it's 56.4, 56.8, I'm sorry, which puts him at a below average grade. And when not blitz, he's completing 67 point. No, I'm looking at the wrong number, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I need some damn glasses, man. When not blitz, he's completing 64.5% of his passes. And then when blitz, he's completing 49.7% of his passes. Let that sink in. 49.7% of his passes when blitz. And then when under pressure, 39.1% of his passes. You guys remember the pre-draft where they talked about CJ Stroud and they said that, I don't know, he had some weird number when being pressured. His completion percentage was horrific. But that's kind of the case with Bryce here, as you guys can see. Be good. I feel people who came up with the other excuse. And that's a problem. They keep saying that we got to build a line and receivers. That's a 5-year process that they're asking for. Right. But when kept clean, it still doesn't look good. I walked you guys through, he has the worst. And this, I talked about this stat maybe a month ago, so a month and a half ago. So maybe it changed slightly, but his completion percentage from a clean pocket was 34th in the league. So back to kind of what I was saying earlier is that when you really look at the advanced statistics under Bryce, and you generally have faith in a quarterback when you say, for an example, I actually saw that last year. Andy Dalton was top 10 in QBR under pressure. Remember, he started a good amount of games for the Saints last year. That's the type of quarterback that you say, man, if you get him some more weapons, you can only elevate what he's already doing. When you have a quarterback that's first in the league in off-target throws, when you have a quarterback that's, worst completion percentage against the zone, second to worst completion percentage against man, holding the ball dead on average, top 5 most in the league. You're really, when you're adding weapons, you're hoping for somebody to save him. You get what I'm saying? Bryce Young, unfortunately, and I know it sounds like I talk shit about him a lot, man, but the numbers don't lie. You know what I mean? I'm getting sidetracked. Let me keep moving. So we talked about the different scenarios for Bryce Young, right? Um, when kept clean, under pressure, not blitzed, when blitzed, right? Respectively, 69, 39, 64, 49%, right? Um, I want to take a look at our boy. Just want to show you guys a difference here. We're going to look back at CJ Stroud. And if you guys, I like to just simplify this for you guys. I looked at about 10 different quarterbacks when doing this. The story relatively stayed the same. These other quarterbacks, stayed, and I used CJ Stroud, Sam Howell as my comps because Sam Howell got sacked more than anybody. And then CJ Stroud was also that other rookie, right? Um, so if we're looking at, actually, let me keep up Bryce Young's numbers. All right, we switching screens. We switching screens. There we go. There we go. Okay. What do you guys see? You guys are looking at the Bryce Young under pressure. That's not what I wanted to show you guys. Give me a sec. It gets hard trying to juggle all these screens, guys. Just bear with me. I wanted to show you guys the Bryce Young under pressure is what I wanted to show you guys. Because I have the CJ Stroud under pressure. There we go. This is what I wanted to show you guys. There we go. Okay. So if you guys recall, we're looking at CJ Stroud right now. All right. When kept clean, CJ Stroud is completing 69.5% of his passes, right? When I showed you guys Bryce Young, we said when kept clean, Bryce Young is completing 69.6% of his passes. Bryce Young, when under pressure, Bryce Young is completing 51.8% of his passes. CJ Stroud, for the same statistic, is completing, where are we? 51.8% of his passes. When CJ Stroud is not blitz, he's completing 63.8% of his passes. There probably could have been a better way I could have done this, to be honest with you, now that I'm thinking about it. Roadmaster Unlimited, what's going on, man? Guys, give me a second, guys. I'm just trying to figure out how to, I know what I'm going to do. We're just going to talk about them one by one. That's what we're going to do. Okay. All right. So we're looking at CJ Stroud first. Let me just not bounce back and forth. Yes, a running back is his biggest friend in Alabama. That's a fact. let's just look at them one by one because I was trying to jump back and forth and I was just confusing myself. So kept clean, 69.5% of his passes. CJ Stroud's completing under pressure, 51.8%. And then when he's not blitzed, he's 63.8% of his passes is what he's completing. And then when blitzed, 64.6%, right? So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show you Bryce Young. And I mean it's ugly, guys. So I mean, just prepare yourself um, for what you're about to see. Passing pressure. That's what I want. This is what I want. Yeah, this is how I should have did it. Okay. So kept clean, 69.6%, right? When he's under pressure, look at this, guys. 39.41 per completion percentage. QB grade of 27.6. Not blitz, 64%. And then when blitzed, 49.7. So when the blitz comes and when the pressure comes, and guys, remember, a blitz does not mean pressure, right? So I don't know if Bryce Young sees an extra man coming, he panics. But when he's blitzed, his completion percentage 49.7. And then when he's actually pressured, if you're able to get a pressure on him, his completion percentage is 39.1. And then when he's pressured, remember, guys, he's holding the ball top 5 in the top 10 in the league when he's being pressured. So he's holding on to that ball for a very, very, very long time. And then he's converting 24% of those pressures into sacks, which is 41%, makes him 41% more likely to be sacked than CJ Stroud, despite the fact, again, that when he's sacked, Bryce Young is holding the ball longer and has more time on his sacks than a CJ Stroud does. Basically, he sucks under pressure, which is expected in NFL. That's not what I'm saying. Well, that is what I'm saying, but I'm saying he's he's exceptionally bad. You know what I mean? He's significantly bad. He's 39.1%. And then what did I say? Under pressure, CJ Stroud is 51.8%. So CJ Stroud is 11% completion percentage better under pressure. Yeah. Yeah. So Kev, that's a Patreon painting. Not that it's worse, but it's how bad is it to compare to his peers? Is the point that I'm making. And then if you guys can, what am I currently showing you guys? Am I showing you guys CJ Stroud? I'm showing you guys Bryce Young. This is what I wanted to show you guys. There we go. Bryce Young is 39. CJ Stroud's 51.8, significantly better. Blitz, Bryce Young is 49. CJ Stroud is 64%. 13%, 13 completion percentage is higher when being pressured. And like I said, you guys have to go back to the beginning of the episode where I pointed out that CJ Stroud is only getting 0.4 of a second more than Bryce Young. But when Bryce Young is sacked, he's actually holding the ball longer than CJ Stroud. That's telling to me. That pinpoints that there's a problem with the quarterback play itself. Say, be good. Those are facts. Be good. Bryce Young needs everything to go right for him to succeed. That's just a sorry version of a Tua. All right. So let's get into what I've, the meat and potatoes of the episode, right? The actual passing chart itself. That's CJ. That's under pressure. There we go. That's what I need. This is what I need. So what you guys are about to see is a breakdown of every Bryce Young throw from every position on the field. Right. And these numbers don't mean anything, guys, until I know you guys are probably like, why does he keep bringing up the other quarterback? They don't mean anything unless I have a comp to compare him to, right? So let me move this over like this. Okay. All right. So we're looking at Bryce Young. And where this starts, guys, is deep passes of 20 plus yards, right? They made up 8.9% of his attempts. When attempting to throw the ball of 20 yards or more, his completion percentage is 27%. 27% when throwing the ball of 20 yards or more. Now, I got CJ Stroud on the side here. You look at a guy like CJ Stroud, and if you guys want me to just pull up another quarterback, that's fine. I'll do that too. But it all tells the same story. Kev, we said this is why Frank had him throwing the screen passes. Yeah, true. Well, under two, throw the ball under 2.7 seconds. Yeah. He has 2.91 seconds. The reason Frank had him throwing the screen passes is the story I'm about to tell now. Because the story I'm telling now is that when Bryce Young threw the ball over 20 yards, his completion percentage was 27.7. Right. And then I just pointed out that when you look at CJ Stroud in the same scenario, his completion percentage was significantly higher at 58.5. Right. So 30 percentage points more when throwing the ball over 20 yards was CJ Stroud. From 10 to 19 yards, which made up 23% of his passes. So 20 yards plus is 8%. And then when you get into the 10 to 19 yards, made up 23.5% of his throws were basically from the 10-yard line to the 19-yard line. His completion percentage was 48.4. So between 10 and 19, he was 28.4. You guys following me? And from that 10 to 19 yard range, his completion percentage was 48%. If we bring up his comp, CJ Stroud, his completion percentage from the same range was 52.4. 52.4, which puts CJ Stroud about 5, what's that, 49, 51? Yeah, about 5 completion percentage higher when throwing the ball in that range. 0 to 9 yards. So at the line of scrimmage up to 9 yards made up 42.9% of Bryce Young's throws. 42% of Bryce Young throws came between 0 and 9 yards. Of his under 3,000 yards, a third of them came in this range. So when he threw the ball from 0 to 9 yards, he completed 80% of those passes, right? Now, the only thing he beat CJ Stroud is, and because CJ Stroud only completed 70, what did my boy Stroud do? 74% of his throws from 0 to 9 yards, right? Um, and then when we look at the last one, behind the line of scrimmage, right? So when you're looking at behind the line of scrimmage, was 12.5% of those throws he made came behind the line of scrimmage. And his completion percentage on those throws is 92.4. This is why when I was talking about, I was looking at player profile, Bryce Young's completion percentage, his true completion percentages. I mean, even without the true completion percentage, but it's horrible. I forgot. It's like 50 something or something crazy like that, right? Because literally it's skewed by the behind the line of scrimmage throws that make up 92.4% of his completion percentage. He threw the ball 66 times behind the line of scrimmage, right? And if you want to comp CJ Stroud, 93.6% behind the line of scrimmage. This is kind of where Bryce Young, made his bread and butter at, man. Where are we? Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? Here we go. Okay. Now, getting into some situational things here. When throwing deep left, his completion percentage was 42.9. Deep balls to the center of the field, get this, guys, 22.2%. 22.2%. If you guys want our comp, CJ Stroud. Oh, thought I had him up. Give me a second. Center of the field, CJ Stroud, deep balls, completion percentage. No way. Okay. Deep balls to the center of the field for CJ Stroud, 76.2%, while Bryce Young at 22.2%. Bryce Young might not be able to throw to the center of the field, guys. Just a theory. Just a theory. Uh-oh, I got a call coming through, guys. Let me make sure I didn't lose you. Guys. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. Things get wonky anytime I get a call. Y'all still with me? All right. All right. Let me tell them. Okay. What y'all saying? All right. Still here. People don't realize Bryce affects the offensive scheme because he's afraid because he couldn't throw the ball deep. I'm gonna respond to that in just a second because I do got something to say about that. Um, Bryce just be throwing the ball up on deep passes, no accuracy. Yeah, he has to compensate so much, man, that either the ball is gonna have too much air on it and no accuracy, or it's gonna come up short, especially late in games, man. He said something about what did you say? The King afraid because of deep throws. I missed the comment, man. But somebody, last of Dying Breed, what's going on? Um, somebody said something about Bryce Young affects the scheme or whatever, right? And if you guys remember during the season, people were criticizing the play calling of Frank Wright and saying, "Oh, there's not, there's nothing deep. He's not opening up the playbook. Let Bryce, what the fuck they say? Let Bryce cook, or whatever the fuck they were saying, right?" And in comes Thomas Brown. Thomas Brown had more of a down the field. He's looking for big plays, and Bryce Young got significantly worse. The pick sixes went up. You get what I'm saying? There was that one game. I think it was the New Orleans game. He came into the game and literally threw like 9 deep passes in a row, and didn't connect on any of them. You get what I'm saying? Um, Frank Wright, with all this dinking and dunking, he understood what Bryce's limitations was. When he got Bryce in the mini camp, he was like, "Oh shit, I can't do anything with him. I gotta design a special playbook around this dude." You get what I'm saying? And that's what Frank Wright understood, and that's why Bryce Young did significantly better under Frank Wright. Most of his games that went over 200 yards were under Frank Wright. Um, what we saying? Let me get caught up on the comments and stuff here. Look at the Heisman. He's the man of the year. Just Grammy. Those are rig payments for etc. Deserves and others clearly don't. All money talks. Facts. Bryce throwing the ball deep. Yeah. Okay. I think I'm all caught up. I said that. Todd Bowles flat out said with a nice way he ain't shit. Yeah. What did Todd Bowles say? Todd Bowles was saying something about he's not a factor. That's a coach that looked at the film and said, "Yeah, we got him." You get what I'm saying? Like he's not a threat at all. I forgot exactly the words that Todd Bowles said, but in layman's term, he basically just said, "Yeah, this he ain't it." Right. Let me get back to it. All right. We talked about throwing the ball deep center, where he's completing 22% of his passes. Now, get this, guys. Deep right, we're looking at 20.8% on Bryce Young, right? Intermediate left, 37.9% completion percentage. Intermediate center, I'm sorry, 55%. Right? Intermediate right, 44. Short left, 84. Short center, 79. Short right, 77. We know this, guys. Behind the line of scrimmage, 94.7. If you guys are wondering that his numbers, that 60 some odd percent, well, what did he have as a completion percentage? It was barely 60, if it was 60. Um, you guys remember what Bryce Young's completion percentage was on the season? Y'all help me out. But basically, what I'm saying, if it's 60, it was really skewed by a lot of these behind the screen, behind the line of scrimmage passes or whatnot. And I actually got some numbers on situational stuff, behind the line of scrimmage screens, not behind the screen passes and stuff like that that I'm gonna go over. I think I accidentally closed that out, so just give me a second on that, guys. Um, what y'all saying in the chat? And in fact, I'm gonna drop the link as I look at the chat and everything like that. So let me invite, copy. flip back to YouTube. Pin message. Big tight, 25% completion percentage. It's ugly, bro. Make no mistake about it. It's real ugly. You get what I'm saying? And I have CJ Stroud up, man. I'll pull him up and I'll let you guys kind of look through CJ Stroud's full one and whatever. Man, if y'all want to, and if y'all don't believe me, y'all think I'm just picking on Bryce Young and then just comparing him to CJ Stroud because CJ Stroud's all that. You pick a quarterback and I'll show you. The story doesn't change, right? Pick a quarterback from so I concur my thoughts exactly, Kev. Oh, you're talking Kev. Yeah. Like you pick a quarterback who you think didn't have weapons to, who had, you know what I mean? The story doesn't change. What was I showing you guys? Yeah, we're breaking down, everything. And then I wanted to show you guys, and I'm mad because I think I accidentally closed it as I was fumbling through the stats. I wanted to show you guys this, and then maybe I'll get into some comps, quarterbacks to compare them to. You know what I mean? Under pressure blitz, I saw that for CJ Stroud. Bryce Young, gotta look at that. This is what I wanted to show you guys. By concept. All right. So we have concepts here. We have play action, no play action, screen pass, no screen passes. So we're looking at how Bryce Young did in certain scenarios. Okay. So on play action, he completed 61% of his passes. Non-play action plays 59.5%, and then and then screen passes. Screen passes, he completed 81% of his passes, which is kind of low for screen passes. I ain't gonna lie. I would expect that to be in the 90s, to be honest with you. But here's the kicker: he threw 2 interceptions on screen passes. He said, Eric, are you just comparing QB rookie year or comparing overall numbers? Let me make sure I understand your question. Are you just comparing any QB rookie year or just overall numbers? Now, this is specifically, and if I'm answering your question correctly, I'm just simply looking at 2024, 2023, and I'm looking at his throws as situational throws compared to CJ Stroud's situational throws. One thing I threw out there at the chat is that I personally went through and I looked at about 5 quarterbacks and compared them to, and it all kind of told the same story. But for sake of exercise, if you guys have a quarterback in mind, I don't mind pulling that quarterback up and showing you guys that Bryce Young is literally the bottom tier in almost every situation. And in fact, I'm going to bring up CJ Stroud. Maybe I'll bring up Sam Howell or something like that. This ain't about rookie years versus bet. One of the worst rookie stat sheets beneath the surface. Yeah, and one of the things is, last time being brought up a good point. The 2 comps that I really used to really do my research for this episode was another rookie, CJ Stroud. And you might say, like, okay, CJ Stroud's exceptional, and that's a fair point, right? And the other comp I did use is Sam Howell because Sam Howell got sacked more than anyone else, right? So I just said, okay, I took a rookie, then I took a guy who got sacked a lot, and say, this should be these should be good comps um, to Bryce Young. And I found that Sam Howell did better in almost all these categories, and Sam Howell got sacked more, but Sam Howell also had less time than Bryce Young. It's not like the case with Bryce Young where he was sacked more than CJ Stroud, but had more time on those sacks, if that makes sense. My grammar is out of whack when I type. I got y'all. Yeah. Where was I? We were talking situational. Um, So yeah, I was just talking about how your boy threw two interceptions on screen passes. Just wild shit. You get what I'm saying? Um, I was gonna bring up. I think I had the total numbers on CJ Stroud that I wanted to show you guys. Kev, what's up, player?
What's going on, brother?
Oh, I got Kev. Don't say nothing, man. I think I muted YouTube, and I'm going to find YouTube and unmute it. All right, Kev. I should be able to hear you, bro. You hear me?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on with you, man?
Ain't much of nothing, man. I'm here. Classes in session. I'm listening and learning.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up as we speak. I'm pulling up CJ Stroud's joint. That says under pressure. CJ Stroud. Is this what I'm looking for? Yep. Here we go. This is what I was looking for.
Yeah, I'm glad you're doing this breakdown, man, because a lot of
Yeah,
people they like to say, "Oh, he had 11 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He wasn't that bad. Look at the other rookies and blah blah blah." I'm like, nah.
he
You
was.
go, yeah, you go beneath the surface and look at the stats we're going over today, and it's like, okay, so this explains a lot.
It
You know,
does. It does.
this
Now,
explains a lot.
you guys remember I said, when throwing deep center, Bryce Young was completing 20% of his passes in the deep center,
That's
right?
terrible.
Look at CJ Stroud, guys.
He
76
loves,
two.
yeah, he loves it. He loves
He
to throw there.
eats there. Damn near this ain't weapons. He damn near has a perfect PFF grade over
Hmm.
the 99.9. Um Deep left. In fact, do I still got it up? Do I still got it up? I do. I do. We're gonna look at this, and then I'm gonna bring up, Bryce Young's. Let y'all look through this here. Um, Intermediate left, right? Completion percentage 39%, 58%, 51 80 behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, Bryce Young was in the 80s behind the line of scrimmage, right? CJ Stroud's 96. I mean, even on the short passes, Bryce Young isn't executing like he's supposed to. He's thrown two interceptions on screen passes, guys. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So when looking at that, and I'm gonna drop the one with CJ Stroud again just to give you guys perspective. Deep left, 46%, deep center, 76%, deep right, 51.7%. Now look at this guy here. And remember, we talked earlier, there ain't the time in the pocket shit is it's damn near the same. It's even, right? Right. Um,
Hmm.
so, and here you guys are again, deep left, 49, deep center. CJ, get this through your heads, guys. CJ Stroud is 50 percentage points better than Bryce Young through the middle of the field. 50 percentage points better.
Yep. And I just want people to understand, like they complain about wide receiver separation. Like, look, our wide receivers have to run. very basic, bland routes because of
Yep.
Bryce. They
Yep.
can't dig and chop and cut and juke people out because it messes up his timing. And then they
Fact.
can't even go that deep because he can't throw that deep. So defense just go cover two, cover zero, and the play's over.
Facts.
The play is over. It's not a DJ Shark thing. It's a your the quarterback just doesn't have the ability to do the things that we are blaming wide receivers for.
That's a
Just
fact.
doesn't it just
I
doesn't
mean,
make sense.
yeah, it's a fact. You know what I mean? And the thing is that this chart here says it all, man. This is
Hmm.
the time in the pocket, guys. This is every quarterback in the league and how much time they have in the pocket on all throws, and then when they're sacked, how long they have in the pocket. Right?
Yeah.
The numbers don't lie. That's the point that I'm really trying to get across to you guys. Bryce Young, if it's like the offensive line is bad, and Bryce Young shouldn't. Like, how do I put this? When C.J. Stroud is sacked and Bryce Young is sacked, C.J. Stroud had more time. That shouldn't be the case if we're blaming the offensive line.
Bryce Young had more time.
Bryce Young had more time. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Um, and evident by what I pointed out to you guys here. Right? 2.91 seconds. Same as Tyrod Taylor. Um, 2.94 seconds. Zach Wilson gets a little more time, right? Gets 3/10 of a second longer, right? But that ain't really no time, guys. Remember, I said 4/10 of a second is the time between words in a sentence, right? It ain't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He doesn't have time. You say, "Oh shit," you know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's it.
Yeah.
Um, who else? 2.91 seconds is what Bryce is getting, right? Now, when you see these ones that are significantly higher, well, nobody's really significantly higher, so you get to like Aaron Rodgers or some shit like that. Um, but I mean, look at it, guys. Josh Allen has less time than Bryce.
I seen that earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, let's really get into it, man.
And
When
he's a dual threat.
correct, when they're being sacked, the sacked, right? Uh, when Bryce Young is being sacked, 2.73. Am I looking at the right column? Give me a second. My eyes get all out of whack and shit. I think it's this column. Yeah, it's this column. When being sacked, 3.41 seconds.
Yeah.
3.41 seconds. Right on par with everyone else, man. Right on par. Jimmy Garoppolo has less time. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo played, too much more, but yeah, I mean, there's really no excuse, man.
None.
This shit don't let me sort. That shit sucks. Okay, that's cool. Um, let me pull up, um, since we're all here. I want to pull up Sam Howell because I remember people was like, "Man, he ain't got enough time. What he supposed to do? As soon as he snaps the ball, somebody's in his face."
Yeah. And see, that only happened like 3 times in a game. And they sit there and act like it happened all 35 snaps.
Facts. They like to play
Like,
this shit. Yeah, they like to play it on a loop, man.
yeah.
And come on now, what we doing?
I don't think people pay attention to his drop back either.
Yeah, it's kind of slow, right? Is that what you're talking about? It looks very
It's
slow,
it's very
lethargic.
slow. Yeah, they're like,
Yeah,
oh, he didn't have any time. Well, he had time. The problem
yeah,
is he wasted the first 2 seconds with his footwork. You know,
facts. By position. There we go. My quarterbacks, passing depth, passing pressure. Um, yeah, let's look at a quarterback who also doesn't have a lot of time. Sam Howell got benched.
I think Jets, Giants. Um, I don't think New England had a good O line.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of the bottom 10 O lines, and I can't
yeah.
really think off the top of my head.
20, so he's 29.4% over 20 yards, which is higher than Bryce's, which was 20, I think, if I recall correctly. Um, intermediate 59.3, the short 75.8, and then behind the line of scrimmage 91. Sam Howell was better than Bryce Young in every category, guys,
And got benched.
and got benched and got
And
sacked.
we, yep. And you're telling me there's hope for Bryce. We need to give him a chance.
And when you guys and
Desmond Ritter got benched.
facts, facts, you know what I mean? And guys, when you look at it, man, I don't know what the final numbers are. We're screaming this whole Bryce doesn't have time thing. We have to remember Bryce being sacked 1.1 more times a game. That ain't the difference between being good or not. You
No.
get what I'm saying? You know, boy, Big Tight, what's up, man? You said drop back is below average. And the drop back's kind of weird, man, because when he drops back, he doesn't seem to always be in throwing position, right?
He's rarely ever in throw. Yeah, it's rare that it happens.
If that makes sense. He doesn't seem to be always ready to throw the ball. He has to like contort his body or some shit when he finds a guy that's open. That all contributes to this, 10th most in the league to throw the ball shit. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That shit gotta die, man. You can't tell me, oh, you gotta give him time, you gotta give him time. But he's I showed you guys, I like to talk, but I even showed you the ESPN article. 10th most in the league as far as time.
Shoulder square with the line of scrimmage.
Shoulder
Just tip
square with, yeah.
moonwalking backwards, like moonwalking, literally.
That's the shit he did in college. He would
Yeah.
drop back, his shoulders are square to the line of scrimmage because he's looking to evade, he's looking to sidestep to buy more time. He's look,
He
you know what I'm saying? That shit
he
worked.
he's in he when he drops back, he's in position to run, not throw.
Correct. Because in college, that was his first go-to. Though when he ran, he rarely crossed the line of scrimmage. His whole thing was to improvise behind the line of scrimmage to get a streaking receiver wide open. That shit
Yep.
don't work in the NFL. And that's the shit that I was saying, I was saying to people in the offseason, man, as I was getting banned off every Panther podcast for my views. I'm saying there's some real concerns about the way he plays and doesn't translate into the NFL, guys. You get what I'm saying? Let's pull up, and as we're talking, I'm going to pull back up player profile again and talk through some of these things. Now that you guys have the new perspective of the time that Bryce Young has. Player profile.
Can I just say for the record, man, he
Yeah.
won a Heisman, not a college championship.
Correct.
I just want people to just chew on that for a minute. He won a
Correct.
Heisman, not a title.
Correct. And if you guys look at the Heisman, it's notorious for people not producing in the NFL.
Yep.
It's notorious for draft bust. Um, when you look at it, there's ways that you can collect yards in college that don't necessarily translate to the NFL.
Yep.
And that's been the case for a lot of different positions, guys. Here we go. I got it here.
Yeah, he.
Now that
I
we have
think
that new
people.
perspective, go ahead, Kev.
No, go ahead. I was just trying to fill up an empty space.
Now that we have that new perspective about time, let's really look at some more situational stuff with Bryce Young, right? So, courtesy of playerprofile.com, right? Um, this is his season stats: 59.8 completion percentage, 5.5 yards per attempt, which is the worst in about the last 7 years of any quarterback. 5.5 yards per attempt is the worst in the NFL in the past 7 years. 7 or 8 years. I forgot who it was that I found who was lower. I think it was like Blaine Gabbert or some shit. It's not good company, whoever it was. Right. We looking at deep balls attempted per game, red zone attempts, pace of plays, game script, protection rates, money throws, 30th in the league, pressure throws, 19th in the league. So 19th in the league in throws under pressure, which I mean it's 19th. It ain't last. It ain't dead last like most Panther fans want you to believe, right? It ain't bad enough to blame his poor performance on, because there's quarterbacks that are much worse off, um, that are doing significantly better.
What are
Um,
they calling a money throw?
those, I think that's the same as the what did they call it? I think that's the same as um, uh, big time throws. Let me make sure.
Okay.
Um, throws.
Yeah, I was asking because I mean, people try
Yeah,
to, oh, he's made a bunch of big throws. I'm like, dude, I might remember two.
I don't recall them.
There was one he hit Adam Thielen with a back shoulder. I think it might have been
Yeah.
against the Texans.
Oh, so money throws a pass completed in a got to have it situation in the game.
Oh yeah, got it. Number 30.
Third and 5. We need this conversion. 4th and 1. We
Thir-
need this conversion.
30 makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah,
rank 30. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Like you said, short field. We just need you to convert, man. We might can score after this, but didn't do it.
Yep.
You know, the
So
other
money
team's
throws.
40, they're 45. Yeah.
So basically, the stat says that if you find yourself in a situation where you got to put the ball in the quarterback's hand to make a play, Bryce Young is one of the worst, right? Now, some of you
30.
might say he needs weapons and da. Okay, I mean, but when you look at it in totality, with the fact that he holds the ball longer than anybody else, and a few other things I'm about to mention, it's all on Bryce, right? Um, where we at? Deep ball completion percentage, 22.8, which is 34th in the league, right? 32 teams, 32 teams. So you go through all the teams and the starting quarterbacks, and you get into some backups, and Bryce Young is there.
Yep. At first overall, throwing over 20 air yards, that's something you're supposed to love doing. You should be
Correct.
that good at it that you love to
Correct.
do it.
Correct.
But we're blaming receivers. It's not their
Five.
fault that we can't call a wide receiver route that takes them across the field 20 yards out. It's not their fault.
Yeah, and before I blame the receivers, so no one's done it. Someone has to explain why Andy Dalton got into the game and this offense looked completely different and explosive. Even when Bryce Young threw for 300 yards versus the Packers, the offense wasn't explosive. Most of if you go back and look at that episode I did after the game, I pointed out that was it 40% of his passes were intermediate, which is the highest of his career. He just exploited what they were bad at. But
Yep.
when Andy Dalton was in the game, the offense actually looked explosive. DJ Chark was getting found down the field. Deep passes here and there. TMJ was getting found down the field. Right? Whole different freaking ball game, man. And talk your shit, Kevin. I don't want to negate the comments. Give me
Oh
a
no.
second.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
Matter of fact, in the Green Bay game,
Okay,
there
sweet.
was a couple passes where DJ
Green
Shark,
Bay.
yeah, he had to turn around and come back to the ball.
Correct.
Chuba Hubbard, he had to turn around and come back to the ball. Like, come on, man.
Oh shit, my phone about to die. Let me plug this motherfucker up.
Those were game. That was a game where what happened to that defensive coordinator? Is he still there at Green Bay?
I need to check. I don't know if they fired him or not, but you guys, what people don't know is that the Green Bay Packers were fresh off the worst PFF grade in NFL history against the pass. And Bryce Young just happens to roll to town and have his best game ever. And motherfuckers was acting like he didn't arrive or some shit. And I was like, well, hold your horses. You get what I'm saying? Like, you know.
Yeah, that I know their fan base has been wanting the DC gone since like week 3.
You know? Yeah, they were complaining. They were complaining all year, man.
Yeah.
Heisman don't mean shit. Tim Tebow and Johnny got him. He's talking about the dude from the
Johnny Manziel.
Browns. Johnny Manziel. Yeah. It's notorious, man, for not turning out good draft picks, man. What we still points per game. All right, here we go. True completion percentage 68.5, which is 29th in the league. Deep ball completion percentage 22.8, 34th in the league. I think I read that one already. Pressure completion percentage when under pressure 52.9%, which is 21st in the league. Play action completion percentage 51.1%, which is 25th in the league, right?
And his fans say that's what he does best.
Oh shit, he's been terrible.
Yeah. He needs to do play action. That's what he did in okay, all right. That's what you think.
And this is the one I always get people with, man. I done went through all the stats with you guys, showing you that his completion percentage from a clean pocket, how he's getting sacked in clean pockets and shit like that. But this one really just brings it home. Clean pocket completion percentage for Bryce Young is 61.1%. Now, you guys might say 61% is good completion percentage, but not from a clean pocket, guys. Not from a clean pocket. He's 33rd in the league. Right? It's not good at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 33rd. That's from a clean pocket.
Clean pocket.
Well, so when he's got time,
yeah.
Right. So like you said, we give him more time. From what we're looking at, he's just going to hold the ball that much longer.
Correct. Because I showed you guys that his pressure to sack percentage is 41% higher than CJ Stroud. And when he's sacked, the time holding the ball is longer. If you give Bryce Young more time, he will hold the ball even longer. He's not making timing throws. He has no intentions to make timing throws. He's just going to take more time if he has more time.
Hey, like they said before the draft, coming into the draft, CJ was a ball placement specialist. Bryce was called a creator.
And
so what good? Yeah, go ahead.
No athleticism. Undersized, no athleticism as a creator. We've never seen that happen.
My thing is this with creators, like even Russell Wilson. A lot of people don't know a lot about Russell Wilson. There's a reason he never won an MVP. But anyway, when you're a creator, what good is the playbook?
Yeah, facts. But also,
what good is the playbook if you're a creator?
But creators traditionally, I see the problem I even had with that though is that his skill sets don't even translate into a creator on the NFL level. You need the speed. You need the arm strength, right? He lacked
Hmm.
all that shit, man. I'm like, what can this kid actually do?
Now, remember
That
before the draft, they said C.J. Stroud was hard to coach.
they also said CJ Stroud was bad under pressure.
Yep. So who's hard to coach? I mean, you got a guy that's 5'10", 185, and he's a creator.
Right.
He's an improviser.
And here's my thing, Kev. This is what we also have to remember, right? Let's say the offensive line didn't protect Bryce. Bryce was under pressure the whole game, right? Every play. Bryce Young was under pressure at the every play, and we drafted the improviser. I should have a couple of dozen plays where he just turned pressure into something spectacular. But I don't
Yep.
have that because he had ample opportunity, according to y'all, to showcase the one thing that he's good at. He's not a traditional drop back protector. He's good. He's supposed to shine when the play breaks down. He actually one of his critiques coming into the NFL draft was that he often creates organized chaos, unorganized chaos, so he can thrive in it.
Yep.
But in the NFL, once the play breaks down, the play is over. You haven't seen once CJ Stroud gets, I mean, your boy gets pressured and he created something or improvised out of it. Don't let me lie, but I didn't see it once.
Nope.
The moment I
Like you
saw it,
said, he invited the pressure and got
correct,
sacked.
correct. 24% of the time. The moment I saw there was pressure, I knew the play was over.
Hmm.
Unlike other quarterbacks, CJ Stroud, you get pressure on him, man. You better get there because he's gonna exploit that shit.
20 yards in the air over the middle of the
Right.
field.
Correct.
Actually, he had one game where he was 65 through the air
Yeah.
for a touchdown. First play of the game.
Yep. Now here's one for you guys, right? This says here, I showed you guys clean pocket rating, but this one says deep ball catchable passes. Now these things are kind of subjective, right? But they don't hate CJ. They don't have no reason to hate Bryce Young. But what they're saying is that of all the deep passes that Bryce Young has thrown, only 35% of them were even catchable, which is
That's what I
33rd in the league.
that's what I was trying to tell my guy in the chat earlier.
Yeah,
Like you can't, it's gotta be a catchable ball
yeah.
to be called a drop.
Now this is playerprofile.com, advanced metrics. This ain't Elaine. Now I know a lot of times you guys say, okay, I'm hating on him because he got money or whatever, right? But this is independent. This is independent. They do profiles on every quarterback, right? And when they look at when they look at Bryce Young, they determine that all his deep passes, only about 33 or 35% of them are even catchable, which comfortably puts him at worst in the league.
Yeah,
This ain't separation, nothing like that. This is if the ball is in a place where the quarterback can catch.
the receiver. Yep.
Yeah. Receiver can catch. Completion percentage versus zone, 32nd, dead last, right? Completion percentage versus man, 30th. Now I remember you guys saying when Andy Dalton had that great game, y'all were saying that Andy Dalton only looked good because they were playing zone against Andy Dalton and he was finding space in the zone, but they play man. No matter what coverage you throw at Bryce Young, he's terrible.
Yep.
Y'all
And I
still
had a guy
go ahead.
I had a guy tell me, I'm trying to remember how he explained it, but he said zone coverage is basically those guys need help. Man coverage is that defense doesn't care anything about your quarterback. They have zero respect for him.
Well, specifically, what they don't have respect for, Kev, is his deep ball.
Right. Hmm.
Because you could play man with a help safety over the top, but a lot of times they would man up across the fucking board
Yep.
because they understood that I can put my corner on an island
Yep.
and Bryce Young isn't going to beat us deep.
So when they go zone against Andy, that's because they got a little respect for him.
They
So
have
they
to.
just go, yeah, they gonna see what he gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Passer rating versus zone, 38th in the league.
Jesus.
Right. We don't care about the rushing and no shit like that. Um, I thought the off target shit was here too. No, that's not here. That's cool. But off target throws the open receiver 9.3, which is also worse in the fucking league.
Yeah, I wish people also understood. Hey, if he throws the ball and the receiver happens to get a hand on it, even though it was 5 feet in front of him or behind him, like that's not necessarily a drop. That's a bad thrown ball.
No,
You
correct.
know, just because you
Correct.
felt like the receiver should have caught it, could have caught it, hey, still a badly thrown ball.
And the Panthers are not that bad in drops this year.
Dude, we were 11 from
The
the
guy who's
bottom
number
last.
one in drops. Yeah, okay, that's what I was like. We're at like the bottom third or some shit like that. It's not. It's
Yeah,
not that bad, man.
11,
And I
11
was
from
like,
the bottom.
yeah. So,
And like you said, Mahomes, the Chiefs
the
led the
guy
league in drops, and Mahomes still had one of his best
won the
years.
fucking Super Bowl. Yep, won the fucking Super Bowl.
Won the Super Bowl, had one of his best statistical years with his receivers leading the league in drops. That's how accurate he is. How great of a thrower he is.
Big facts. Omar, what's up, bro? Damn, did I bring Omar up?
Oh yeah, you
Or am
hear
I
me?
tripping?
I'm here.
Yeah, I can hear you, bro. What's up with you, man?
Hey man, what's going on, man? Good to talk to you again. E, hope you doing well, man.
Yes, sir, I am, man. A lot better, man. Not 100%, but 100% better than I was.
Hey, yeah, that's good, man. Just take it day by day, just trying to rebuild yourself up. Definitely get that, man.
All I can do, man.
Yeah, but I'm always here for
Yeah.
the Bryce topic, man. Uh, I was rewatching a play of his. It was the Cowboys pick to Deron Bland. And it's funny, I was
Hmm.
watching it and it had the commentator say, "Hey, he has time in the pocket, right?" And so when he threw that like little 10 yard out to Bingo, but if you look at it, if he would have waited maybe one more second, he had Tommy Tremble coming out on like a little corner post route, wide open, man.
Hmm.
He's over processing. So I don't know how they're going to try to
Yep.
slow the game down for him. And I say, being objective, the one credit I will give Bryce about being able to throw on the run is he can't throw on the run going sideways, but he can throw on the run going forward, if that makes sense. If you really see that. When he's able to run forward in the
Like
pocket, he can make some passes. But when he's running like horizontal, like towards the edge, he's limited. He can't do anything
edge.
because he just doesn't have the arm to do it.
Nope. Because you got to whip his body around and kind of, you know what I mean? It's just such
Exactly.
an
Yeah,
awkward. Yep.
He can't stand
Yep.
tall. He can't get a solid base and try to do it.
that's that
Nope.
backyard balling stuff.
I saw, man, when I was at the Panthers fan fest, there was a play where Bryce Young had pressure going around him, and he climbed the pocket and threw the ball to a court receiver over the middle. I didn't see that one time during the season, man. What dawned on me and what I was telling people all season is that what you guys are seeing in minicamp, just take it with a grain of salt because he knows these motherfuckers ain't gonna hit him. You get what I'm saying? When the shit gets real, you see a whole different Bryce Young. He's not climbing the pocket when you're in real games and shit. You get what I'm saying? And then I don't know
That is
if
true.
I said this, guys. Catchable pass rate, only 68.1% of his passes are deemed catchable, which is 50th in the league.
Yep.
I
It's
mean,
yeah, and it's crazy. It's I just don't. I don't know what you do for that. I think the only way you win with Bryce is limit him throwing it 20 times a game, 23 at the most, and run the ball. And what I'm looking into the season, I'm not expecting anything. I want to see how Canales builds this team. I don't care about Bryce. I expect Bryce to be Bryce, but I need this team, I guess, to be better and find some depth. It ain't even got to be quality depth, but just I want young depth. I'm tired of trying to keep building with these youth players, man. Like I think we just need to overhaul, and I think that's scaring a lot of fans is that they don't want to see an overhaul because they attach to these people. They don't realize like if y'all really want to win, it's not going to happen with this group of players we got here now. It's just that's the truth.
Nope. That was the problem with Marty Herney, man. Too much fucking loyalty, man. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Overpaying
man.
motherfuckers don't want to let players go. You get what I'm
But everybody
shit.
keeps saying,
Paying two running backs $50 million a piece.
That's crazy.
but yeah, man. Like I said, I just hope people don't expect a quick fix next year because I think I'm seeing people's trends and hopes, and I know it's still early, but I'm like, yo, y'all are being really overly positive for no reason. We have nothing to go off of faith of next year's team will be better outside
No,
of
no,
hope.
nothing.
Like
Nothing. His hope.
I can't even say we can't even say, hey man, the last game of the season we ended high. We lost with two back-to-back shutouts. Like, come on, man.
I was telling a dude in the chat earlier, like, dude, Bryce is likely to not even be here before this team is actually finished rebuilding itself.
Correct.
Like, I
Correct.
honestly believe that he could very
I don't.
well be benched or traded. You know,
I'm I'm confident in saying right now, Bryce won't be the quarterback that gets us our next playoff win.
right?
I think that's
No,
just the truth. That's
no.
just the
One
truth.
billion.
A playoff win? Oh,
Frank Wright said no.
Yeah. Hey, fellas, I gotta bow out, man. I'm getting ready
No,
to
I'm
hit
with
the
you
road.
100%, man.
all right.
Frank Wright
Yes,
said
sir.
something very telling. All right, Kev.
All right,
Peace,
peace,
brother.
man.
Be safe, man. Frank Wright said something very telling. Yes, sir. Frank Wright said something very telling during the offseason. And I remember when I mentioned it on the podcast and just wanted to chop my head off. Frank Wright in an interview, he wasn't trying to even be disparaging. What he said in the interview, he said, look, man, Bryce Young made a lot of plays in college. And, he doesn't necessarily, what we're trying to teach him is that he necessarily doesn't need to do that. You know what I mean? He needs to just live to fight another day or whatever like that and, get rid of the ball and stuff like that. This is what he said during the offseason, during training camp. And I said, that translates to Bryce Young. The way Bryce Young played in college ain't going to work in the NFL, and we're trying to change it.
Yeah.
Right. And people was like, "Oh, that's not what he's saying." But no, that's exactly what he said. You get what I'm saying? He saw it back then. Like, yeah, the shit you're trying to do from college isn't gonna work.
It's a different game.
It's a
And I don't know
different.
why people don't. People act like Bryce Wood is going to be the first quarterback that couldn't translate to the NFL. No, there's plenty of them. It just
Yep.
so happens that that's you. You're part of that category. You won in middle school, high school, and college, but this is the NFL. It's just the
Yep.
game for what he has to do because he will always be limited, man. There's always going to be
Yep.
certain. Like I said, it took us to win. It was like maybe week 13, 14. They ran a QB sneak with him. Everybody was like, "Why now? Why now? Why start doing that now?"
You said they ran a what? Say it again.
The QB sneak on like a
Oh
fourth
yeah,
and
yeah,
one.
yeah, yeah.
I want to say it was against Green Bay. That was their
Yeah, I
first
remember that.
time running it, and it was
Yep.
like, why are you doing that? Out of all the instances when we had fourth and one and we couldn't get a yard, now you choose to do the QB sneak, like just little stuff like that, man.
Yeah.
It's because they didn't trust him. If you trust
They didn't.
Bryce at five at his size, hey man, Bryce, you can get it. We think you're tough enough to get us a yard. They didn't even
Yeah.
think he was tough enough to get them a yard. Think about that. That's what
Yeah,
Frank
Omar, that's
Wright
the
thought of
thing.
Bryce
They
Young.
talk that tough shit. The fans talk that tough shit. The team, the fucking the coaches were talking that tough shit. But in week 2 or 3, when we had that first opportunity for that 4th and 1, whatever the week that was, right? They trotted Andy Dalton's ass out there, and they did that a few times,
I
right?
remember that.
To the point where it became very obvious that if Andy Dalton's coming in on a fourth and what a third and inches or whatever the fuck it is, it's about to be a QB sneak. It got so obvious that they had to stop doing it.
Yeah.
Just like it got so obvious that whenever Bryce Young was under center, it was either going to be a run up the middle or it was going to be a play action rollout to the right. It got so
Elan, it
bad.
was
Yeah,
you used to call them, and
I used to call
you
him.
know you're no X and O's guy. You used to just be like you just looked at it probability wise, and you was just reading the trend.
Yeah. And Omar, you said it perfectly. I point that out a lot, man. I am not an X and O's guys, but the trends and like the traits and shit,
Yeah,
they become so obvious. You get what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Football is analytics, so if you can like it's analytics, it's trends, it's routine. So
Yeah,
it's if you can look at that's why like I said when you try to bring that aspect of football over to some people it goes over their head and they don't know what you're
yeah,
talking about,
you're
but
right.
if you really understand the game of football it's like that's why the first 15 plays are scripted. This is what
Right,
they want to do, like
right. Now, and the thing is, man, and then, I mean, looking at play action, this is what Bryce Young is supposed to be good at: 61% completion percentage. Where's his touchdowns? The 6 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. On well, no, 5 touchdowns, 3 interceptions on play action. This is where he's supposed to shine. You get what I'm saying? He's not good at the shit he's supposed to be good at. Sacked 12 times on play action. And that's the thing, man.
fumble
A lot of times,
percentages.
say again.
I was just looking at those fumble percentages. Like you're fumbling on play action plays. Yeah, it's just like you said. It's just hard play actions under center is just
Correct.
something that I don't know if you'll be able to do with them. Because why
And
would you drop her back 10 yards? That's gonna make the
facts,
throw even harder.
facts. And to your point, man, I think this analytical shit that I bring, man, sometimes, there's so many different ways of doing this whole podcasting shit, man. And like, one of the best formats I enjoy, man, is like, it's like motherfuckers getting around. It's like barbershop talk. Motherfuckers just talking their opinion, which is dope. But then when you get real analytical in those crowds, man, they don't like shit like that. You get what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't want to think too hard watching the
They need to
game.
give that boy some help. You know what I mean? I'm not supposed to rebut that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you say it, and whoever catches it catches it. If they don't, they don't. You just kind of move on. So I definitely feel you.
Where we at on the and then and to the point, I think during the training camp, man, one of the big things that people were the coaches was like, oh yeah, we think he could throw, we know he could throw over the middle of the field or some shit. I think the coaches came out and said some shit like that, like throwing over the middle of the field is not gonna be a problem because of his height or some shit Frank Wright said, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that he went out of his way to say that shit, I knew it was gonna be a problem. You get what I'm saying?
Didn't make it no better. The first two picks he threw in his career, right over the middle, the same exact play.
Right.
People ask, "Oh, well, Frank Wright stopped using the tight ends." Yeah, you tried to do it to your tight end. Think about it. Hayden Hurst had a touchdown in that game. He also had those two picks thrown against him. So they did try to use the tight end. Frank just realized, okay, where I want my tight end to be in this system, Bryce can't get the ball there, and
Yep.
that's what happened. And it's like people just have this blind faith, give Bryce a chance. Oh, you haven't seen they feel like flashes. Okay, Bryce made maybe 7 plays where I'm like, okay, Bryce. But outside of that, man, out of all the snaps that Bryce had, you can only name 7 plays that maybe really made me say, wow, I wasn't expecting Bryce to do that.
Correct.
And so I'm
Yeah.
like, man, he didn't show me anything, and it's like it's people don't want to face that reality, and that's why my approach is just build the team. I don't care about Bryce, just try to build the team the right way. Let's get some line I've heard you on other podcasts when I did the mock draft, build in the trenches, get your O line and D line together, and we'll go from there.
Right. Right. 25th against the run. If move that down to the teens, you might tack on a few wins, right? If you improve the line, run the ball more, run the ball better, you get the ball out of Bryce Young's hand. Time of possession is what I'm thinking about, right? Time, like I don't know what the historical number is, but basically the team that wins time of possession wins like 80% of the
Yeah,
time or something crazy like that, right? And the only way you improve in time of possession is improve our 25th run offense, and then improve our offensive line because our run offense was horrible too, right? So improving stopping the run and improving running the ball and getting the ball out of Bryce Young's hand, right? This Bryce Young can't see over the center thing or see over the line thing. The stats show it might be a real fucking thing, right? If you look at Bryce Young throwing deep center, right? Deep center, Bryce Young threw 1 interception and has a completion percentage of 22%, right? Intermediate center, he threw 3 interceptions. So we're at 4 interceptions now and has a completion percentage of 55.9%. Short center, 79 is short, and he threw 1 interception. 3, 4, 5. How many interceptions on the season, Omar? Was it 9? Did I lose you, Omar? Alex, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, man?
What's
Can you
going
hear me?
on, Omar? All right, talk your shit, man. What's going on with you, Alex?
Oh man, how you doing, bro?
I'm good, man. First time calling in, right?
Yeah, I talked to you like a few months ago
During the
Big Cat's,
game. Oh, Big Cat shit. Okay,
nah,
okay.
yeah, Big Cat show. I don't know if you remember me. It was when I forgot which live it was. But no, I heard what happened to you about the stroke. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, I'm doing better, man. I still got a few ailments from it, man. But a little therapy we have, man. But I'm walking, I'm talking and shit, man. I'm good, man. Lucky.
It was that bad?
Yeah, man. I couldn't walk for 3 days, man.
Damn.
Yeah, my recovery. Yeah, usually, most motherfuckers can't walk for months, if ever again, man. So I'm very lucky and fortunate, man.
Yeah, man. Hey, even though stuff happens, you gotta look at
Yes.
the bright side of things sometimes, you know?
Facts, man. I could be a paraplegic right now, man, or dead, man. So very
You
fortunate.
remember, could be worse. So
Facts, always, yeah.
yeah. Hey, on my stance of Bryce Young, I may not be very popular in your channel, bro. I
Nah,
actually
talk
like
to me, man. I
Bryce.
want somebody who's pro. Talk to me.
I actually like Bryce Young, man.
I like him as a person too, but we're talking about as a quarterback.
As a quarterback, yeah. No, I think we could build something around this guy. And like, let me explain.
Go ahead, bro.
I know. I'm subscribed to PFF too. So I know I'm familiar with all these analytics that you're throwing out.
Yep.
But the thing with analytics is they don't really give you the context; they give you the results.
I agree.
And there's a lot of things. Like people. Same with the Brian Burns thing. I think he's rated 78. He's an average pass rusher, though I don't think he deserves elite player money. I wouldn't be mad if we signed him for good pass rusher money,
Because pass rushers and quarterbacks are generally overpaid because it's hard to get those positions. I agree.
Yeah, but the thing is what PFF and all these like ratings won't tell you is this guy came in to the most dysfunctional ownership group in the league.
Right.
And then he comes in with Frank Reich, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this, but when the reason Frank Reich got fired, he couldn't score a touchdown, I think, in like 9 quarters.
And he was about 40 passes away from breaking the record for the most passes without a touchdown.
Yeah. So his schematics weren't good. He never used like motioning, which motioning is it kind of like what motioning does for quarterbacks, for young quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Is it automatically tells you what type of coverage they're in, whether they're in man and zone, right?
Correct.
And then from there, they build on. He didn't really use play action either.
Corner falls the receiver, you got man, most likely got man.
Yeah, like and all that. And I see it when Frank Reich, all he did was call fucking screens. And I don't mind calling screens to your fastest dude, but you called it to Adam Thielen of all people. And it's shit like that, and then it's just halfback dive. and then Frank Reich gets fired middle of the season. Before that, they were switching play calls from Thomas Brown back to Frank Reich, and then I'm like, bro, and then I don't know how many offensive line combinations this guy's had.
There was a few combinations, right?
Yeah, this guy had fucking Michael Jordan blocking for him.
Yeah.
Shit like this, and then I mean, really, DJ Chark's inconsistent, and if you remember, Bryce should have had a touchdown pass, but if you remember, DJ Chark fumbled in the end zone, and it was
the talking about the last game or the game before the last.
Yeah.
Now, I got a few things.
Yeah.
Go ahead, because I don't want you to go too far on before we go through a few points. You were mentioning that let's just talk about like the halfback dives, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the play calls, what we have to admit that, the stats don't tell everything, but I like to use the stats to make sense of what I'm seeing on my screen, right? And when you point to the halfback dives, right? There's something that started to happen with Bryce Young where there's real concerns based on the numbers and what I'm seeing if Bryce Young can actually really see over the offensive line.
Yeah,
he's really struggling to throw over the center, over the center of the field. Yeah. And eventually what started to happen is, he only took 2 snaps in college under center. So when he comes to the NFL, when he was under center, you realize he struggled immensely under center. So what Frank Wright started to do is he started to put them all in shotgun to give that Bryce Young that space to see over the line and give him that time. But the defense has started to key in on that. And they started to realize that, running out of shotgun is kind of hard all the time, right? So we got to actually get some, run plays going like they did last year. Everything we did last year was like under center. So they said, okay, we can't, the shotgun runs aren't working. Let's put Bryce Young under center and try to throw a little bit. Almost 90% of the time that happened, it was a disaster. So eventually what started to become apparent is every time Bryce is on the center, it's either a run dive or a bootleg to the outside. But if he dropped back traditionally, it was going to probably be a disaster. Bryce Young was going to hold the ball too long. Maybe he can't see over the line. I don't know. But then his lack of arm strength started to tailor the passing game too, man, where I think Frank Wright understood that this guy can't execute everything in the playbook, which is why they started to do a lot of screen passes. Because when Thomas Brown came in, Thomas Brown tried to make this offense a lot more explosive, and it led to more pick sixes and more turnovers. So I don't know. That's my 2 cents. I sort of disagree with the things you said. I don't see anything. I think his arm strength is a major problem, man. I think defense.
You know what his arm strength reminds me of? I
What's
think
that?
His arm. He's not gonna blow you away like over the top, which is fine.
Yeah.
Because a lot like let's be real, the only people with elite arms in this league are fucking Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. That could But he kind of reminds me a little bit of a Brock Purdy arm. Like nothing special.
Yeah.
He could complete over the middle. If honestly, I think a lot of it would be a lot of these problems would be answered with better schematics on offense. Because if you look at it, what's it called? When Joe Brady took over for Josh Allen in Buffalo, right?
Yeah.
The two biggest problems that the Buffalo Bills had on offense were running the ball and protecting Josh Allen. When he took over, those things, the Buffalo Bills ended up with the second best O-line and like a top 10 run game, if I remember. So honestly, schematics are a big part of it, and you also got to think his QB coach got fired as well.
Yeah,
during the middle of the season. So this guy is having multiple people, and I forgot who said it. It was a coach that said something that he had multiple like coaches in his ear telling him, "Oh, do this, do that," and I'm like, that affects especially a young quarterback.
1,000,000,000%, Alex. Generally, quarterbacks who have multiple offensive coordinators don't fare well.
Yeah, no, they're not successful. Yeah.
The problem is, right, like I always tell people is that what concerns me about Bryce Young is not it's not that shit isn't that he's doing isn't successful, that plays are going bad. The thing that concerns me with Bryce is what he looks like when he has an open receiver,
Yeah.
when he has time. 9.3% off target rate to open receivers, holding the ball, 10th most in the league, right? Those things concern me. Streaking receiver down the field, 30 yards down the field, he's underthrowing it. Those things are what makes me feel that Bryce Young isn't going to get better, not because he didn't have a good rookie season. I looked at things when I brought up, clean pocket passing percentages and shit like that. Those things
61,
concern me.
Yeah, 61%.
Yeah, because I would say, well, if his complete clean pocket passing percentage was higher, I would say, well, shit, if you protected him more, we could get more of this, right?
But like you also got to think about his number one target was Adam Thielen, and Adam Thielen with Bryce, he had his third best season, and he tied Steve Smith's catching record for our franchise. I don't know if you know that, but he tied up our catching record, Adam Thielen.
He had less. How many catches did he have?
103. That's I think that's a franchise record with us.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, and I'm like the only guy that I'll keep it a buck. Like the only guy in our receiving core that's like really worth a damn is Adam Thielen. I didn't feel Terrence Marshall. Time. I know he had that one stat where he was like really good with jump balls, but if
he was number one in the league in yards per reception last year.
Yeah, but you also got to think if Frank Reich and that coaching staff felt comfortable with Terrence Marshall being the number 3, I don't think Jonathan Mingo would have been here. But because I see Terrence Marshall, I think he had like 4 drops on the year.
Well there wouldn't have been a number. You only had Terrence Marshall. Really, you only had Adam Thielen, Terrence Marshall on the roster as receivers.
Yeah, and DJ Chark, I don't really like that.
Oh, one. DJ Chark, yeah.
DJ Chark, like this guy was super inconsistent all year.
Let's talk about Adam Thielen, man, because when we look at Adam Thielen, man, one thing we have to remember with Bryce, right? Adam Thielen, everyone, and I'm not shitting on Adam Thielen, but there's 2 important things to remember, right? I did an episode where I detailed every receiver that's ever played with Bryce. Generally, they have every receiver's ever played with them, dating back to college, has had their worst efficiency under Bryce, right? Even Adam Thielen right now was ranked 100th in the league in yards per reception, 9.7 right now, which is the worst of his career, right? Now, Bryce Young has a history of that. He hasn't really elevated any, Mechie was one and done, so I can't count that, right? I don't have anything to compare. So I haven't really seen Bryce Young elevate any receiver. And we also have to remember, even with Adam Thielen's throws, right? 40% of Bryce Young's total yards came in the 4th quarter of games, the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
And he has about 10 games in which it's 10 or 11 games in which 50% or more of his yards came on the last drive of a game. So even those passes from Adam Thielen, they weren't really that impactful. You get what I'm saying? I've never seen him elevate a receiver when he's given a clean pocket. He's still the worst in the league. It puts very low faith that if I get this guy weapons, that he'll do something with it. Just like I was telling the Kev, it almost seems like with him holding the ball 2.91 seconds, the more time you give Bryce, the more he's going to hold the ball. When he's sacked, he's literally holding the ball longer than CJ Stroud is. You get what I'm saying?
But for the CJ thing, I don't know if you watched like the All 22 film. Those wide like that. What's this OC called? Bobby Slowick.
Yeah,
that guy, man. That fucking dude. He knows what he had in Nico and Tank Dell and all of them boys. He schemed them up like they were college open on a lot of those plays. But I give CJ credit. Like he's a dog, Like, I honestly like right now.
You do agree that CJ's better, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You think it's situational?
Yeah. Like even if he's in a better situation, he's like what fucking rookie does that? Outside of Justin Herbert and Andrew Luck that had those ridiculous rookie seasons.
Yeah.
But no one like that guy. He's a gem, man. But But
Ellis Way said the Texans have better receivers, and I did an episode when I went through PFF before the seasons. The PFF agreed that the Texans had the worst receiving core in the league.
Yeah. That was the thing. Unfortunately, I'm not on record, but I thought I like John Mechie.
Yeah,
And I don't know about Nico Collins. I like Tank Dell. I didn't even know like what. I wasn't high on Mingo. I thought he was like a 4th or 5th round receiver. I'd rather have taken
that
Josh
was puzzling
Downs.
for me. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Josh Downs. Josh Downs. He had a good rookie year. Tank Dell was another one.
Yeah, and Nico Collins never caught more than 35 catches in his 3 years in the league prior to CJ.
And that also, you got to give Bobby Slowick a lot of that credit too, because I think schematics changes a lot of things.
I'm very slow to give a 1 year dude a lot of credit, but maybe, yeah.
Like schematics
been 1
changes.
year with him, right?
Yeah, it was 1 year. It's Bobby Slowick's first year.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, like I mean, I don't think that's a coincidence. You know, he was the pass game coordinator for the Niners, and then he comes in there. The D'Amico from the Niners, the Texans, they get their defense together, and they start playing good football after what's it called, after our game. That's when they really got their team together. But that's for Bryce. Like I agree with you in the sense that I don't like when people say we got a double dipping receiver in the draft. I disagree with that. We got to build those fucking trenches, bro.
We do
trenches because it's not a coincidence. The last 4 teams in the conference championship game, Baltimore, Kansas City, Detroit, and the Niners, they all had really good trenches on both sides of the ball.
Agreed.
That is no coincidence. Like they could run the ball at will. All of them could do it. And they could pass, and that opens up the play action for all of them. So I really don't think it's a coincidence that
possession, man. Time of possession.
And those teams play physical. So I agree. We have to build the trenches at all costs. And and also what's up?
Yeah, talk shit.
Yeah, and when they have good trenches, that opens up a lot more run. Like a lot of more run lanes for the running back.
Yeah.
And you're able to do a lot with trenches. So I disagree with double dipping receiver.
Yeah, Kev, and I want to talk about that different receivers, man. But Kev brought up a good point, man. It's a funny point. He said if schematics matter that much, Davis Mills would be under center. You knew you wasn't gonna be like when you came in here, but Kev got you, man.
No. Hey, there is some truth to both of those things, man. Yeah. You still gotta be good.
And here's the point too, man. I would say this too, man. A lot of times, and I'm going to get onto the double different receiver things. When CJ Stroud was doing well, a lot of people would say, "Oh, he's doing good because of this. He's doing good because of that." Those receivers slowly started to get hurt, and he elevated other receivers. Man, I mean, it just hit a head when Noah Brown had 172 yards.
Yeah. That one I'll give CJ with that one.
Yeah.
But I'll say this. I think he found 2 good receivers this year, and Nico and Tank Dell. Tank Dell was a little older. That's why he kind of wasn't like highly regarded.
Tank Dell is the rookie. You're probably thinking about Robert Woods. He has Robert Woods, Tank Dell, Nico Collins.
No, I'm talking about Tank Dell because it's like I really liked him coming out, but like the reason no one wanted to take him in like the first 2 rounds because of his age and his size.
Oh, you're saying Tank Dell is in general older. I didn't know that. How old is Tank?
He's 24.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, he's pretty old for a rookie.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So he'll be 25. So that is kind of old.
Yeah, he's gonna be 25. Yeah, that's pretty old. But no, I mean I genuinely do think we gotta build through the trenches, and I think better schematics. Yeah, I think honestly, like even though like Bryce had a fucking terrible year, I mean, it doesn't help when everything around you is like chaotic,
It doesn't.
Yeah,
but like
no stability.
Yeah, I'm watching a lot of these mock drafts, man, and a lot of people are like going to go get 3 receivers and a tight end like that. No, Bryce Young isn't going to drop back and air it out and be hitting all these, receivers. That's not. Yeah.
And even if so, they're all rookies.
Correct.
So they're all rookies, yeah. So these receivers like won't know how to, get leverage against like DBs and all that.
Yeah, and that's the only point I was making, man, is that if we
Yeah.
were 25th against the run, if we move that down from 20
Yeah.
to the teens, we'll tack on a few wins. Build the
Yeah.
offensive line, get that power. I've been screaming about a power running back all off season. I knew we needed one, and it
It's
really showed.
it's like again,
Be good,
and
call
for
up.
like yeah, like the you bring in Hayden Hurst and Miles Sanders, and they get their spots taken by fucking Hubbard and Tremble. Granted, I know like Hayden Hurst got a bad head injury, but like the free agents you do bring, they
Yeah,
suck too. You know, it's
yeah.
stuff
Uh,
like this. It's like it doesn't help out your rookie quarterback.
no, I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
But his physical limitations, man. Shit, man.
yeah,
They
yeah.
you
No,
know.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, and when I was reading his draft report, man, it summarized what I've been saying all season, man. Arm strength it's not below average, it's about average. But one of the
Yeah, it's
things is
average. You could live with it. You could live
well,
with it.
the thing is that arm strength it wanes as this game goes on, and that's what his scouting report says. In the fourth quarter, it's not as strong as it is in the beginning of the game.
Yeah,
Just my
but
opinion. Yeah,
you also got to think about it. His body hasn't fully developed.
yeah,
Like he was still a college kid. I think once he puts on more muscle, I don't think that's gonna be an issue anymore. Like, once he gets a little more stocky, I think a decent amount of those issues will like fade away. But the only thing I will say that the thing, Bryce Young doesn't have a deep arm that could, off a back foot and just launch it 50 yards downfield. That's not him. That's not his game.
yeah.
But I do think what I'm hoping Canales does is like he finds out something Bryce is good at, like what he said in the press conference. And
Be good. Your device not connected, dude. I think you have to allow the thing to accept. You have to accept to use your mic. So jump out and jump back in. It says not connected. Be good.
okay.
My fault, bro. Oh, homie thought I was talking to him, and I was talking to Be Good, not you, Alex. My bad, Alex. Alex jumped off. Yeah, I was talking to Be Good. He pulled up in the backstage. He said he had a few questions, man. But my man Alex still holding off, man. Yeah, call back up, Alex. Call back up. Yo, what's going on?
What's up? My device disconnected?
Nah, I wasn't talking to you, man. I was talking to
Oh.
someone who pulled up in the backstage, man. My bad, man. He thought I was
No,
talking. What's up, Nicky C? Nah, go ahead and finish up, man. My fault.
No, you good. You good.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just I hope he finds, which for me the concern is I hope they like double dip interior in the line.
Yeah,
And, like let's say we do trade Brian Burns, like I don't know, like
which I hope not.
for,
But
yeah, like for a late first rounder, the one guy I would only take in the first round is the center from Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. That he's a fucking animal, dude. Like that guy.
I pulled up the PFF grade, man. What's his name at center really struggled this year. Even in run blocking, man. You get what I'm saying?
Is it Zach Frazier? I think it was Zach Frazier.
Nah, our center, the one we signed last.
Yeah, Bradley Bozeman.
Yeah.
But you see that's the issue. Frank Reich wanted to make a zone blocking scheme, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm like, these guys, like you already had it set. You had Deontay Foreman, and these guys were, like hit you in the face. They were like power blocking. See, that's what I mean. Like the schematics were dumb. Like you're running zone off a shotgun. Like it's not only is the O line not built for that, it's so predictable too.
Yeah, it's a power run offensive line.
It's a power run, and that was my problem with Frank Reich. Like he had, a good running football team, and well, that's what Steve Wilkes. Like I'm not the biggest fan of Steve Wilkes, but Steve Wilkes gave this team an identity.
Yep, and that's the difference. He came in. I mean, we won 5 games. 3.
Yeah, he went 5-5.
No, he won 6 games, but Matt Rule's never won more than 5.
Yeah, that's and this is why, like, and you also got to think, like, this is why I don't really think Bryce is the problem, because everyone that's left us has fucking done significantly better. Like DJ Moore left, he got traded away. He had like career highs in a bunch of different stats.
Yeah,
and, Christian McCaffrey all of a sudden became healthy. He's never injured, and
I was gonna say Christian McCaffrey didn't necessarily do better. He just stayed healthy.
He stayed, which is crazy, because he was injury prone over here.
Yeah.
And Joe Brady gets fired. He goes to Buffalo, and look, like he had Buffalo as a top 3 offense when he took over.
One thing that was very interesting, the 49ers coach said something. A lot of people didn't talk about this, but they said something about Christian McCaffrey when he first got there. They basically alluded to Christian McCaffrey football knowledge just wasn't where you thought it should be. Meaning, like in Carolina, perhaps they were running like very simple shit. So a lot of the complex stuff he was trying to do with Christian McCaffrey, he was a little bit behind and needed to kind of catch up.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people didn't talk about that comment the 49ers coach made, man, but it just lets you know it's just like the simplicity of the shit that, maybe Ron Rivera or what's his face, Matt Rule was trying to run, because these were, Ron Rivera was a defensive guy. You get what I'm saying? He was run the ball, play defense type of shit. So
and that's what you also got. I mean, and I kind of have an unpopular take about Ekwonu. How much of Ekwonu's like his poor play is due to the turnstile of coaching staffs we've had? Because if you remember, he came in with Matt Rule, right?
Yeah.
Matt Rule gets fired his first 5 games into his career, right? And then he takes over as Steve Wilkes. He does better under Steve Wilkes. Then he's no longer the coach. And then Frank Reich comes in. And then he does terrible under Frank. And then Thomas Brown is now calling the plays. And then now it's was it Chris Tabor?
Yeah.
So how much of Ekwonu's development has been skewed because of like the poor coaching, like the coaching turnstile that we've had?
Well, I'll say that's always a factor, but even coming into the draft, he was not a good pass blocker in the draft. Charles Cross was sitting there, and he was the best pass blocking left tackle, right? Ekwonu was the run blocking tackle, which I don't know why you would draft a run blocking specialist as your left tackle first, but I guess we were going to be a run team. You know what I mean? So we were like, let's get the mean, nasty road grader at left tackle, and we'll work on the pass blocking set. But that was never his call of fame, man. You know what I mean? But they figured it would kind of be okay because we're more of a run team.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not ironic that he did better with Steve Wilkes.
Yep.
And this is why I always, a lot of it honestly goes on Frank. You knew that Ekwonu, that Bozeman, that all these boys were built for that, right?
Yep.
And you had a power back, but you actively let Deuce Staley go and pick up Miles Sanders, which ended up being a terrible idea.
Correct.
And,
he came in with a scheme in mind, man. He was like, "We're gonna air this shit out."
Yeah. You need weapons, regardless. Yeah. And another thing that I hear people knock about is when they play Bryce for man coverage. It's not that it's not that they have no respect for Bryce, but I think it's no respect for the receivers, because when you see when Josh Dobbs and the Vikings were going through cycles of quarterbacks, no one would dare leave Justin Jefferson on the island, or man up Jordan Addison or any receiver. No one would do that. So I
would disagree, man. You would really have to explain what happened in Seattle with Andy Dalton. I mean, it just looks different.
That one I can explain. That one, at the time the Seahawks, and people don't give the context. The Seahawks were the 29th ranked defense.
Correct.
And the reason was because they started the season all banged up. The only guy that they had on the field in the starting secondary was Quandre Diggs, the free safety.
So you're saying given the opportunity, because Bryce played 16, 17 weeks, and he didn't look explosive like that at all. Even when he threw 300 yards, most of that stuff was short and intermediate. I just don't think Bryce has the arm to really bang like that, man.
To beat you deep passes all game, no. But I think when you add how many times did Dalton throw? 60, almost 60.
58 to be exact.
58, 58, and he had barely 300 yards, and he had about 400, I think. Was it 400? Almost 4, yeah. No, I think it was 350, something I forgot what it was.
Yeah,
but what's it called? And again, this is where I always didn't. This is why I wanted Frank Reich and James Campen fired. the reason we lost that game was because of the undiscipline in the O line. How undisciplined it was. Because you remember, I think there was 8 holding calls that we had.
Yeah, it was ugly.
And
It was ugly.
4 of them were in Iquanu. I'm like, this team is like undisciplined. Like they and Frank Reich could not get him disciplined at all. And I was like, what the fuck?
My man Kev said 361. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, 361. Yeah. And I'm like, this is, I don't know, man. Like that's the reason we lost the game because of undiscipline, and really it was like a common occurrence for the rest of the season. Because every time we would make a big play, like Iquanu was holding, and most of the time it was him.
And what's important to remember about that 361, guys, is that Bryce Young, his yards per attempt is like the 10th worst, and like not 10th worst, but it's the worst of any quarterback in the past 10 years right now. In that Seahawk game, Bryce Young was averaging 4.2 yards per attempt. Like the next lowest is like 6.4, and that was like 8 years ago, right? So even if Bryce Young, with Bryce Young, what he was doing to get 361, Bryce Young would have had to throw almost twice as many passes with what he was averaging at 4.2 yards per attempt. So there's this 4.2 yards per attempt being one of the worst we've ever seen from any quarterback. Lets you know that it's a little bit beyond weapons. There's something going on with Bryce. You get what I'm saying? Because he's not the first overall pick ever. Generally, the first overall pick goes to the worst team, and they generally don't turn it like this.
Yeah, and I would say it's not just the lack of weapons. Like I said, it was a multitude of things.
Yeah,
turnstile of coaching. It was terrible O-line schematics. Turning a fucking power run team into a zone run, and not only it wasn't even just that. It was a zone blocking scheme for pass blocking, and they did bad on that.
You talk a lot about schematics, man. What do you think Dave Canales should do, or I mean, what could he do to improve this team? What needs to happen?
All right, for this one, I like this one. I like it because I like Canales a little more than Frank Reich because he's younger. Yeah, and I know they utilize motion less than us, but before the season there was a few reports where they said Baker Mayfield wasn't he couldn't keep up with the pre-snap motion. Mm-hmm. So Dave Canales centered the offense around what he was good at. That was airing the ball out, and they had the weapons to do so too.
Yeah. And
then especially in that Detroit game, what I really like is he was utilizing the motion, and he was what's it called? It's a specific route. I think it's called a dagger route. They had a bunch of dudes like running in dagger, and I like the play action he utilizes.
Oh, is it like a 9 route, but they're kind of slanted? And
it's like deeper.
Not running into each other, but the lanes kind of run into. Okay.
Yeah, and I like how he utilizes all that stuff, and he utilizes what his receivers are good at.
Yeah.
The Mike Evans. Go down there, he'll get it.
And then definitely knows. But yeah, man. So I mean, I don't know, man. It's just I have very little faith in Bryce, man. Just physical traits. I really think they're a big problem, man. I really think his whole ball game is like to be an improviser, but he just doesn't have the physical traits to be an improviser, which is ultimately what's hurting him and us. You know what I mean? You said Baker Mayfield was already good in Cleveland. Yeah, that's true. I did a whole episode on. I don't know if you saw the episode, man. I don't like the Dave Canales hype.
I've been hearing that you don't like it. I think he's better because he's younger, and I know like analytics can't explain, but he understands.
That's the only thing I'm hanging on, Kev. The only thing I'm hanging on is that he wants to be like Pittsburgh and have the same coach for 15 years. So he's buying a stock early and holding on to it and giving him time to kind of figure out the game. He's not a proven coach. You get what I'm saying? I think that's kind of what it is. He just wants his coach for the next 20 years. So he gets a young guy who's had some success and say, you know what, I'm going to ride with you. Let's just.
But you also got to think about this. Every head hot commodity of a head coach we try to get, they all kind of rejected us.
Oh yeah,
what are the chances? Okay, let's say this guy has a better record, which I think Tampa Bay would have been a better team if he stayed there because he would have had continuity with the team already, right?
Yeah.
So let's say, I don't know, instead of 9 wins this year, he gets like 11, 12, right? What are the chances he becomes one of those hot commodities and everyone's trying to hire him, right?
Yeah,
We're not getting him.
Yeah, he basically tried to buy this. He tried to buy a penny stock. Basically, he's buying in early on something that's showing promise.
Because
And
he tried to do that with Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson didn't want to coach. Like he didn't want to be a head coach.
Ben Johnson was a little different because Ben Johnson had led an elite offense, right?
Yeah,
now, he had in Tampa Bay was not an elite offense.
It wasn't elite, but like what I'm saying is this guy, that was his first year in Tampa Bay. I think what now that they built chemistry and all that, I think he would have had a way better offense the year after.
It's possible. I mean, they were 22nd, 31st in run offense. Passing was middle of the road. I just really feel like David Tepper just wants to get the same continuity. Like he wants to model after like Pittsburgh. So he want to get that continuity of a young coach. He said it. He wants a coach that's going to be here the next 20 some odd years, right?
And that's what you should want.
Yeah. So he mixed with the struggles he's having of getting one of those experienced coaches, because he's been fired 2 coaches in 2 years, right?
Yeah.
And he went young, and I will say I'm a little afraid that he might have went young and inexperienced because blocking my mic. Yeah, you gotta. It should be like a thing that pops up and says, "Do you will you allow the mic to connect?" Just keep trying it, bro. I'm afraid that he may have went young and inexperienced because he wants a yes man. I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, man, but it's a big fear of mine, man. And I think if Bryce thinks it up and he doesn't bench Bryce, it's because he's been told from upper management, you're not benching Bryce no matter what. You're here to
and that's the thing. And there was only you get into like a little like slippery slope with like young coaches.
Yeah,
because a lot of these coaches that got hired are like they have no head coaching experience. But I will say, if there was another guy, like a defensive-minded guy, I would have liked Mike McDonald from Baltimore.
Yeah. He made it clear in offense. He made it clear in the offseason, 2 years in a row he's on offense.
And I think that was a crutch for us. I think he shouldn't have done that. I would have loved Mike McDonald. For me, my list was in like my top 3 was Ben Johnson 1, Mike McDonald 2, and honestly,
I like Vrabel.
Vrabel was good. He was a good hire. He would have been a good hire, but he didn't get hired this cycle, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
I low key thought he was gonna be looking heavy at Bobby Slowick. Honestly, not because I like him, but I just think he would have contributed, just like he contributed Canales' success with quarterbacks is the reason he hired him. I thought he'd be looking at Slowick for the same reason.
Yeah, no, and Bobby Slowick, he liked Bryce Young in the pre-draft process. Like I think he would have had a legitimate plan for him, but Houston, they dumped a Brinks truck in front of him, and he's staying there for another season. Which he's gonna do something special in Houston with Stroud. Now they have continuity for 2 years in a row.
You got a ton of money, and I'm telling y'all think CJ Stroud got weapons. He's gonna really get fucking weapons this offseason.
They might even trade for T.
They're gonna go big. They're gonna go CJ Stroud.
The one thing, if Kansas City can't re-sign Chris Jones, watch out for them. I think Houston's gonna pick him up. Him and Will Anderson. Oh boy.
You said they decided not to work on Bryce's footwork. I don't know if that's the case, man. A lot of times, man, these coaches, like, you can't. They'll try to coach these bad habits out of these players. They see it just as clear as we see it, man. But when that ball is snapped and that pressure is on, people will revert back to their bad habits. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's
really what doesn't help when the interior of the pocket is the one that's the most pressure being applied for him.
What's up, Andrew?
Hello, Andrew.
Andrew connected and disconnected. Call back up, Andrew. My fault. I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
And that's the problem, like that's, in my opinion, that's like the worst place to get like pressured from, the interior, because I mean that literally you have nowhere to run.
Facts.
Like at that point.
Yeah.
Unless you're Lamar Jackson, let's be real, you're not escaping that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Although I don't think Bryce Young can see over the line. And when I pulled up his stats, I mean, he's really having trouble in the middle of the field, man. It's evident.
Canales said he has a bag of tricks to help him out with that. You know, Baker Mayfield, was he like 6 foot tall? He's not
Baker
that
is
tall either.
tall. Baker was getting a lot of balls back down here in Carolina in the first couple of weeks.
Oh yeah, and that
What's up,
improved
people?
with Canales.
Yeah.
Elaine,
What's up, sir?
yeah, don't make me pull up on you.
Hey, I didn't say anything bad about your boy today, man. This has been a Canales friendly show.
Hey, listen,
man.
I just got home, and I know, and that's cool. I just got home, and I saw you've been on a while, but I wanted to shout out. Hey, listen, you're right. We're really in unexplored territory right now with him. Okay,
correct.
I followed the NFC South really close this year, and the one thing I noticed was when they had that team changed. They lost like 5 games in a row, and they were like 3-7, and they went on a freaking tangent. Go back and look at their offense, how that offense pulled together the second half of the season, and they were a different team, and they carried that into the playoffs. You know, Baker still tied for lead with touchdown passes in the playoffs, and even only played 2 games. So
it's like a Steve Wilkes effect, because I don't think there's much of a stat. Steve Wilkes' stats probably didn't look good either, but the attitude of the team was completely different out of Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, analytics really can't tell you.
Yeah, but
I mean, they got their shit together, man.
But the thing is, here's the thing. Steve Wilkes has a paper trail. Okay, he was a head coach. He was a head coach for a full season in Arizona, and he was 6-6 with Carolina. And the question I have, the point I try to make, I talked about this when they let Wilkes go, and a lot of people were very upset about it. They couldn't understand it. Yeah. And I simply said, in San Francisco, there's a different culture than there is in Carolina. In Carolina, if you go 6-6 after the seasons we've had under Matt Rule, that's a win. But if you go 6-6 in San Francisco, you're out of there.
And Andrew, you made that point on Big Cat Show, and that completely changed my whole perspective about the whole situation. I heard you that night, 2 nights ago, when you made that, and I was like, that makes so much sense. Their standards are so fucking high that, yes, you coach the top 10 defense, but this ain't good enough here.
And I think he did a good job. I thought Steve Wilkes did a good job, but if you go back, which I don't expect you to, but even before the season started, when Wilkes took that job, I was telling Unc, if he don't finish in the top 5 in defense, they're going to ship him out because they finished number one under DeMeco Ryan.
You called
Andrew, you know what killed him though? It was they just had so many suspect defenses. You gave up 24 to Jordan Love. You gave up 31 to Ben Johnson and the Lions. And then Mahomes' last 4 drives in the Super Bowl were touchdown, field goal, touchdown. I think that's what killed him. That was like the final dagger.
Yeah. Our standards are so low, man. Go ahead, Andrew.
Well, and that's only because of the record we've had under Matt Rule. Steve Wilkes was a breath of fresh air. He got the team winning again. And I'm not disputing that. But when San Francisco, they start the season out every year thinking they're going to win the Super Bowl with the talent they got.
Yep.
Okay. Where Carolina is saying, hey, I hope we can win 9, 10 games, And with Bryce Young, we kind of went in with our hopes up because we got the number 1 draft pick. Yep. But the only point I was trying to make was it wasn't a complete shock to me when they moved Wilkes. Now, the next one, I really believe Shanahan, if he don't win it this year, he's gone. Because the expectation is he lost the NFC championship.
So?
Of course, Brock Purdy was hurt the whole game practically. But then they got to the Super Bowl and they had the lead and they lost it. Yeah. So
Alex,
what I was just trying to make that point, the distinction between the two,
Yeah. No, it resonated with you, man. Alex, even what he's saying, man, the standards are just different, man. Like these teams that are, they literally not like, we'll see what happened. I think we gonna make the Super Bowl. No. This is a Super Bowl roster. It's Super Bowl or bust. And that's not a place that Carolina's found their place in. So we can't really resonate with that, man. That's why it's easy for coaches that are top defensive coordinators to get fired, man. Like we should win the Super Bowl. That's how they feel.
Yeah. Because like, look at it this way. I think Wilkes had the seventh or eighth defense in the NFL this year. If that were in Carolina, we'd be saying, man, that's great. Everyone did great if we had a right. But in San Francisco, they're saying, well, what happened? We went from number 1 down to number 7 or 8. That's a big fall.
Everyone would have got fired in San Francisco, man. Third passing, but 22nd against the run. Yeah, they would have fired in San Francisco.
I think
it's a different ball game.
Everyone's a better coordinator because if you remember, Steve Wilkes inherited the number 1 overall defense and the reigning defensive player of the year, Nick Bosa, and they upgraded the D line by getting Javon Hargrave and
that's fair.
Chase Young. So if he had like the 3rd best defense, I don't think they would have minded, but I think it's the playoff run that really did do damage to him and was probably the main reason they fired him.
Yeah, and when you take that job, I have no doubt in my mind that Steve Wilkes wasn't surprised, and not because he didn't do a good job, because when you take that job, he knew what he was getting into when he took it. Yeah, you're offered a head coaching or a defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers. They're a Super Bowl team. They're right where they belonged in the Super Bowl. They had the best team in the NFC.
Not only that, but the spotlight's a lot brighter too. Everything is like under magnified times 10 by the media and by everybody.
And that doesn't mean that Steve Wilkes is not the cause of their loss. That's not what I'm saying at all. But they look at it different there. They're looking. They want to be top in everything. And if there's if you drop 7 spots in your defense in 1 year, that's a big drop for a team like that. That's the only point I was trying to make, E.
No. I mean, when you made it that night, I wasn't on the show. When I heard you make that point on the Big Cat show, I was like, wait, that actually makes a lot of fucking sense. Yeah. The standards are different. It's just shit we're not used to, man. We're not used to our standards being that high. We hear a top 10 defense and go, oh, okay, this is it. This guy's great. He's not the problem. They're like, no, we want top 5, number 1 defenses. This roster demands that we are the best in the league.
Exactly.
We've never thought like that as Panther fans. Never.
Yeah. They fucked up. They're gonna have a hard time. I still think he's a good defensive coordinator.
I think so too.
But it's gonna be tough for them to climb back into that number 1 or 2 spot again because these players they're gonna probably lose some players unless they make some moves. I don't know, but that's the world. That's the world they live in up there in San Francisco.
I heard they're interested in Brandon Staley and Mike Vrabel, one of those two.
And Von Geechie's right. The offense really lost the Super Bowl. It had nothing to do with Steve Wilkes. I think that offense lost that Super Bowl. Shanahan choked just like he did against Brady.
Damn.
Yeah, but you and I and everyone else knows about that. But San Francisco doesn't look at it that way.
Correct.
San Francisco says is the Chiefs scored on four of their last 4 drives. The last 4 times they had the ball, they scored all 4 times.
I didn't even notice that. But
yeah, that's a fact. Look it up. The Chiefs scored all 4 times the last 4 possessions.
Holy
it was
shit.
touchdown.
That had everything to do with it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Offense lost the Niners game. They had a lot of chances to put up points. Yeah, I mean, we know that. We knew that. But, they're not the coach. Only the owner can fire the coach. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think a lot of it was that special teams fuck up that they had.
But I'm going to go back and watch. I just got home a few minutes ago. I'm going to go back and watch your breakdown.
You missed a lot of good content, Andrew. Go back and watch it, man.
Well, I'm definitely going to watch it.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite shows that I've done so far.
Because when you break it down, we all hoped that Bryce Young would be what we thought he would be. We all hoped that. but you know, the odds are against him. He's not a physical specimen, and unless he has a perfect environment around him, it's going to be a tough road for him, man.
Correct. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't have the tools to be an improviser in the league, man. The arm strength, the lack of speed. We're gonna have to get a team around him to carry him, man. We're gonna have to go back to a run offense, man. But I appreciate you joining, Andrew, man. Definitely. I wish you were watching as I was breaking it down. It's such a good episode, man.
Yeah,
really, time in the pocket, every throw from every position, situational throws. But you're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah. I had to run an errand, but when I came back, I saw you were on. I said, "Oh man, I got to dive in here and at least let I'm going to go back and watch that because that kind of stuff is good info. A lot of stuff you've told me a lot of stuff I didn't know, and I even brought it up on Big Cat Show the other night about 1,200 of his yards coming in the fourth quarter.
Ridiculous.
That's huge. That's huge. Elaine, break that down. He had 2,800 yards and 12 in the fourth. That means he had 1,600 yards in 16 games for the first three quarters.
Exactly.
So
Basically.
he had in 3 quarters of every game, he averaged 100 yards passing.
100 yards passing. Yep.
That ain't going to get it done.
No. And that's why we constantly were at the 30 and 40 yard line, but just couldn't score. It just felt like the ball never moved. And that's the reason why, because it didn't move until the fourth quarter when the game was already over.
Right.
I mean,
that's a huge tell.
It is. 40% Adam Thielen's yardage was actually in the fourth quarter as well. Do I still got Adam Thielen, guys? Let me pull this up for you guys. This is the last little thing I got to show you guys. It's Adam Thielen. Okay. I didn't get a chance to show this because the conversation never really went here. So not only did 40% of Adam Thielen's yardage come, in the fourth quarter, but we're looking here. This is his breakdown here, guys. 446 of his yards, nearly 500 of his yards came between 0 and 9 yards, guys. So basically dinking and dunking the whole time. 40%, there was 10 games in which Bryce Young had 50% of his yardage on one drive, on the last drive. Like that, let that sink in. There were 10 games last season in which Bryce Young had 50% or more of his yardage for the game on the last drive of the game. So when Andrew says 1,200 yards in the fourth quarter, it's even worse than that. A lot of times we're talking the last drive or maybe the last 2 drives of the game in which majority of that yardage came from. It was ugly, guys.
Think about this, Elaine. About 18% of his completion yards came in one game in Seattle.
Who? Wait.
Am I right?
No. Bryce Young didn't play in Seattle.
No. I'm saying if Adam Thielen had 1,000-yard receiving, he had 145 of that in one game.
Oh yeah, exactly. Oh yeah.
So what is that? 11 or 12%, somewhere in there.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like 12, 13% or something like that. It's under 15%, but it's 10.
Yeah,
12%.
In one game, one game.
You guys catch that? So what he's saying is that Adam Thielen had 1,000 yards, right? Forget the point that I'm telling you that, Bryce Young is dinking and dunking to Adam Thielen in the fourth quarter. He still got 1,000 yards. But of those 1,000 yards Adam Thielen got, roughly 12% of them came in a game in which Bryce Young was not playing.
Yeah, extrapolate that out times 17.
Correct.
Damn.
and that's why you guys, this is the most unimpactful 103 catches you've ever seen in your life. That's why. Right? Nice. Because it only came on dinks and dunks when the game was over. Fourth quarter, everybody's backing up. You get what I'm saying? It really didn't. What did I show you guys early? The stat that said money throws are throws on got to have it situations, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1.
Yeah.
He's last in the league on money throws. So
Yeah,
when
and
the matters, he wasn't finding Adam Thielen. When the situation matters,
and see that's where I'm hoping we can make an improvement, because one of the best teams in the league on 3rd downs
yeah,
was Tampa Bay.
I didn't know that.
They were, I think, top 5.
That's interesting. I didn't know that.
And that's really good, because that's situational football right there.
Yeah.
I love that. Like when I look at like offenses, I look at red zone percentage and 3rd down percentage. And if they're really high, that means you're really good.
I may be wrong. It seems like I read that somewhere.
Yeah.
If that's true, I really like that. That's really good situational football.
Now, I mean, I would take it with a grain of salt with a team that has those receivers.
Mike Evans.
I mean, Mike Evans is the biggest converter. You know what I mean? But that's still interesting. I mean, the quarterback has to make the plays. The coach still got to draw up the plays. You know what I mean? So I mean,
they called them too. So yeah,
I mean that's something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree with you. You could see. Listen, one person saw in Baker Mayfield what the rest of us didn't. Well, I always knew he had it, but what Carolina didn't see, and Sean McVay saw it. He wanted him right away when he came available. Yeah. And you could see him starting to change in LA. That game he had on Christmas Day in against Denver was a freaking clinic.
Yeah. Okay. Not even that, Andrew. Remember his first game? He had literally 4 days of practice, and he beat the Raiders on Thursday night.
No, he had one day of practice. He got there 2 days before the game.
That's what coaching does, you know. That's what I'm hoping Canales could do with Bryce, fix a lot of his issues. Because if you remember,
I'm just hopeful that he's going to make them better, but I still stand on the fact that I think he'll be out by game 5. I just don't think he's going to make it, you guys.
Yeah, I don't know.
You said Bryce is going to be by game 5, yeah. Shit,
I'm just more optimistic.
Hopefully sooner. But
I think by game 5,
yeah.
If he turns up like he did last year, they're not going to sit on him all year this time.
No.
They're not going to do it. Dan Morgan won't do that again.
I think by week 6 and 7, it started to get uncomfortable this year. It started to get obvious and uncomfortable. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, if we're let's say we're 3-2 or 2-3, he'll probably stay in there. Correct. But if we come out 0-4, 0-5, he's out of there, man.
Correct. Exactly.
He's out.
Exactly. Because they're going to want to end the season on a high note, because he's seen the past 2 coaches get fired in the first year.
Yeah. And the point I wanted to make on the coaches, Elaine, is everyone thinks I'm a big Frank Reich fan and all this shit. Let me give you an example. The problem with David Tepper is he's not giving his coaches enough time to take a team that's been terrible and turn a corner. He gave Frank Reich 11 weeks. What if Detroit would have done that with Dan Campbell? What was Dan Campbell's record his first year?
It's probably horrible.
It was 3-14, I think.
Yep.
And you think if he had a 3-14 record under Tepper, he would have survived?
No, he wouldn't.
Tepper would have canned him.
Yeah.
And he turned the team around. It takes more than one season to turn a team that's been losing consistently around.
Mike McCarthy only won 5 games with the Green Bay Packers his first 3 years or something like that. You know what I mean? It just takes time. Even with Aaron Rodgers or whatever, man, it just took time to really piece together teams that are traditionally bad and put together a winning culture.
Yeah. And that's what Tepper did. He took, in my view, he took a bunch of good experienced NFL coaches and said, "Nah, bullshit, you're out of here." Okay.
No, but here's the difference. I think there's a significant difference, because when they hired Dan Campbell, they also hired the GM. I forgot his name. They hired the GM, him and Dan Campbell together, right? They knew this was going to be a rebuild. They knew year 1 it was going to be bad. What I think David Tepper wanted, and if you guys remember, we're just a quarterback away. We're going to hire all these really good coaches. I think they wanted they wanted to win now, you know, and especially since there was no improvement on outside of the defense. That's why
But
I
the
think they
problem
canned
is,
us.
yeah, but the problem is they were a quarterback away all year.
Yeah.
Nothing
Yeah,
improved.
Right.
Okay,
and and and
nothing.
and and they wanted Frank Reich to shepherd Bryce, but that
I
just
don't
didn't
care
pan
how
out.
bad the Panthers were. I don't care how bad their weapons were. I don't care. How do you take the number one draft pick and put up these kind of numbers?
Andrew, it's the first time. It's the first time in history that a team has got a first round quarterback and lost this many more games than they did the previous year.
Elaine, they got shut out the last 2 games, and then I think the last game he threw for 94 yards.
Right.
Only
Listen,
the
Andrew, everyone
Panthers.
might like to bring up Peyton Manning and John Elway and these quarterbacks that struggled. The reality is those quarterbacks went to bad teams and won as many or more games than that team won the previous year. This has been a major decline under Bryce. It's been a 6-7 game decline.
Yeah.
That shit is awful,
You
man.
generally don't get the first overall pick and get significantly worse.
Man, that is, man. Only we could do that, man. Only the Panthers.
Yeah, and Kev's made the good point, man. That schedule, when that schedule come out, that's important because if we got 2 division games early, like we did this year, I think we started off with 2 division games in the first 3 games or something weird like that. That becomes very more pivotal about like when to sit Bryce or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? 0-2, Bryce has got to sit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm objective. Like, I give Bryce the benefit of the doubt because again, he came into the most dysfunctional fucking turnstile of coaches. Everyone's snitching on each other, you know, and just quite frankly, the schematics weren't good and there wasn't that much juice or talent on the team. But I will say, if Bryce stinks it up like he did this year, yeah, no, bro, nah.
Kev, the only thing I would fight you back on the schematics is that these are the same
Mhm.
schematics that Frank Wright has ran with 5 different quarterbacks. Well, was it 4 quarterbacks who've all had their best year under him?
But if you remember, Elaine, the only 2 that it succeeded with were Hall of Famers in Andrew Luck and Philip Rivers.
Was it not Jacoby Brissett had his best year too, Andrew?
Yeah.
So did Philip Rivers.
And then Philip Rivers.
But
Yeah.
the only 2 ones
And
that
Carson Wentz.
And Matt Jones. Matt, what's that?
For Carson Wentz, Philip Rivers, and Jacoby Brissett.
And Alex, and what's his name from Atlanta too? The Atlanta quarterback? Was he under?
Well, yeah, but no,
No.
he only had Matt Ryan that season. He got fired after 5 games.
Yeah.
But the thing about that, Elaine, is everyone goes, well, you know, not everyone, but there's certain guys that say, how do you get fired mid-season? Well, when he got fired, that team was 2-3 and in the playoff hunt. And after they fired him, they won 1 more game the rest of the year. 1 more. That's it.
So it was a bad
that year. Indianapolis won 3 games all year. And Frank Reich had 2 of them out of 5 games. So I'm not going to sit here and debate whether or not we should have kept Frank Reich. What I'm saying is that you've got to give a coach more than 11 weeks to turn a team like this around. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, I agree with that. They kind of just they scapegoated him.
Correct.
And honestly, a lot of this was the sins of Scott Fitterer catching up to him. Just poor drafting after poor draft class after poor draft class. It was an accumulation of things, man.
I'll tell you what happened, you guys. If you remember, and it's not funny because I'm a Panther fan and I don't like to laugh at our failures, but when Tepper stormed out of that locker room throwing those F-bombs, that's when he fired him. And it came because all three of those coaches said, you're the one that fucked this thing up. You drafted the wrong guy. That's what happened.
Something was said in that locker room he didn't like. What's up, Bunk? He said, Elaine, 2+ hours. Yes, sir, man. Getting in my groove, man.
Who's that, Unc?
Yeah, Unc.
Tell Unc to pull up.
Yeah, pull up, Unc. Yeah, man. But
we're a fucking clown show, man.
And you know, and to be honest, man, all of Bryce Young most of his good games happened under Frank Reich, man. All those 200-yard games and shit, most of them
As
happened.
weird as yeah, as weird as it is, that's true.
Before you end your show, I got to ask you, Elaine. Put your general manager's hat on. What do you do with Brian Burns right now?
I got two options, man. I'm not going to get a good trade because teams know that we're desperate. They're not going to give us anything good. Only thing I could do is put the transition tag on him. That allows he has to come back, but it also allows him to seek a deal, and that team would give me 2 first-round picks. Do I think a team's going to do it? No, but I just got to reuse the franchise tag. I would be negotiating from a weak position when trying to trade him right now. Tag and trade him.
But you also got to think about it. A team like Baltimore is kind of desperate for a pass rusher.
Yeah. Well, that's what the transitional tag is going to do for me. It's going to allow a desperate team to maybe come in and give me 2 first-round picks, but the chances of that is low. We botched it.
Very low. Very low. Because when I'm convinced that Fitterer near the end of the year, when we were like, let's say 2-12, I'm convinced that Fitterer was trying to unload him, but nobody wanted to give him those 2 picks that he passed on.
Yeah, or David Tepper.
You know why? They looked at his stats this year,
Yeah.
They looked at his stats.
True. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
His stats and his position with the team, where we would be arguing from a very weak position and trying to get compensation for him, man.
Yeah. That's why, for the life of me, I couldn't understand why he didn't go out and try to put up the best numbers of his career, because that would have ensured him the money he's looking for.
Well, we're on the street. He was injured. That's what I'm hearing. You know, he did have the surgery. I'm not making excuses by no means, but he did get the surgery in the offseason. And then, you know, I did hear him say something about kind of playing injured all year or something like that. Still scratched out 9 sacks. Well, 8 if you don't count the halves. But
yeah.
But yeah, it's not the kind of year you want to turn in on a contract year. Maybe
not when you're trying to get not when you're going into free agency. You've got to put up some. Now, I think he knew that, because before the season started, he said he wanted 12 sacks by game 12.
Yeah. Now, I would say this, though. I will say this, that we did do the PFF breakdown of the roster, and I showed you guys how poorly those 2 defensive ends were playing. And those positions are so important in a 3-4 scheme, as far as those guys anchoring so those linebackers can run free. I think a good coach and a good team will extrapolate that and say, given other talent around him and the right pieces and an actual nose tackle, those 8 sacks could easily be 12. So that could happen, right?
But in fairness to him, in the 3-4, he's not going to get as many sacks because he's not up on the line.
Correct.
Okay, so you know, I expected his stats to fall off, his sacks to fall off a little bit.
Well, I'll also say this, Andrew, that with Bryce Young being so bad and the offense being so bad and us being out of most games, the pass rush opportunities were not also there either, right? In games where you're in contention more and, you know, each play matters and the other team is trying to score and pass the ball more, you will have more pass rushing opportunities. But instead, we were 25th against the run, so teams got ahead.
Yeah, and Elaine, there's 2 ways to look at that too.
Yeah.
Our defense had to be exhausted every game because it was 3 and out practically every series for our team.
Correct. So by no means am I making excuses, but I think good GMs and scouts will say, in the right circumstances, if that offense was a little better, if those defensive linemen were a little better, you could probably tack on about 3 more sacks for Burns this year.
I mean, that's why Derek Brown had so many tackles. He was on the field 40 minutes out of a 60-minute game practically.
Here's the thing that's like where I think both parties were fucked up. Where Scott Fitter, if you denied those 2 first-rounders and a 3rd rounder, right?
Yeah.
You should have already, at that moment is when you should have signed Brian Burns and extended him.
Correct.
I don't think you don't turn down 2 first-rounders for a player.
Yeah, he fucked up. Right? And it's not Brian Burns' fault.
And where I think Brian Burns is at fault as well is he wants elite edge rusher money, but you're not elite, man.
Yeah,
I think you're good, but like if you want Myles Garrett, TJ Watt money, those are game wreckers.
But see what he was doing, he was waiting for the Nick Bosa contract. He was waiting to see. He was waiting to see what they were going to pay Nick Bosa, and when they then he went, and that's when he chomped down and said, "No, I'm not taking," because I don't know how much truth there. I read in several articles that the Panthers were about 23 million. That's what they were offering,
and I think what he's worth, that's what he's worth. I don't think he's
because he was making 16, so that's not a big jump. Because the cap goes up every year, so it's not a big jump. But what I'm saying is, I think he wanted those Nick Bosa numbers, the Myles Garrett, those numbers, and it just you're not going to get that.
The problem is those guys are defensive players of the years, and Myles Garrett and Nick Bosa.
Well, I've seen him take over games.
Yeah,
I've seen him take over games. I've seen him just dominate and win a game on defense. I saw one game this year. He had 4 sacks, 2 strip sacks, and a block punt.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Myles Garrett. Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. I mean,
and to be fair, man, a lot of the critiques a lot of people had of Brian Burns, which is kind of telling, is that a lot of people accused him of only showing up in the first half, right? And there's a lot of circumstances. It's not like I'm making a lot of excuses for him. There's a lot of circumstances with the offense and, the situations of the game of why, the opportunities just aren't there for him to show up in the second half, right? And I remember, man, just a quick story, guys. There was a story that Michael Irvin was telling one time, right? He was talking about a time where he was negotiating his contract. And, they were saying that, like, Chris Carter is the #1 receiver. We think we should pay this. And he says, he picks up the phone in the middle of the negotiation and calls Chris Carter, and Chris Carter doesn't pick up. So he looks at them and says, Chris Carter's not available. You have me. So pay me what I'm worth. And that's the attitude a lot of players have. Like, yeah, okay, Nick Bosa's this and that, but you don't have Nick Bosa. You have me. Pay me like I'm, like I'm your top guy. Like I'm important to your defense. A lot of guys view it like that. And probably not the right way to view it. It's not the way a lot of owners in NFL view it. But that's how a lot of guys believe, man. I'm a great defensive end. Even if I'm not the best, I want to be paid like the best.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
Exactly. I get it. And he's only 25 years old. He's just a kid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
But
exactly.
There's also a problem to that, because you could argue he's not the best D lineman on the team, and that's Derek Brown. And his contract is coming up, I think, next year.
Yeah.
So and Derek Brown
they'll have the money. Bryce ain't. I don't care. Listen. Bryce is not gonna. I don't care if you think Bryce is gonna be. Bryce might be average, okay, but he's not. Bryce isn't gonna get max money anytime in his career. Never. I promise you that.
Yeah. I don't think he is.
They'll have the money to resign Derek Brown.
Yeah.
Bryce, that $41 million Bryce got will be the biggest contract of his fucking career. I guarantee that.
I'll have my thoughts clear like by the end of next year. Maybe hopefully, hopefully we have our guy.
Yeah.
Because not having a quarterback, what the fuck, man? That is no. Yeah. I think not having a GM is worse though.
Dynasty Football Key said, I started the live, took my son to the aquarium, and you're still going. Keep grinding. Facts, man. Didn't realize it's been so long, man. But breaking down that depth chart, that passing chart, it was fun, man. It just took a while to get through too, man. So very good conversation today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. He said, you, the only one pass rusher in the team, is playing conservative. Yeah, I just, again, man, don't be surprised that this offseason hits and Bryce Young, and Brian Burns gets a mega deal, because a lot of teams are going to look at that and say, a lot of your other defensive linemen didn't grade out well at all. Actually, all of our other defensive linemen besides Derek Brown graded out as poor. And then on top of that, when you look at it where you're out of most games in the fourth quarter, and you still got 8 sacks, most teams are going to extrapolate that and say this is a 10-plus sack guy. In fact, he's averaged 9 sacks in his career. So this is a 10-plus sack guy, especially on a really good team. So I think if we end up letting him walk, guys, we're going to end up regretting it. You get what I'm saying? Because we're not really looking at his situation in totality. And with what he said, he might have been playing hurt all year too. You get what I'm saying? I mean, 2 or 3 sacks, we'd be talking about his season completely different. You get what I'm saying?
I don't doubt that because everybody that leaves us
Yeah.
gets way better or just gets healthier. Whatever stigma that they had, they just prove everybody wrong.
But Alex, if he had 10 sacks this year, most people would be like, yeah, resign him.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good point. Honestly, I wouldn't be mad. Look, if we're gonna trade him, you better get something good out of it. Not just something good out of it. You better hit on those picks because man, we do a lot of fucking trading for what? Well,
we're in a bad situation, man, because we can tender him and he can refuse to show up. Now, granted, I think we learned this year that I don't think he's a holdout type of player. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think he'll throw a tantrum and act like it, but he won't. Ultimately, he's going to show up. But like, it could be that type of situation again, a distraction where we tender him and then like he's like, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to show up. I'm not going to be in mini camp, and you know what I mean. It's just we really botched this shit.
Like a Chris Jones type of thing.
Yeah, and I think really it's Scott Fitter, man. Scott Fitter I don't think Scott Fitter has made any big signings or big deals or anything like that, man.
No.
He couldn't get Reddick done. You get what I'm saying? Like he just hasn't. They've just been scared to pull the trigger when it comes to making big signings.
No, remember they didn't want to sign Riddick or anybody that year because they wanted to trade for Deshaun Watson.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
it's stupid. It's stupid shit. See, this is what I get. It's stupid shit like this. Because of that deal, the Texans rebuilt their team.
Yeah,
and the Browns got a guy that's about to get suspended again. And Deshaun, an alleged sex offender. That's what the Browns got out of it. And look what Houston.
Deshaun Watson's about to get suspended again.
Yeah, they're looking at it again because
there's another massage incident. What's going on?
I think they're reopening the cases.
Okay,
I don't know what's going on.
Holy shit!
Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but they're looking at suspending him again. I'm like, well, it's shit like that's why I say like bad GMs. I think is the worst thing that can happen to your team because the shit was Scott Fitter. Every trade that this guy has done, from the Sam Darnold to declining the Brian Burns to the Christian McCaffrey. Yeah, that's what you can say all you want about Bryce Young, right? But he's a rookie. This guy had nothing to do with all these terrible things and how this roster was just poorly deconstructed and even worsely reconstructed, you know?
Right.
That's bad GM. Bad GMs will a bad head coach, you know, whatever, bad QB, they're on a time clock, but a bad GM will send you back years, dude.
And I understand why Scott Fitter can take those 2 first-round picks. I'll be honest with you guys because you guys got to remember Scott Fitter was kind of, in my rule, were kind of on the hot seat when those draft picks for 2 and 3 years in the future. You know what I'm saying?
It was for next year. It was for the year after that. But
they weren't for the current draft that was coming up. Yeah. They were for the one after that and then the following one. So like he was thinking like I might not even see these fucking draft picks. You get what I'm saying?
But in that case, you re-sign Brian. You have to extend Brian Burns. Because that year he was having a monster year. That's why I say Scott Fitter. It's like he picked every wrong choice. Every wrong choice.
Yeah.
And this is why
the draft picks, and then I still didn't get the deal done.
And that's the fucking worst part about it. You still didn't get the deal done. That's the part that pisses me off. And it's like, in the McCaffrey trade, you got a bunch of day 2 and day 3 picks. You can't even pick up depth. Yep. You traded like 2 of those picks went to DJ Johnson. Like,
we got fucked on the McCaffrey trade. Let's just go ahead.
Think about it. He got an MVP vote. He was out there balling, right? And he was a big reason why the Niners are there where they were. And you didn't get a first rounder out of him?
I've always maintained for you guys to put perspective to it. The second round pick that we got in McCaffrey trade, DJ Moore, and a first round pick is what we traded for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
So basically, we traded Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, and a first round pick for Bryce Young.
For Bryce Young. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
And think about how stupid that is. Yeah. You traded away your 2 best weapons, and you knew you were going to draft a rookie quarterback.
Yep.
And what makes it worse is they were scouting Bryce like 2 years before that.
Yep.
They're like, oh, we got some scouts down in Tuscaloosa, and we think Bryce Young's going to be special.
Yep.
Okay, I agree with drafting a quarterback, but don't fucking deprive him of all his weapons, dude. That's Yeah, like shit like this is why we are where we are in the whole bad GMing. That's what it is.
Bad quarterback play will set you back years. That's a fact. I contend that we're set back about 3 years because of this Bryce trade. I know Alex will disagree, but Bryce has set us back about 3 years, guys.
And look, I could be wrong. I could also be right.
Yeah.
But look, until the jury's out on Bryce, I'll admit like what the case is. But like again, this Scott Fitter shit, that in my mind, that's what really set us back as a team. Letting all the talent walk in Stephon Gilmore. You traded a 5th-round pick for Stephon.
Oh, he fucked off some picks. Yeah. And then we traded a 3rd-round pick for CJ Henderson, right?
Yeah. No, it wasn't just him. We traded away Dan Arnold too, the tight end.
Yeah. Well, I don't count him because I don't know what he was going to do. But yeah, we traded Dan Arnold too.
Yeah, Dan Arnold. We traded Dan Arnold, a 3rd-round pick for CJ Henderson.
Yep.
And then we traded how many? It was a second,
a 4th,
and a 5th for Sam Darnold.
3 draft picks for Sam Darnold, which ultimately all 3 of those draft picks turned into absolutely fucking nothing. If you guys, and I implore you guys, I keep asking people, someone give me one good draft pick of Scott Fitter. Give me one. Jeremy Chin's lost his job, so we can't do that.
No, and that wasn't him. I don't think that was him.
It was. He got Jeremy in the second. Did he not?
I would. Okay, if J.C. Horn wasn't injured all the time, I would say J.C. Horn. But then again, come on, you had the 8th overall pick. It's hard to miss when you have a top 10 pick.
Yeah, and the best ability is availability, and J.C. Horn hasn't been available.
Yeah, and J.C. Horn hasn't been available. And to make shit worse, the guy that was drafted behind him was Pat Surtain. So
Yep. Well, who knows, man? Pat Surtain might have came here onto this turf and got injured too. I was reading a study. I was reading a study that like turf makes you like 40% more likely to be injured or some shit. You know what I mean? But David Tepper refuses to tear up the turf, so
But not because he gets money from concerts. So
correct.
That's why. See, shit like that. And another thing that people like really don't take account into. Remember when CJ Stroud's first preseason game, he looked terrible, right? I think he was playing the Patriots. One thing that people don't account, like the reason why I think CJ wouldn't be as good on the Carolina Panthers as he was on the Texans, is because of 2 things. The number one is the continuity that he had, right, in DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick. That's one. And
how was that continuity? They were first year.
Yeah, first, but if you think about it, the coaching staff believed in him, and I think they really embraced CJ Stroud, because that was their pick, right? Yeah. As opposed to Bryce Young was there. Frank Reich really didn't want to coach him up, and I think the whole year, CJ Stroud, Bobby Slowick helped CJ Stroud improve. He showed improvement, right?
I would say Alex, I would strongly disagree. Now, I do agree that this wasn't their pick, right? But if the kid came in and showed he can play, people would quickly get behind him. I think it wasn't their guy, but then when shit went wrong and Bryce Young started to not look like the guy, everyone started to jump off the shit.
They're not going to give him the benefit of the doubt. And that's the problem. And that's why I thought, like, man, this whole situation's fucked up because, from the Scott Fitter trading, like you said, DJ Moore, Christian, trading pretty much the whole farm and more for this guy, and that wasn't their choice. Yeah, it's fucked up. You end up firing the guys. I say the only good thing really is that we got rid of Scott Fitter, but I don't know how Dan Morgan would be as a GM.
Hey, Elaine, do me a favor. Sure. Before I get out of here, check. I sent you a Cash App, but I don't know if I sent you one before. Can you see if it came through?
Yeah, I'll see right now. Let me see. You must have just did it because I think I was just looking at it. Cash App. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, Andrew said great content. He appreciate that, Andrew. Big time.
Okay, you got it. Good, okay.
Yeah, appreciate that.
I'll put you in my favorites now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not. I didn't get the notification. I'm not used to my Cash App receiving money. I'm always getting the request out. So I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem. Gotta keep the channel going, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. I'm here for y'all, man. Straight out of the ICU, man. Dropping Panther content, man.
Hey, I gotta get. All right. Well, good talking with you.
Yes, sir. Same, man. I'll see you next show, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Alex, you gonna die on this Bryce Young hill, I see, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't
until
go
the
down
jury's out.
man.
Hey, man. I recognize I'm more optimistic. Maybe because I'm younger. You know, I'm
How old are you, Alex?
19, man.
All right, so you haven't been around long enough to face all the heartbreak of the Panthers and see how fucked up the organization is. Okay, I see.
Yeah. My first full season being a fan was after the Super Bowl year.
Yeah.
I thought we were. I think everyone thought we were going to do good things because we just came from the Super Bowl. Man, we went 6-10. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. No, man. I've been there, man. I'm a little more scorned, man. Every training camp, there's this new guy that everybody's optimistic about, and I know we said he'll do something this year, but this receiver is really a diamond in the rough. He's going to do something, so I'm a little more skeptical, man. After
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Like, I mean, if I kept getting my hopes up, and then just for them to tear me down like every single year, I stopped buying in.
How excited you guys were about Cam Peoples, that running back?
Oh my god! I don't know why were people excited about him. Why? Huh? I never understood why people were excited about him.
People are like that every fucking year about this team, man.
No, I remember this year it was DJ Chark in training camp. He was lighting up training camp.
DJ Chark, yep, it was DJ Chark this year. Yep.
and there was no show.
And I said, listen, man, they're not really rushing Bryce. I'd take it with a grain of salt. And just that sentence got me kicked off at about 2 podcasts, man, this year, man. So
fucking way, man.
People don't like
that. People, man, they crucify you for having a different opinion.
They will, man. They will, man. Especially when I'm very analytical, man. It's hard to fight some analytics sometimes.
Well, no, it is. Yeah, it is. Like I look at them too because I have PFF.
Yeah.
But I always stand like they don't tell you they'll tell you the results but not the story.
Correct. Well, you gotta combine both, right? You get what I'm saying?
Combine, yeah.
And that's why I really, when I pull up PFF, I'm generally talking about the Panthers because this is the team that we know. We know we know what happened. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, we covered this team.
Correct. Exactly.
It's just, man, I don't know. I don't know what to expect from this team.
It's gonna be ugly, man. It's gonna be real ugly, man. I'm gonna be honest, man. We don't have a first round pick. We have a second and third, right? A lot of holes to fill. We got a couple of free agents. I did the free agency guide show a couple of weeks ago. You guys go check that out. I broke down all the free agencies, how much they can expect. You know what I mean? The type of tenders we can put on them, and I think. We got to fix these lines, man. We got to fix these defensive line. We suck at stopping the run. We got to get back to the running game. We got to fix the offensive line. We need to find a power back, guys. We needed a power back all freaking year long. In these short yardage situations, they would roll out Andy Dalton. It became very obvious it would be a QB sneak.
Yeah, and not only, like I said, the final 4 teams that were competing for the championship, they could all run the ball and they all had good changes.
Correct. Facts.
That's no coincidence. That is every year it's like that.
PPP, what's up, man?
What up, Elaine? You doing all right, man?
Yes, sir, man. Life is good, man. Very fortunate to be alive, and man, I'm living life, man. How you doing, man?
Doing good, man. Doing good. Just chilling out here in Greensboro, man.
Yeah. How much did you see? Did you see the show? Did you see the throwing chart, man? What's your thoughts, man?
Yeah, I mean, go. What you about to say?
You saw how long Bryce Young has to hold the ball, man. What are your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, I think my thoughts are still the same. I know that Bryce. I know that it's not only on the offensive line. Yeah. To me, because I also use the eye test as well.
Yeah.
And I know The whole team was trash. Let's just be honest. The whole team was
Yeah, to an
bad.
extent. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Bryce Young has had time. I mean, he's had average wise.
We
So
losing
I
you, B.
get that, but you know, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we lost about 40% of
Hello?
what you said. Yeah, we hear you now.
Oh, snap. You hear me now? Okay, cool. I said, I know that man, I don't know what I said just now. I'm getting older. What
You
I
said
just
the
said?
whole team is trash. And you knew
Yeah,
Bryce.
the whole team is trash, and I know that it's not only on the wide receivers and stuff like that. He's had more. That's why I say he has more time than a lot of other quarterbacks, and he's done less with the more time. So I get that aspect, but I think this whole team as a whole just was bad last year, man. So
Yeah,
and Bryce has created a lot of his pressures and has thrown a lot of bad balls as well. But I used the eye test. I was looking at that Miami game last night, the all 22, and just looking at how the play started and how it progressed through the mid part of the snap and stuff. And I mean, it's just bad all the way around, man. Bad footwork from the offensive line, bad progression from Bryce, man, going through his reads and stuff. It's just all bad, bro. It really is.
agreed. And I even pulled up I'm really concerned about him being able to pass over the line, man. I mean, like pass over the center. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll see over the line because his
Mhm.
numbers in passing through the center of the field are horrible, man. I'll be honest, man. If we're talking percentages, man, I'm giving about 75% of the blame to Price, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll be honest with you.
God
Damn.
dang. I hear you, man. I hear you, man. For me personally, man, I give Bryce about 40% of it. I give
God,
the offensive line about 40, and then I
yeah.
give the wide receivers about 20%, man. I think just as bad as Bryce was, the offensive line was as bad as
I,
well.
this is how I do it. I give everyone a quarter of the blame. Bryce 25, the receivers 25, the O line 25, and the coaching staff 25. Everyone gets a fair share.
Doing like y'all be doing. You gonna blame this on a rookie?
You doggone right we are. I mean, you got to, because listen, Bryce is a grown man. He ain't no kid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He a grown man, and I always tell people this, like Dave Canellis coming in. I'm going to give Dave Canellis 1 year. He's a new head coach. I'll give him 1 year to try to get his feet up on him or whatever. Like if we would have hired Mike Vrabel, it's no questions. You don't get no grace. You don't get 1 year to try to make it. Whatever. You've been a head coach.
That's kind of cutthroat, man. 1 year, 1 season, or do you mean like 2 seasons and
So
like
I give
one?
so I give him 1 season to go ahead and get his feet wet. I don't really
Okay,
judge Canellis too much on this 1 season, but
okay.
year
So
two,
yeah. I got you. Yeah.
yeah. But like if we would have hired Vrabel, no questions asked. You've been a head coach for 6 years.
Yeah.
Like what you need to warm up to. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
I get you. I could see. I wouldn't be mad at 4 or 5 wins this year. Maybe 5, 7 wins next year, the following year, but the team looks significantly better, right?
Yeah,
And then I'm like, okay, you know what I mean? We're trending up. We're good. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. Yo, did you understand my position earlier about Seattle, man? I saw you in the chat, but I just didn't know if you understood my position as well.
What did remind me again? Because I remember I thought I agreed with you. What did you say?
So I basically said that Seattle has a system, and anything that you
Yes,
place in that system just worked because it's been
correct.
shown that they've had success since 2012, and it didn't matter who they was going to put in there as long as the key pieces in there.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll handling all the offensive stuff, and they kept a comparable defensive coach. Everything was going to be fine, and I didn't agree that Canellis changed everything out for Geno Smith. So
Damn, I wish I
that
would
was
have. I was listening, man, but I got a little occupied because I would have really put the cherry on top of that. Because here's what's important to remember: Geno Smith, before he started, he hung around Seattle for 3 years, right?
okay.
He was,
Okay.
he was he was the backup for 3 years,
Hmm.
and the year before he became the full-time starter, remember, Canales was just the wide receiver coach. So when
Right.
Canales became the offensive coordinator, he became that was Geno Smith's first year starting
Hmm.
as full time. Prior to that, Geno Smith had 4 games that he started for Seattle. So Canales was the wide receiver coach, and then Geno had started. Geno had a 4-to-1 touchdown or 5-to-1 touchdown interception ratio that year. You guys can still hear me? So he had a 5-to-1 interception ratio. This is before Canales even came in the picture. So they saw what they had at practice, training camp, and then when he went into the game, he had a 5-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. They was like, okay, we feel comfortable with this guy. Not that Canales came in and just completely transformed him. Geno Smith had gotten better. You know what I'm saying? That was clear. You know what I mean? So anything you bring, it's just like Tampa Bay, man. I did the episode where I walked through and said every quarterback that has come through Tampa Bay has had a career high. Every one of them. Ryan Fitzpatrick, highest QBR of his career. What's his name? Tom Brady hadn't thrown for 40 touchdowns or some shit like that in 10 years. Went to Tampa Bay, did it twice, right? Every quarterback that's gone through there, even your boy Jameis Winston, man, his best years were with those receivers. It's like the system is already there, and everybody that comes through
already there.
Well, man, the run game, defense is there, the receivers are there, the experienced coaches. There's only so far they can fall, and it's not like Geno Smith popped up in 1 year and did well in that system. He was literally back on that roster for 3 years, then had a 5-to-1 touchdown interception ratio, and they said, you know what, we feel comfortable starting you. And then Canales just happened to be the offensive coordinator that year.
Right, exactly. And that's why I brought the whole thing about systems in the business.
Correct.
You have major corporations that have the same system for over 150 years.
Yeah.
They plug in, they drop people, fire people, hire people. It don't matter. It's a system. It's just you're just a working piece in the system. So I can see if Seattle was like a 5-win or a 6-win team, and all of a sudden, as of late, when Canales got the offensive coordinator position and the quarterback's coach position, that the team rolls up to a 10-win team. No, they've been a 10-win team since 2012.
And I think someone had brought up the point, well, why didn't it work in New England? You have to really examine New England, right? When Tom Brady left New England, they actually made the playoffs the next year, did they not?
They did. They did.
And then they had Cam, and then they had no, my bad. They made the playoffs they started off with Cam. Cam went 6-2 and got COVID, and then Cam was never the same again, right?
He was never the same after COVID,
Right. But then the following year, they made the playoffs with Mac Jones.
Yeah,
right?
They did.
So they started off hot with Cam, that derailed. Then they made the playoffs, and then this year's kind of been shit. They haven't had terrible results after Tom Brady, man. They're kind of rebuilding, but that shit didn't fall off the rails like that. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna hop off, man. It
All
was
right,
fun
man.
talking to you.
Yeah, man. Good talking to you, brother.
Yeah. All right, man. Take it easy, man. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. You too, man. Be safe, man. Pull up for next show, man.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll see you.
Yeah. My PPP. I left you hanging out there, man, because they was
it's cool.
Points on you, man. I was like, oh man.
Andrew was trying to throw them haymakers at me, man. And I stay flat-footed, man. When you got a system, because you can't tie Canales to nothing. You just can't.
You can't.
You can't tie him to nothing. That you just can't, man. It's unfortunate, but I mean, hey, hopefully whatever Dan Morgan has saw inside Canales, we'll see this season. That's what I'm hoping, but I haven't seen it.
I did the breakdown, man. Baker Mayfield averages 230 passing yards a game for his career, right?
Yeah.
Under Canales, he averaged 230 passes. So people go, well, he threw for 4,000 yards. That's because he threw 150 more passes than he did the last time he started. The last time he threw 500 times, he threw 530 times. He threw 3,800 yards, basically 4,000 yards. All Canales did is give him an extra 30 passes past his previous career high, and Baker Mayfield turned those 30 passes into 200 yards. It's the volume. He really didn't do anything with Baker. Baker averaged about what he normally averaged this year, 230 a game. You give him 17 games. You give him 17 games, 500 throws. He's going to get you 3,800 to 4,000 yards. He's done that his whole freaking career. Dave
So,
could not.
so really, those additional 30 passes or 20 passes, however much it is, those really weren't deep passes. Those was like dink and dunks in a sense.
They're 230. He took 30 passes and turned it to 230 yards. I'm taking his previous career high of 530 passes. He threw 566 this year, and all he did was throw an additional 200 yards on 30 passes. He did nothing with Baker.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
and because prior to that, if you're just looking at the yards, prior to that, Baker yards were significantly down. But if you look at that year, he threw 150 passes less than he did this year, right? Yeah. So you got to not look at the number. You have to look at the yards per game and match it to the number of throws. And basically, he's the same player. He averaged 230 yards a game. His career, he did 230 this year. If you give Baker 500 throws, he's gonna throw 4,000 yards. That's
You know what? I did a reaction video today on Rasheen Ali out of what's the name of the school? God, I can't remember the name of the school. But he's projected to go like in the fourth to fifth round. But when you look at him on the draft, sheet projections, they have him listed as like he's really not that good. But when I watch his highlights, and I know highlights are always geared to make a player look better or look good, to give him the best, plays that he's done. But man, they say he run a 4.5. Like he's a lot faster than that, in my opinion. But I say that to say this, like the eye test for me may outweigh sometimes the stats. So when I look at Baker, and I thought about this with Baker, when I look at Baker Mayfield, when he was with the Browns, and then we came to Carolina, like Baker's already been doing the type of stuff that we're claiming Canellis helped him out with. Correct. Like when I watched Baker in Cleveland, Baker was already doing that stuff. Plus, you take Baker, leave Carolina on a Monday, have him as the starter on a Thursday in LA, and he goes and puts together a game-winning drive. Like, come on. Like, he's always been doing this type of stuff. It's just you're trying to collaborate this man's name. And I always tell people, if I'm going to get a job, I'm going to get the best references I can get to tell the people, yeah, he's a good guy. Yeah, he's done this. Come on, that's all that is, man. We don't know. We don't know how Canellis is going to work out here in Carolina.
That's what it is, man. I told you, man. Geno Smith, 5-1 interception, touchdown interception ratio the year before. They saw him in mini camp, training camp. And then, you know what I mean? Baker Mayfield numbers just weren't even that impressive this year. They were on par with what he normally does. It's like, so now he's getting credit for transforming quarterbacks. I'm like, where? You know what I'm saying? Ooh. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be, if the Panthers don't do good this season within the first 6 games, a lot of people are going to be scratching their heads because they put so much stock into what people have said about Canellis, and they're going to be misled, man. I'm telling you. If it doesn't,
and the thing is, man, I'm not really like it. Sometimes some people say, "Oh, you hating." Like, to say he's a QB guru, you guys are reaching for straws, man.
Facts, reaching to the moon, man. He's not a QB guru. If he was a QB guru, then 2018, what was it? 2019, 2020. I think he was the QB coach. He went to become the offensive coordinator for 1 year, then went back to be the QB coach. Why was that? You know what I mean? To me, and I don't know. I'm not a position coach or whatever, but I would think the coordinator would be a little bit higher position than the QB coach, in my opinion. In my opinion. So and he only was there for a year and then went back. Come on, man.
And Seattle had a coaching opening too. I don't think they interviewed.
Exactly.
I mean, they got a front row seat to the QB guru.
Front row seat and pass up on him. I wonder why.
Didn't even interview him.
Come on, man. And he said that it was a chip on his shoulder, the reason why, for them not hiring him. But he's been there for how many years? Like, we got to use context clues, man, when it comes down to this. And Pete Carroll, who is the offensive kind of guru for the Seahawks, didn't even want to interview this guy. Come on, man. Like, come on.
Didn't even want to put up a front. Like, yeah, we're gonna interview you and consider you, whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Hey, listen, I hire people, man. I bring in people I have no intention of hiring sometimes, man. He didn't want to
bro, me too at my job. I do the same thing.
Yeah, say, man, I gotta round this out to make it look like I did a thorough process. You know what I mean? I already know. They didn't even
Bro,
do that.
I had a lady, bro, that put a post up on this page called the Motor Coach Operators page and said, I haven't been able to find a job. Now listen, we're in this industry from about late November till about early January, maybe like mid-January, it's real slow. But towards like the end of January and then going into the spring, you're gonna see buses all over the place. This is what we call our fast season or blitz. Like it's buses moving out everywhere because they're doing spring trips, spring breaks, stuff like that. So she said she couldn't find no job. So I'm thinking to myself, dang, that don't sound right. Then I asked her, I said, have you had any accidents or whatever? You got a bad DMV record or whatever? She said, nah, she good. I said, okay. I said, come in, we'll pull your MVR and stuff like that. Pull the MVR. She got 2 accidents.
Yeah, then she was hoping.
I'm like, yeah, like what? Come on, man. But you want to complain on Facebook on the Motor Coach Operators page saying that no, you can't find no work. Ain't nobody gonna hire you. You gonna tear up a $500,000 bus? What?
Y'all be saying y'all ain't got felonies. Y'all know they gonna do a background check on you.
No, you gonna do it. That's the first thing we gonna do because the insurance company is gonna say whether or not we can hire you. It ain't us. It's the insurance company.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny, man.
Yeah. That's what it is, man. Yeah, they reaching for straws with this Canales shit, man, and it's what it is. That team has systems, man. Bill Belichick and the Patriots are known for letting players go and just replacing players. They don't pay big name free agents. I'm just talking historically, right? This is one of the most winning, this is the most winning franchise in NFL history, damn near, right? Well, they are not even damn near. They have a history of not signing big name players, just cycling out players, receivers, and running backs and shit like that because there's a system in place already. They have their core, and Seattle's like that too, man. You can put anybody in there, they're going to have a career high, just like the Bucs. I pointed out every quarterback in that system had a career high, guys.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is, man. So hopefully Carolina gets a system. We was trending in that direction, and then we got David Tepper because I'm pretty sure that Cam Newton healthy would have got us back to another playoff berth.
Right.
At least that, and who's to say we couldn't get back to the Super Bowl? I mean, that 6-2 season was looking very promising until the Steelers game.
Yeah, that was 2017.
I believe so. 2017. Yeah. So
because everybody talking about, well, can Cam get back to 2015 for him? I was like, he was looking kind of good in 2017 before he got
6-2, man. Like, yo,
yeah.
And it's hard to go back to. Fans don't realize it's hard to get back to the playoffs.
It is.
That's a hard feat, man. Yeah. And we had the opportunity to go back there a couple times. Like, bump to 2015. What about the other years?
I don't know if you guys know, the Panthers are the only team in the NFL history that have never had 2 seasons over 500.
Dang.
Yeah. We're number 1. You see, I think I got in a little argument because I said we never had 2 back-to-back winning seasons. It was like we was back-to-back division champion, but I was like we went to the playoffs under 500 that year, right?
Yeah, 781. Yeah,
it's a technicality, right? But it's like not spinning. But okay, to be factual, the Panthers are the only team in history that have never had 2 seasons over 500.
Right,
which is sad. Every team in the league has done it except the Panthers.
Yeah. I remember Ron Rivera when he did his exit interview.
He said, "I went back to back."
He said, "I just want y'all to hear that back to back." I said, "Oh, he's salty. He's salty." Yo.
And, it's very rare that they let a fired coach actually do a press conference.
Yeah, he was. Hey, Tepper was being nice, yo. He was being real nice. Yeah, Matt Rule ain't get nothing but an Uber on Main Street, and they took him to the Concord Airport. They ain't even taking the Charlotte Douglas.
He said back to back to back.
to
I won this. And to be fair, he won this division. He did that shit in a time. There was about a 5-year span in the NFC South where the worst team actually finished first in the NFC South. There was some really weird shit going on in the NFC South, man. You know what I mean? The Bucks would finish last and win the division. Panthers would finish last and win the division. That shit went on for like 5 years, man. So yeah, man, he was talking this. He got up there and talk this shit. He said, y'all let the wrong one up here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Once we went to the Super Bowl, then Atlanta went. I thought, man, the NFC South may be kind of stacked. Like, it might be coming down to us in Atlanta at one point because we was. I mean, it was back to back, man. But all that went away.
Yeah,
we hit ground zero now.
Man, y'all remember at the beginning of the season, man, people were saying that the Atlanta Falcons had the worst QB situation in the whole. Well, that might still be true. Well, Bryce is worse.
I was one of them. I'm not gonna lie. I was like Desmond Ritter. I was one of them. I was like, nah, they're not. Nah, he can't. He's not comfortable throwing deep. Nah. I said that. Yeah.
How many games the Falcons win this year? More than
I think they won like maybe 7 games because the Bucks won 9. So I think they may have won 7 or 8 because it was Bucks Saints, right? Then Atlanta Falcons in us.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was.
Yeah, I think they may have won 7 because the Bucks won 9.
If Bryce would have pulled off 7 games, I'd be a lot more optimistic about the future.
I know, man. I know. That's why I said earlier the Panthers lost a lot of games by a landslide, man. The third and fourth quarter was like when the dam just broke.
Yep. 7 wins, PPP. 7 wins.
7 wins would have been good.
No. 7 wins is what the Falcons won this year.
Oh, 7. Okay. I thought so. Yeah.
And we won 7 games last year, right?
Last year, yes, I think so. Yeah. Because Matt Rule won 1 and Steve Wilkes won 7. I mean, won 6.
He went 6 and 6.
6.
I want you guys. I mean, that's. And I know it sounds like I'm hell on Bryce Young, but I just want y'all to know that, man. That a lot of times you guys point out these like other rookie quarterbacks that struggled, but this is the first round pick in history that actually got drafted and lost 5 more games, more than 5 games than the previous year, the team before that he joined. Teams usually first round pick quarterbacks don't come on teams, and teams get significantly worse, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hey, it's hard. It's hard for me though, Elaine, like because I try to be as fair as possible with the blame when I do have to give blame.
Yeah.
But I mean, our coaching staff was horrible. We had a horrible owner who wanted to have his input. Owner's wife wanted to be out there, and dang, that truck scared me. Wanted to be out there and looking at the offensive line, practices and stuff. Man, that's a lot of pressure for no reason. So, I get everybody was like, just like what y'all said earlier. When you at a job and the job it doesn't have a good culture in the job, like it's hard to do your job basically.
Yeah.
It's tough, but.
I mean, my thing is this, man, and this is kind of the reason I blame Bryce for a lot of this shit, man. We technically kind of upgraded in every fucking position, and every time I get up here, let's start at the receiver. Every time I get up here and I downplay Adam Thielen, and everybody's like, well, he had 1,000 yards, he had 103 catches. Okay, cool. Then he had more yardage and he had a better season than DJ Moore's probably ever had, easily, right? So you swap DJ Moore for Adam Thielen, they got the same production. Now, the receiver is the only place that was in question because besides that, all the other receivers are the same. And Robbie Anderson did absolutely nothing, so that was no loss at all. In fact, Robbie Anderson, after he got traded 6 weeks later, he actually had less yards than when he got traded. He caught like some passes for negative yards or whatever, right? So at the end of the day, when you look at every position on this team, we upgraded. Offensive line, same offensive line returning. We got Houston linebacker. We went and got who did we get? We got a couple of corners we upgraded with, man. We every position was upgraded, bro, like everywhere.
So what do you think the one position that Scott Fitter alluded to that didn't upgrade was? You think it was quarterback?
What? We say that again?
So Scott Fitter had a press conference and said that we've upgraded in every single position field except for one, but he would not explain or elaborate on what that one position was.
When did he say
You think
that?
it's cool?
In the off
Oh,
season?
he said it during the right after the draft process. Yeah, he had a press conference and he said that. He said we've upgraded.
Well, obviously, I mean, we drafted Bryce in the first round, so you must have thought Bryce. He's probably thinking. He was probably thinking corner because we didn't go get the corners, the two corners that we got. I can't think of their names right now because we didn't get those corners until was it Eric Rowe? Did we get? I forgot. We got two corners later on in training camp.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably what he was talking about because we drafted a quarterback, we got a receiver, we signed two receivers in free agency, then we turned around and got a pass rusher in Justice Houston, then we got the middle linebacker Jones from the Falcons, right?
Yeah,
we were
Deion
looking
Jones.
at Deion Jones. I'm like, yo, this is a top 5 defense. This shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, then we went got the defensive end from the Broncos that was supposedly good last year. You know what I mean? That your boy coach or whatever. I mean, literally, we upgraded, and then we got your boy at safety. Who's the hard-sitting safety? Bell that we got?
Von Bell.
Von Bell. Our safeties, the year prior, our safeties were ranked 30th PFF grade. We had some of the worst safety plays in the NFL, right? So we went and
Steve Wilkes had them boys playing, boy.
Yeah. We went and got Von Bell. So it's like everywhere on this team, we on paper upgraded. Right? The only place you can question is wide receiver, but when I start talking shit about Adam Thielen, how his season's not impressive, y'all start fighting with me. So,
yeah, man, I start throwing them elbows at you, Elaine, because I like Adam.
Okay, I'll give it to you. He had 1,000 yards and 103 passes. So why are we significantly worse?
That's a fact, man.
Like where do we not upgrade? Like literally every position was upgraded or remained the same.
I think the only position that we kind of did downgrade in hindsight wise, and I even alluded to this before the season started.
Running back,
plenty of times. Running back, bro. Like I didn't like the fact that we was putting Miles Sanders back out there right after a groin injury. Like anybody knows a groin injury.
He didn't look explosive. Everybody's like, he did. He doesn't look explosive, man. I think he
did.
Yeah,
he did, man. But I think that was politics.
It might have been politics, and then to be fair though, Frank Wright didn't even run the ball that much, man. They decided they were going to be a passing team. You know what I mean? Frank Wright came out twice and literally said he forgot to run the ball.
Man. Yeah. But it's like, why go get Miles Sanders and do all this stuff right there if you're not going to run the ball? Like, you could have just left it just Chuba Hubbard and Raheem Blackshear.
Yeah.
If you was going to do that.
Power back, I was screaming that all off season. You know what I mean?
We should have paid Foreman. That's what we should have done.
I think they tried to, but he signed for the low for man. So I don't know what he signed for, like $4 million. No, it was like $2 million or some shit like that.
No, it was $3 million for 1 year. We gave him $2 million for 1 year.
Yeah.
Hey,
336 Boston. Chuba Herbert did have almost 1,000 yards, but we got to put some stuff in perspective. He had 902 to be exact, and he did it on 3.8 yards per attempt. Right. Not good. You know, I don't know. Maybe you can blame the offensive line, but this is a really good run blocking offensive line, I think. I don't know. You know what? I blame Bryce because Bryce wasn't a threat. And then Chuba Herbert has that. That's what happened. I'm going with that.
I feel you on that. My son said it. My son was like, Dad, why they don't pass the ball? I said, son, they can't.
Yeah.
I said they can't pass it. So they know we're gonna run the ball. So they stack like, bro, think about this. The Green Bay Packers game. You remember they was lined up in that single back formation, like 11 personnel. It was killing us.
Yep.
We couldn't do the same thing. We tried to line up in that single back formation, bro, and we could not do it.
Yeah,
the Packers were killing us.
They stacked the box on us and stopped the run in the pass. That shit was crazy. That's
oh my gosh. Oh man, watching that game, man. I took my son to that Atlanta game, man, and he was like, Dad, what is this? I was like, man, I don't know, man.
Week one?
The Atlanta game.
The first one, right?
The first one, I drove the Roaring Riot down to Atlanta, man, and we went to the game.
Yeah.
And man, we was up at the 300 section. We made our way down to the 100 by them. And my son was like third quarter, he's like, Dad, let's just go. I said, you're right, let's go. This ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. Now, I got you 3/6, boss. 902. I mean, I'll be honest, man. You know, I'm not blaming Chuba at all, but I think the lack of production from the passing game made things hard on the run game. And if you guys remember, for whatever reason, I mean, I will say that Bryce can't see over the line and he struggles snapping the ball from under center, but they kept running the ball out of shotgun, which makes it hard to run the ball out of shotgun. You consistently do it. So I'm not blaming Chuba. You know, it's just the limitations or whatnot, whatever, man. I think if you get a good power back, he's a good 1-2 punch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, have you looked at any stuff on this dude named Rasheen Ali?
Let me look now. I have not.
Man, I kind of like him, man. He's like I said, projected to go 4th round, but man, he's a one cut type of guy, man. And he's physical, bro. He's physical. Rasheen. I like him a lot, man. Yes, Rasheen, Rasheen Ali.
One more time.
Rasheen, Rasheen
Ali.
Mm-hmm. Ali.
Let me see. 23 years old. Let me find his draft profile real quick.
Yeah. Now, like I said, they kept saying he's going. Huh?
Where are they projecting he goes?
4th round.
Projection? Okay.
4th round. Yeah, 4th round.
That's what we need, man. A big body, man. Chuba can kind of, you know, I feel comfortable with Chuba as a first and, you know, second now. Even though he ain't got the hands like that, man. But you know.
Yo, this dude right here, he got the hands and he has the speed, bro. Like you get him out on the edge. To me, he reminds me a little bit slower, maybe of like a Jahmyr Gibbs. But man, he's like a bona fide running back, bro.
So he's tall, 6 feet, he's 205. You said he got hands, he's a receiver?
Yeah, he got hands, bro.
Well, he might be like your boy down in New Orleans because I think he ran like a 4.5 or something, but he's like much faster on the field than his 4.5 speed.
Yeah, that's what he looks like.
Yeah.
What do you say?
That 40 shit you gotta take with a grain of salt, man. It's really about what they look like on film, man. Yeah.
Facts. Yeah, you got to use your eye test with that, man.
There's a lot of dudes they'll
and the one thing about him, man, he's. What'd you say?
No, go ahead. No, I'm listening to you. Said one thing about him. What?
One thing about him, man, he don't mind contact, bro. He's not a first when I looked at what's the running back for Atlanta? Golly, what's the one they just drafted? Bijan Robinson, bro. Yeah. Bijan Robinson is not a first contact down type of running back, and he's like that too, man. He doesn't go down in first contact.
What kind of year did Bijan have? I know they like to spread that ball around in Atlanta, man. So I know Bijan didn't have like 12 or 1300.
It was one game where it was like they wasn't sure if he was going to play, and then he played, but they didn't like let him run it or something like that. It was real weird, but I think he had a pretty okay season. But it was one or two of those games where he was sick with COVID or something like that, or with the flu, and he just didn't really perform right. So, you know.
Oh, Bijan had 200. Yeah, he had 214 carries, 976 yards, 4.6 yards per attempt, and he tacked on 58 receptions.
Yeah. That's production.
He's gonna be all right, man.
He gonna be all right.
He's gonna be all right. Yeah, and I don't know how many yards he got on those receptions, but probably tacked on another couple of hundred yards, you know, in receiving yards.
See, them boys got isn't Tyler Algier? He's a running back for them, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. They spread that ball around, man. I mean, last year they ran the ball 500 fucking times. So I knew Bijan wasn't gonna get a lot of carries. They just, you know what I mean, they just supplemented him in there and just, you know, kept that shit going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It makes for a good system, man, when you have two decent backs. I mean, that's what we did
Yep.
a lot of
Facts.
times in Carolina. Yeah, man.
Smashing. No, what we smash and dash or we grounded? I forgot, man. I forgot what their damn nickname was.
Them boys is killing, man. D'Angelo
It
Williams,
was
he'll get
killing,
his.
man.
And he actually got
Yeah,
faster when he went to Pittsburgh, man. He slimmed
it seemed
down
that way, didn't it?
yeah, man, he slimmed down a lot, man. I was like, look at this dude. You know, the organization didn't want to acknowledge
Yeah,
his mother, you know, and stuff. He slimmed down and became a beast for the Pittsburgh Steelers, man.
I remember that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, that was a hell of a tandem, man. You fucking you chased D'Angelo Williams around the whole game. You're tired. Next thing you know, you got 230 some odd pound motherfucking Jonathan Stewart coming
Jonathan
in,
Stewart.
man. That shit was
And then
hell
you
up
got
to
Cam Newton. What the
man.
freak? And then don't bring in Mike Tolbert. God dang,
Yeah.
boy. Just that right there, man, that could win a game.
Yeah. Now, if I'm not
double trouble.
mistaken, D'Angelo Williams and Cam, did they ever play together?
Wasn't
No,
it
I don't
1
think
year?
Cam played with D'Angelo. Did he not?
If he must have left right before. I thought it was at least 1 year.
I know Christian McCaffrey rookie season, he played with Cam.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Cam, Jonathan. But yeah, I don't think
I
he
thought
ever
it was
played
like
with D'Angelo
1
Williams.
year.
I'm not mistaken. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. I thought it was 1 year.
But man, you know
did.
that yeah, perhaps. But the verdict is out on that, man. Paying running backs just doesn't win you championships. I think the past, not including this one, but if you go back the past 7 Super Bowls, the average pay of the starting running back was $4 million.
Yeah, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm an old school ground and pound type of person, man.
Yeah.
Like I like that. I like that. Keep it on the ground and break this defense down, like, cause you guys can't stop us. We gonna punch you dead in your mouth. Like that's what I like. You know, the passing is cool, but if you can win the game on the
And that's
ground,
not to say. Yeah. I don't think that I agree with that, but I don't think that philosophy I just laid out even goes against that. I think it just says that you build the lines and then you can put any running back behind it.
facts.
Instead of paying the running backs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love Stephen
I
Davis,
agree.
man. I think Stephen Davis really changed the trajectory of this franchise and gave us an identity that we stuck with for years, man. That Stephen Davis year, man.
That's when I became a Panther fan, bro. I'm from Miami. That's Dolphins or Tampa Bay or Jacksonville, bro. I came to Carolina. I started seeing Stephen. I'm like, dang, how he just trucked this dude, man. What the heck?
Man, Stephen Davis, man, 3rd and 8, he'll get that damn ball, run that shit for 12 yards and get chased from behind, man. I remember that shit. He'll run about 3-4 motherfuckers over and end up getting chased from behind 12, 15 yards down the field, man. He did his job, man.
Yeah.
He was
man.
slow as fuck, but you weren't about to bring him down, man.
You wasn't about to bring him down, man. He hit like a hammer, bro. Yeah. But you know, those were the days of like the bigger players, man. You know, like the bus. Ain't nobody was bringing Jerome Bettis down.
Oh my God. Yeah. No.
Yeah, ain't nobody was bringing that dude down.
It wasn't that great, man, but when you needed 3-4 yards, he was gonna give it to you, and then he was gonna wear your defense out to the point where a Willie Parker or something's gonna come in and be that change of pace guy and just give you hell, man.
Yeah, man. Man, I miss good old days of football, man. I'm sitting here talking like I'm old. I'm only 36 years old, man.
36, man. He said our O-line was ridiculous. Half of them was on the roids. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, that Super Bowl shit. Wasn't that our team got trouble? Someone was on the roids, man. I forgot about that shit. They was on, yeah,
Hey,
they
you
was on
see,
the narcotic.
you see, Jimmy Garoppolo was on them roids
Yeah,
allegedly.
facts. Yeah, it was crazy times,
Yeah,
man. The Pacers was spying on our Super Bowl practice and all that shit, man.
yeah,
Crazy
boy.
times.
Yeah, man. We should have won that 2023 one, boy. We should have won that one.
Yeah, man. Look, man. I'm always careful about saying this, man, but that was the most exciting Super Bowl, in my opinion, man. I know I might be a little biased, man, but that whole game, man, from Hussein Muhammad hitting those deep passes. Actually, that's the longest pass in Super Bowl history, I think.
To this
Hussein
day.
to this day.
Uh-oh,
To this
Nick
day.
the Slick. Nick the Slick.
Yeah,
Nick the Slick acting a fool today, doggy. Goddamn Duce, man.
Nick, boy,
Can't
hey,
take that shit,
boy, they
bro.
had me laughing about you, man, with
Yeah.
that comment you sent, man.
Bro. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Hey, listen, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Hey, listen. I gotta be a man. When you're wrong, you're wrong. I messed up.
Yeah.
I was acting a fool. Straight up, that's what I was acting like. You
I
feel
missed
me?
all that shit.
I wasn't even in the room when it happened, man. But the way Up was reading that message, man. Well, I wasn't laughing at you, but I was laughing at how he
No.
was reading
Hey,
it, man.
listen.
That
If
thing
you
was
was
too
laughing
funny.
at me, I deserved that shit, bro. Like I said, I acted like an absolute clown for about 5 to 7 minutes. A straight up
Nah, it's
clown,
all
bro.
good. It's all
You feel me?
good.
Real man to admit to his faults, man. That's how we get better, man. That's all good, man. We
Yeah,
all
bro.
Yeah.
Like, what type of man am I if I'm gonna sit here and try and act like I wasn't wrong? Like, when you're wrong, you're wrong. I was dumb.
yeah.
But
Nah, it's all good.
what we chopping it up about, fellas?
Man, we went from Bryce Young's passing chart, man, and we just talking about the good old days of Stephen Davis, man, and the Panthers and shit like
Man,
that.
Stephen Avis, good old 48, man. I miss me in that 48 truck people.
Yeah.
Truck people, bro. Truck
Straight
people. I said,
truck
man, he
people.
hit that dude. Man, it was one play. I think there's one. He ran a punt return back or something. I think
That
or a
man
kickoff.
ran
Man,
hard,
he hit
bro.
that dude so
That
hard,
man ran
bro.
hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the dynamic when they would switch it up when you bring Deshaun
Oh
Foster,
my
man.
God.
That was my guy. Yeah,
And
Deshaun
Deshaun
was
Foster
my.
just got hired as the coach of the LSU too.
Yeah,
Good
he
for him.
did.
Good for him. I hope he does well. I hope he flourishes.
You know, their running back's gonna be crazy out there, right?
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, dude like Deshaun Foster would flourish and down too.
Yeah. I mean, that was legendary. That shit was legendary that year, man. I remember that goal line run Deshaun
That
Foster had.
touchdown against Philly, bro. That I'll always remember that.
There was like 7 dudes that
I'm like,
bounced
they
off
can't-
of him.
My brother, like, he broke like 4 tackles, bro, in that red zone touchdown.
I was like 7. God, I was like, God damn.
Yeah, he was out there bugging. He was out there bugging for sure, man. But I had to go rewatch that Super Bowl 50. I know Unc got on me for it, fellas, but if y'all cool with it, watching it over again, bro, man, we took the momentum back for them twice, bro, and we gave the momentum back to them in 2 separate occasions, bro. 2 separate occasions, bro. We really could have had that game looking back at it.
Look, man,
it hurts.
Member's got his lunch money taken, man. Von Miller just won that Super Bowl, bro. I'll be honest with you, man. That's why I don't even think I'm mad about the ball not being jumped on. I'm like, yeah, that shit. The game was over. We couldn't do nothing with Von Miller, man.
We couldn't do nothing, man. But here's the thing, man. I felt like, and I'm not gonna lie, I looked at the catch from Jericho Cotchery, man, and I was like,
But the ball never hit the ground, PPP. That's my thing. He had his hand on the ball and it never hit the ground. That's what I understand the not securing it, but to me, it's like it never hit the ground. So how is that
it's like at what point does the ball or that play become dead? Is it the control? Is it hitting the ground? Is it the player touching you? Like at what point? And that's the hard part about it, man, because the league rules were so vague at that time, man. It's not like how it is right now, in a sense.
Yeah. Man, you know who was huge for us that game, and a lot of people tend to forget because I forgot until I watched it again. Philly Brown was huge for us.
I was about to say that, bro. Philly Brown.
He was huge for.
Yeah.
Philly Brown was that dude,
he was ruled
man.
out for the rest of the game, bro. He had 3 huge catches for us in that game. Ted Ginn too.
Yeah.
But Ted Ginn had that, man, Ted Ginn, he had a couple huge plays, but that interception was all on him. Cam hit him right in the hands, bro, and it went through his hands, and TJ Ward intercepted it.
Yep.
That
I mean,
if
what
that
can you
doesn't
expect,
happen,
though?
bro, fuck, man.
That motherfucker Peyton Manning couldn't even throw past 5 fucking yards. He was worse than Bryce, man. He still beat us.
Bro, 8 straight. We had a Super Bowl record, bro. 8 3-and-outs. That's not gonna be top probably for a long time, in my opinion.
Bad.
8 3-and-outs, bro. That's crazy.
That's what it was.
Yeah, 8 3-and-outs. We forced them to.
Damn.
Dang. The only
Man,
thing I can remember
Luke
from that
was
game, really, I'm about to say Luke and Thomas Davis
were
were
flying,
all
bro,
around,
all
flying
over the
around the
place.
field. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Those
were all
was
over the
the
place.
field.
Charles Johnson had a good game too. Charles Johnson played his ass off that game.
Oh, yeah, I remember
Coney
that.
Ely did too.
Coney Ely had the game of his life.
Yeah, he had 3 sacks in the Super Bowl, did he not?
2 sacks and a pick, bro, and an interception when they dropped him back into coverage that one play. He picked off Peyton Manning, bro. That was crazy.
That's
Random, right? So random, bro. So random.
Hey,
Like,
just like the Bravion Roy won against Lamar Jackson, like that was so random. Y'all remember that interception?
Yeah. Random as hell, bro. Coney Ely would have won Super Bowl MVP if we won that game. Real shit.
Yeah, that was legendary. That's top Panthers, playoff performance of all time, man. I mean, up there. I remember Dan Morgan had 25 tackles in the Super Bowl. In 03
Yeah, that's
too.
a Super Bowl record still to this day.
Yeah.
Dang, man.
Hey, we'll get back there.
We'll
Get back
watching
there.
that joint, man. I'm gonna be crying watching that game.
My
tomorrow,
bold
man.
prediction: the Panthers will be back in the Super Bowl by the end of this decade.
That ain't
Well,
too
god
bad.
dang, Nick. I mean, that's 6 years.
Yeah.
Hey, hopefully,
Hey,
brother, I take it. At this point, it ain't looking like it, but I take it.
Yeah. Make something happen.
Yeah, in the next 6 years or so, we could work through a couple of quarterbacks until we find the right one, man.
Y'all might have my son getting ready to come into the doggone NFL. Well, not that, but
Hey,
it's college.
one other thing I was looking at that Super Bowl 50 year. You know what else is like baffling to me? If we don't go 15-1, like if we don't have the year we have, Carson.
Nick, you broke up, bro. You said if we didn't have the year we had, Carson would have something.
And went off.
Nick, we didn't hear you, Nick.
You said if we didn't have the year we had, Carson, and that's all we heard.
Nick.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. What are you talking about? You talking about Carson Wentz?
No, I was saying Carson. Like, if we don't have that 15-1 season, bro, obviously probably Cam doesn't win, but Carson Palmer probably would have ended up winning MVP that year. I don't know if y'all remember, Arizona was 13-3, and he had a crazy good year that year. It's like the forgotten thing of that year, bro. Like Arizona was actually low key nice that year. I think they went 13-3. Yeah,
because they ran into a buzzsaw in Cam Newton 49-15 that game.
Bro, we smacked them.
Score was.
We smacked them.
Carson Palmer was over there looking like, bro, I don't know what to do.
I
don't know what to do, yo.
Yeah.
It's like every time I throw the ball, it's a pick.
That's when Larry Fitzgerald was tearing it up in the playoffs, right?
Yeah. And that's the same playoff game where this fan fell onto the field when Luke caught the interception, man.
Man.
It was crazy.
He said,
but also that year, the Panthers defense was like amazing, bro. Like we played a lot of I think we played a lot of cover, bro. Every single time they threw the ball, freaking Luke Kuechly was freaking 20 yards down the field getting interceptions. Like what the heck? Bro, like the play calling was just crazy that year, man.
Be good in the chat, man. I respectfully have to disagree, brother. 4th best linebacker playing in the league during his time, Luke Kuechly. Really, bro? So I mean, if you want to say Bobby Wagner and Patrick Willis, okay, I'll disagree. But after those two,
I was about to say the 49ers were loaded, and didn't they have another linebacker on the 49ers?
Navarro Bowman, yeah.
And then he's probably thinking about your boy for the Pittsburgh Steelers. What's his name?
Oh, not Troy.
Defense. There was a linebacker.
James Harrison. James Harrison. Yeah.
I'm not saying who's better, but I'm saying there was a lot of good damn linebackers, so I can understand.
Definitely was.
Yeah.
But
And
Luke,
then
man, Luke was special.
and then Luke came in the same year with the dude from Seattle because the dude from Seattle had a better rookie
Bobby
year.
Wagner. Yep.
There was a lot of competition, but Luke was special, man. Though I think Luke got exposed a little bit in coverage early on, man. But you know, that's you can't have it all. You can't have it all.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Hey, listen, you can. Derek Brooks had it all. That's the way I look at it.
That's now, listen. They're Hall of Famers, and then there's different levels to the shit. And then there's Derek Brooks and shit like that, right? There's levels to eating Hall.
Yeah, there's definitely levels. You're right, Elaine, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. Derek Brooks is that's a name I ain't heard in a long time, but yeah, and they fucked around, got Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, and I think Lynch in the same draft. They really got off.
Nah, but they had that defense, man. 4 Hall of Famers, man. That's an unsung defense, man. That Tampa D, bro. They had what? Rondé Barber and John Lynch. That's 4 Hall of Famers, bro.
Yeah.
And then you had Simeon. Yeah, that's Simeon Rice was like a borderline Hall of Famer. Booger McFarland was a monster of a D lineman. Yeah. Ooh, Terrell Suggs. Ooh, be good. You ain't lying, bro. Sizzle was definitely him, bro. Sizzle was definitely him. But like that's outside linebacker. You know what I mean? It's hard for me to compare an outside linebacker and a middle linebacker.
You're counting the sacks and shit with Von Miller. So it's hard to say if an outside linebacker who gets 12 sacks is better than an inside linebacker who gets 150 tackles. That becomes a very hard conversation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, granted, I know Von Miller was turning into monster sack years, but yeah, that's a hard argument to make.
Man, we really had Mike Remmers out on an island against Von Miller, bro. What the hell were we thinking?
Who was on the opposite side? Who was on the right side of the
DeMarcus Ware. DeMarcus Ware.
No. I'm talking on for the Panthers.
Michael Orr, Blindside, Mr. Blindside.
Yeah, Mr. Blindside. Yeah.
I couldn't remember. Yeah.
Our interior, we had Trey Turner and Norwell, which were solid guards. You know what I mean? And Ryan Kalia. The inside of our offensive line was elite at that time for sure.
Hey,
definitely.
You see, man, I remember it was one play where they left. I think they left Mike Tolbert in to block, and bro, DeMarcus Ware just pushed them out the way. Like what?
Yeah. Hey, so your boy B Good says Bobby Wagner, Terrell Suggs, Von Miller were better. I can't compare Luke Kuechly to Suggs and Miller. Those are pass rushers, man. It's hard, man. Maybe you could say they play him and Wagner play the same position, but you're going to be comparing different stats, man. When you're trying to compare those guys, you're going to be comparing Luke Kuechly and saying tackle numbers to their sack numbers. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You said how many years did Luke Kuechly lead the league in tackles? I am sure.
I know one thing. If you want to really do something interesting, Elaine, bro, you know what's what? If you put Luke Kuechly's first 9 years in comparison with Ray Lewis's best 9 years, and it's debatable.
And Ray Lewis had a lot more help, man. I know that sounds crazy to say, man, but defenses, man. Chris McAllister like that, and whoever I forgot that big motherfucker they had at nose tackle, man. And,
Tony Siragusa, rest in peace.
Oh my fucking god! Oh, he passed.
Yo. Hey, Peter Boulware, bro. Ooh, man.
Yeah.
Ooh. That defense was real.
Yeah.
That defense was real,
man. Let me ask you this question. Over the past 5 years, hold on. Let's go. No, past 7 years. Like who's consistently had the best defense in the NFL?
Past 6-7 years.
Past 6-7 years.
That's a good question, PPP. San Fran's definitely got to get some consideration. Pittsburgh definitely got to get some consideration. Defenses.
Like to me, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I think about it, it's kind of been like there hasn't been no dominant defenses over
not legendary
years like that. not
like 2000
legendary
Ravens
ones. Yeah.
for the
What's the last
Buccaneers.
legendary? What's the last legendary defense? Let's try and go off there, right? Probably that 15 Broncos defense, realistically, right? The no-fly
Oh,
zone, right? That's what they were called.
I never thought about them in that light, but they were crazy.
They were a
They
great
were, bro.
defense,
They
dude.
were.
They were a great defense. Great defense. Oof.
Yeah.
And maybe what Seattle put together.
Yeah. What
Seattle,
put
yeah.
together.
Legion Boom defense was
So
definitely up there.
I've never thought of the Patriots ever having a shutdown defense. I think that they just played very good complementary football together. But I
You know
never
what?
saw them as like a
I
shutdown
hear.
defense.
I absolutely hear what you're saying, PPP. You know what New England is? They bend. They
What?
don't break. You get in the red
Yeah.
zone on them. They don't
Yeah.
allow touchdowns, bro. You're settling for field
Yeah.
goals. They bend. They
Yeah.
don't break.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They're always top 10 in defensive points per games allowed because Belichick doesn't let them give up a lot of touchdowns when you get in the red zone.
Right.
Big facts.
Yeah. So really, I mean, really only the Broncos and the freaking Seattle Seahawks, man. That's really about it.
The
Because
2000,
you
I
can't.
mean, some of the greatest
Ooh,
defense times the 2000 Ravens, man. You know what I mean? 2000 Ravens, the Bucks, the when they
2012 Ravens. 2012 Ravens, Ray Lewis's last that defense was, I mean, they had him, Suggs, Ed Reed was still there. Like
Ed
they still had
Reed,
their
yeah.
dogs there.
they were good. They
That
weren't good in 2000s. I think
Haloti Nada, they had Haloti Nada. Bro, that
Oh, I
defense was
forgot about
real.
Haloti Nada.
yeah.
Yeah.
The 2002 Buccaneers was
Ooh,
one of the
that's a good
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
05 Steelers.
Oh yeah.
Ooh,
05 Steelers, you right. Yep.
05 Steelers had a defense.
But you see, we got to go back so far. Like the league has really made a change to
Really
like
changed,
offense, man.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So
I want to get
here's
back.
my
I want to get back to those other days, man.
all this talk about defense makes me think like hopefully Dan Morgan looks at it like our two most successful seasons. What's the common theme? We had great front sevens defensively, great front
Yeah.
sevens, and
Right.
we had ball hawks who caused turnovers. In 03 we had Ricky Manning and Mike Minter and Chris Gamble, and then 15 we had Kurt Coleman and Josh Norman. So we had stout front sevens, and we had guys who will take the ball away. We need to rebuild that with this.
Well, it was essentially it was the front seven. I mean, the front seven forced the ball out early, and it made it easy for the secondary because we actually had a history of having good front sevens and bad secondaries. That's kind of been our calling card. Is just like getting there quickly, and then if we didn't get there quickly, our secondary would kind of struggle. Because Chris Gamble was good, man, but we rolled out some terrible secondaries. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Who was the third corner? Refresh my memory, fellas. We had Chris Gamble, Ricky Manning. There was another guy. Who was the other guy?
A guy named Marshall for a while too. Richard Marshall for a while. And then that year, in that Super Bowl year, we signed Peanut Tillman for a little bit.
Oh, yep. Von Geechee, Luke Kuechly is definitely gonna be first ballot in my opinion. I think he's gonna get in first try. I think he's getting in first try for sure.
Yeah,
I think so.
Seattle, impact. It was better. They led their teams to Super Bowls. And impact players. And then he said Luke was.
Oh, he's saying on impact they were better Seattle. Yeah.
Yeah.
What y'all think we should attack free agent wise? Should we throw money at a receiver? Like, how do you think they should? But it's like, why draft a receiver? I think a veteran, an older receiver would be better for Bryce than a young guy.
I don't think a receiver is really solve the problem, man. Help these lines out, man. Get your nose tackle, right? Get your nose tackle. Fix the interior offensive line for Bryce. We got to go get a tight end, right? Because a rookie tight end isn't going to translate well. And I don't know what's going on with your boy. He's injured or his career's over or whatever. We need a tight end. We need interior offensive linemen. We got to shore up our defensive line. Those ends played horrible. They didn't anchor well. And that's what I would do, man. You know what I mean? And then get some help at corner, man. I mean,
how would y'all feel as our 3 down linemen next year being Derek Brown, Nate Thurman, and we draft T'Vondre Sweat in the second round? How would y'all feel about that?
Sweat's like 340, ain't he?
360, bro. 6'4", 360. He's the next Don Terry Poe. Like
Yeah.
he's that, in my opinion.
Yeah, Bryce-
He could rush the passer and he can stop the run.
Yeah, if Bryce played the exact same, I think just fixing the D line would tack on about 3 more games.
I'm not gonna lie. I got a lot of faith in Nick Thurman. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I like Nate
Lot
Thurman.
of-
I like
Got
Nate
a lot
Thurman
of
a
faith
lot.
in Nick Thurman. Yeah.
I
He's
definitely
black.
liked him more than Shy Tuttle. Shy Tuttle was a damn bust.
Shot Tuttle graded out horribly. Thurman didn't grade out good either, but Thurman did flash. I'll give you that. He had a lot of
Yeah.
flashes. I will give you that because there was a
And-
couple
and I-
games.
and I-
I was really good.
And I'll even say this: the game that he flashed the most in was the game that we kind of knew what the game plan was going to be, which was run the ball. So that was
Yeah.
against Atlanta. So we kind of knew what they was going to do, but still, you got to stop it regardless.
Mhm.
Hold on, be good. What
Great
did you
job.
say? Luke, don't compare. Luke lost the Super Bowl. Okay, well, okay. I guess he lost in the Super Bowl. Not his fault that we lost the Super Bowl. I don't know if they
Yeah,
count.
3-3-6 Boston's right, bro. The Panthers lost the Super Bowl, not Luke. Facts.
Yeah, he just lost the Super Bowl, not
Yeah.
Luke. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. 3-6 Boston was correct and be good. Okay,
Luke was out there. Luke was out there checking everything Peyton was doing, audibling out, doing his thing, shutting down
Sure
drag
was.
routes, shutting down wide zone runs, inside runs. Luke was everywhere in that game, man. He was everywhere.
That Super Bowl really came down, if I remember, to maybe like 3 or 4 plays, bro. To be
Yep.
honest with you.
I'm telling you, bro. When y'all look back at it, I'm telling you that oh god, I don't even want to say it, bro.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna cry tomorrow because I remember how I felt, bro. I was so pissed in the fourth quarter in that game, bro. I had to walk. It was cold outside. I walked down the street with freaking socks on and some basketball shorts, bro. Pissed.
Yeah.
Demetrius,
I know I'm gonna be pissed watching this.
I want you to do me a favor because I know you're gonna watch it tomorrow, and I know you understand football. When you see the magnitude of how we got the momentum back, we get a turnover, and then Tolbert gets a 15-yard run. He gets down to about Denver's 40, and he fumbles, bro. He fucking fumbled, bro. That was the turning point of the game for me. When you see it tomorrow, you're gonna be and you see leading up to the play, you're gonna be like, "Yo, Nick is right. The momentum, bro. Like you literally could feel it through the TV." It was a triple. Like we had so off. Like you'll see, right? When they strip sacked us and they scored the touchdown, the first play we ran coming out, we did a triple option, and Cam flicked it to Fozzie Whitaker for like a 15-yard gain. We went back to that play, but instead of flipping it out, we did the dive play to Tolbert. Tolbert busts out, got to the second level. He got like a 15-yard gain, and then he fumbled it, bro. And we passed.
without no contact around him.
No, he took a hit. But
he took a hit.
There was no reason for him to fumble that football. And like I said, when you see it tomorrow and you see the magnitude of it, you're gonna be like, bro, this really. Like, because I really thought we were going to get some points on that drive if Tolbert didn't fumble.
I'm going to need, tomorrow when I watch it, I'm going to need all soft things around me. Pillows. I'm going to be punching something, I promise you, man. Gosh, man.
Yeah. Man. That was.
That Super Bowl pissed me off more. Now, the 2003 one was horrible because, like, we just scored. It was like the house is lit, everybody lit, you know what I mean?
In case he kicks it out of bounds.
And bro, it's like, what just happened?
God,
like, yo, I looked at my uncle. My uncle was like jumping up and down. And I looked at him after that kick, man. He said, "Oh, everybody be quiet, everybody be quiet." Like the whole house had to be quiet.
Mm-hmm.
And when, man, them boys went down the field, man, my uncle, he didn't even watch the field goal. He went in this room, all we heard was the door slam, the whole house shook, bro. It was so bad.
I bet.
Yeah, man. He was tight, yo.
Big
said, God dang, man.
Yeah, man. That was a tough one. And the Ginn interception. Oh God. Yeah. Fucking Teddy Ginn. Gotta catch that, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, CJ Stroud. He I don't know. His head might not be on the swivel right now, man.
Yeah, bro. Messing with Amber Rose. Yeah, he over there wilding, bro. He over there wilding.
That's a little missed up, man. I hope it don't affect this play, man. It almost feels like when Tyler Hero started dating that porn star or whatever the fuck he was. That next year he was horrible, man. So CJ Stroud got to have his head on a swivel, man.
Yeah, he light skinned, man. He think he on top of the world right now too.
Yeah, he living
So
life.
man, he living life. Boy, you better leave Amber Rose alone, boy. You didn't see what she did to Yee?
Yeah,
You better leave it.
that's
You better leave him
man.
alone,
Oh,
man.
shit. About old enough to be his goddamn mom too, boy. Shit, what the
Facts, facts. Talking about she missed the van to get to where she had to go. She got money. What you talking
Yeah.
about?
Nah,
I'd have walked right past Amber Rose.
he was trying to smash. He making excuses and shit. He ain't got to lie.
Yeah.
CJ,
You ain't got to lie, TJ. You ain't got to lie.
Man, it's so hard because it's like Von Miller, Luke Kuechly. It's like, I mean, I understand the impact. It's such a toss, but it's so hard to compare an edge rusher to a Mike linebacker. It's so hard because they have different impacts on the game. You know what I mean? They have way different impacts on the game. Like, yeah, Von Miller's an elite rusher, but Luke is the one calling out plays, making audibles, checking at the line and everything.
Right.
I feel you, 336 Boston. I feel like Luke outperformed Von Miller too. Like it's a whole different. It's Von Miller not out there making checks. He's just rushing the passer. Luke out there checking out and reading the quarterback and audibling out and changing plays.
Yeah, but you know why? But you know why they say that though? It's because Von Miller's body of work is more seen. It's more exciting to see than what Luke does.
Right. Luke is going to stop that run. Luke is going to stop the run. Luke is going to fill that gap that's going to make the running back bounce it to the outside, right? He's going to call the correct the plays that's going to get his guys in position. Von Miller's going to get the sack, which is glorious and everything like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? He's going to affect the passing game more. What's his name? Luke Kuechly's going to affect the run game a lot more, right? Both stopping the run and pass are equally important, but one's more visible than the other.
That's all it is. I mean, after Von Miller sacks the quarterback, he got 15 different camera angles on him.
Correct.
I mean, I put it like this: be good. Be good. I put it to you like this, bro. I definitely feel what you're saying, but to me, it's like this: Luke Kuechly won Defensive Rookie of the Year, and then the following season, he won Defensive Player of the Year. Yeah. I can't think of a lot of guys who've done that in the history of the of the NFL. That have been able to do that.
I'm gone, man. I'm about to get ready to roll, man. But thank you for letting me up on the stage, bro.
Yes, sir, man. Good episode, man.
All right, Nick.
No doubt, PPP safety, bro.
Yes, sir. All right.
But yeah,
Elaine,
man.
good to see you, brother. How you feeling?
I feel good, man. I still got a couple of elements of the stroke, man. But man, I think within about 6 months I should make a full recovery, man. But besides that, man, everything works,
God bless. God willingly, brother. Good. That's what I like to hear.
I'm walking.
I'll check the rings. How about that? Hey, touche. Be good. Touche. You said I'll check the rings. I feel you.
What? I mean, what? Von Miller has what? 2, 1.
Yes. Oh yeah, he won with the Rams. That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot he won one with the Rams too. I mean, he'll definitely be first ballot as well when he retires. There's no question about that.
Dude is I don't know, just a hard conversation, man. I wasn't gonna get too deep into it with him, man. Comparing a outside linebacker to a middle linebacker, both of them have. I mean, I'm not even looking at the stats, man. I would imagine Luke Kuechly's tackle numbers are astronomical, and then Von Miller's sack numbers are crazy, right? You know, so
but Luke got interceptions too. Like Luke probably got more interceptions, more defensive touchdowns.
You think Von don't got the interceptions either? I mean, I know he ain't known for it, but Luke didn't get too many interceptions like that.
Well, I'm about to go look right now.
Yeah, I could pull it up too. Give me a second.
Luke Kuechly for his
I'm gonna pull this
interceptions. 18 interceptions for his career. 18 interceptions for Luke Kuechly's career.
That's solid. What about Von?
Two.
Okay.
He has 2 for his career. But Von got 123. He got 123 sacks. God damn.
Holy shit.
I didn't know he had that many sacks. No funny shit.
Yeah. Luke Kuechly has 1,092 total tackles.
Like 700 of them
And
solo,
12
right?
sacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically 700 solo, and he has 12 sacks. Now, we know there's been years that Von Miller had more than 12 sacks in 1 year, so the sack numbers are, you know what I mean? But, I don't know.
You know what's a fun fact about Luke
Von had.
Kuechly? You know what's a fun fact about Luke Kuechly, Elaine? He primarily played outside linebacker in college at Boston College. He played a lot of outside linebacker.
I remember that. Yep, I remember that.
We got to rebuild this front seven, man. Got to rebuild this front seven.
Said, man, I us being 25th against the run, man, if we can improve that, man, it'll go a long fucking way. You know what I mean? Get that. If we're gonna stay in a 3-4, get a traditional nose tackle.
Absolutely.
330 is minimum. 350, 360 is preferred. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
And then you there. Von Miller career tackles is 566. So Luke Kuechly has 500 more tackles than Von Miller. And then Von Miller has
over 100. Yeah, he has over 100 sacks more.
Well, 68 sacks is what I got.
68 more?
No, 68 total. Or am I tripping?
Sacks? No, that's got to be tackles for loss or something. Von Miller has 123 sacks for his career.
I looked at the wrong thing. Okay, yeah. So Luke Kuechly has 500 tackles, and then Von has 100 sacks. I mean,
yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So I know before I was advocating for Taylor Moton and stuff like, oh, we might possibly cut him. But after I did some more research, yeah, we would save 17 mil in cap space, but it would be 12 million hit on dead cap. So that's really not worth the.
And actually, Taylor Moton, great. I know he looked like he was declining for a little bit, but he actually graded out very well, man. PFF put out a bunch of tweets about Taylor Moton throughout the season, where he was like averaging on streaks of like the lowest pressures on the league this year and all that shit. Despite this being a line that wasn't on paper, people were saying wasn't protecting Bryce Young, he was turning in some crazy games. I can see if I can pull up some of this shit too, man. But he was actually like having a very good season.
Yeah, so for 17 mil save cap and 12 million in dead cap, that's definitely not worth it.
Then to create a hole at the right tackle position that you have to fill with very little draft capital. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not worth it at all, man. I wouldn't even, you know what I mean? This team already has a lot of holes, man. I don't know, man. It's just we're not gonna be able to, any free agent we sign, we're gonna have to overpay for, man. And at this sense, man, people just seem to come here for the bag. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not really a big fan of signing big name free agents, to be honest with you, man. Let's just go turn in a really good fucking draft, man. You know what I mean? That's what I'm.
I mean, yeah, like you said, who's really gonna come to Carolina unless they're getting overpaid? You know what I mean? Someone will have to just really want a bag, and we're not really in a situation. Yeah, we ain't really in a situation to overpay anyone.
Facts.
It's gonna be a long process, but hopefully they make some strides. Help Bryce out, and if Bryce ain't it, which it's starting to look like, I'm starting to be convinced that it. I'm not gonna lose total faith. It's my quarterback. I'm a Panthers fan. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong.
Me too, actually.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't believe it.
This is one of the few times in my life I hope I'm wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Being wrong about Bryce. I hope I'm wrong. I hope he comes out and he's a 4,000-yard passer and throws for 30 touchdowns. Because I know if he does that with our defense, we'll be all right. But can he?
Yeah. Facts. Hold on 1 second. I don't know why my phone is ringing. Give me a second. Cut this shit off. You can still hear me?
Yeah.
We got. I think there was some like really interesting tweets about Taylor Moton that I was. Oh shit! Hold on one second, guys.
This man allowed 1 sack on 1,148 snaps. I'm wilding. Why the fuck would I say cut this man? I am bugging. That
My
is
bad, man.
tripping.
I'm
I'm
DoorDash
bugging.
order.
I am bugging, Elaine. I am super bugging.
What were you saying, bro?
1,148 snaps, only 4 penalties. So according to my calculations, that's a penalty every 260 snaps. That's elite. And he only allowed 1 sack. Yeah, no, I'm bugging.
Correct.
I am bugging. I am bugging.
That's what I was
Correct.
saying.
I am bugging.
Yeah, I was actually looking for like a lot of the tweets they put out on him, man, because they were showing like throughout the season, like, you know, X amount of steps without a pressure, which is number 1 in the league over the last 6 games. He was getting a lot of this shit through the season, man, despite, you know, everyone saying how bad this offensive line was, man. Taylor Moton was really showing his ass, man.
That's incredible. That man, that's a 1 penalty every 280 something snaps. That's
Facts.
incredible. That's really good. That's really good.
Facts. I forgot how to get to it, man. But yeah, no big deal. But yeah. That's just one player. I mean, you cut him, man, you're gonna be creating another hole somewhere else, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But then it's also like I look at it like this. He comes back, he plays out this year. How team friendly of a contract is he gonna take? You know what I mean? Or is he gonna demand max dollars?
I mean, right tackles don't really get paid that much anyway, man. You know what I mean? Yeah. Ain't too many right tackles getting max deals. You got to be elite, which I guess he kind of is playing elite. But I'll be honest, the year prior to this, he was kind of on the downtrend too, man.
Yeah,
so
bro. He did not look good. Not this past year.
Right.
The past year before that, he did not look good at all. That's why I thought I'm like he's starting to hit the downward spiral. But according to those numbers, he definitely is not. Definitely not.
Yeah.
2nd rated pass blocker at right tackle. Number 1 was probably Sewell, Penei Sewell. Like after that, that's him.
Which is the guy I wanted in the draft, but they moved up 1 spot before us to grab him.
Yeah, man. And that was the draft we took. JC was that or DB?
That was JC Horn.
Penei Sewell. That was yeah.
Because Penei Sewell went 1 pick ahead, man. Because he was right there. I was like, yeah, we about to get Penei Sewell, and then they fucking jumped ahead of us, man. I was like, fuck.
Traded up, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that would have been nice, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I would have loved that, man. Shit.
We probably never end up drafting shit. Everything would change if that was the case, right? Because if we draft Sewell, we probably don't end up drafting. We probably don't end up drafting Icky the following year.
Yo, facts. That would have changed everything for us.
Man, this is crazy, man.
On all the tweets and shit, but I don't know how to get to it. But that's no big deal, man. But yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So don't drop our right tackle, man. But let's not create.
Nah, definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah. Said Von Miller has 2 interceptions for his career. Man, was it that low? I would have never guessed that. Just said impact was better than Luke. Super Bowl 50 proves that. Man, I might stay out of that conversation, man. That's hard to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's hard, man. It's just a middle linebacker versus a pass rusher. Yeah, I mean, Von Miller's stats, motherfucker got 120 sacks. That dude, I mean, that sticks out, right? But then it's like, you know, how do you quantify? Sometimes you can't quantify what a good middle linebacker does for your defense. You get what I'm saying? I don't know. It's hard, man.
It is hard. I mean, the rings is I guess that's such a touchy subject too. It's like, you know what I mean? Because it's like, all right, Von Miller got 2 rings, but let me ask you this, Elaine: do you think he's better than T.J. Watt? Would you take prime T.J. Watt or prime Von Miller?
TJ Watt?
Yeah.
No, he's not TJ Watt. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, that's what. But he don't got it. You know what I mean? So like that ring stuff is kind of tough. Because like me personally, I'm taking T.J. Watt too over Von Miller. Prime peak for peak, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
He's not. Yeah.
But I understand what B Good is saying because Von Miller's impact in that game. He caused the 2 biggest plays of the game. He caused the first strip sack fumble for a touchdown and the strip sack fumble in the 4th. So I mean,
and listen,
I feel what he's saying.
The tackle he went against was a right tackle that was okay, but he was just way out of his. Yeah, he was way out of his league in that game, right?
Yeah, way out.
Yeah,
I don't know what the hell they were thinking. Like, put Greg Olsen on that side and chip Von Miller at least, for God's sake.
Yeah.
I was screaming at my TV the whole time. Put freaking Greg Miller over there and at least chip him at the line to at least give Mike Remmers some help. You know what I mean? At least chip him, so chip him inside so Von can't bend that corner and get outside. Like, I'm over here sitting that, but you know, our offensive coordinator can't think that. Like, what the hell?
This is what I wanted to share. I think they were saying some positive shit about Taylor Moton throughout the season. Yeah, that shit was atrocious, man. And then it just felt like when Cam we was trying to get our momentum back. You know, I think Jericho Cotchery just flat out dropped the ball that Cam threw to him. Man, like,
I know, but he shouldn't. I always say, "Oh, he caught," but he should have never even bobbled it in the first place, bro. He should have caught that. Like Jericho Cotchery's as sure-handed as they come, too. You know what I mean? I was surprised he even bobbled it. Yeah. Jericho Cotchery has his hands are solid. So when he even bobbled it, I'm like, what the fuck you doing, bro? It was a tight spiral, too. How you going to even bobble it?
This is December right here, man. They put out a tweet. They said Taylor Moton the last 2 games, 71 pass blocking snaps, 1 pressure allowed, 0 sacks allowed. This is you know, Bryce Young running for his life, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna say I want to tell you one thing, Elaine. I think it can really come to fruition because if you want to talk PFF, man, the health of J.C. Horn is my X factor for our defense next year. When he's on the field, if you want to see some PFF ranks, when he came back, I think it was the first month and a half. PFF had him ranked as one of the top 3 corners in the league in coverage.
Yeah. I'm gonna look at that just in a second because I think that's on this little thread too. Yeah, I've seen those.
To me, I think defensively, our defense completely changes when J.C. Horn is out there. We are 2 completely different defenses when he is out there and when he isn't.
And this is what they put here. They had 86.6 pass blocking grade since week 10 is the best since week 10. So Moton was fired, man, quietly. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm a wild boy. I'm a wild boy for saying that.
I thought I had some good stuff on JC Horn. But yeah, Horn did a really good job. They graded him the week he came back, and it was the first 2 weeks he came back,
and he was the highest ranked. You saw that, right? Yeah, he was like 92 PFF grade, bro. It's crazy. He had Mike Evans locked up that last week, bro. Facts. I remember there was 4 or 5 targets he got while JC was on him. He didn't catch one of them, not one.
Facts. And shit, when I watched the game, I thought he was kind of having a bad game because he was kind of looking a little slow, man. I was like, okay, never mind. It looked like he was kind of afraid to cut or whatever like that, man. I mean, look at Derrick Brown, highest graded D lineman in the NFL for week 31, 91.3 PFF grade, damn near perfect.
That's wicked. That's wild. Yeah. I mean, it's a monster.
Dante Jackson coverage versus the Bucks. 1 reception allowed, 11 yards, 4 forced incompletion, 39.6 passer rating allowed. This is why we have the number 3 pass defense, guys. Dante Jackson, who we didn't, didn't hear from a lot, man, but he showed his ass too.
He's quietly been a great Panther his whole career.
Look at that, man. Cami Kwanu, 89.9 passing grade, all of highest amongst all offensive linemen.
Wow, I didn't even know that. All right, that's some positives.
I don't Bryce Young, first 3 games, 1 big time throw, 6 turnover worthy plays. Bryce Young in the last 3 games, 6 big time throws, 1 turnover worthy play. You got to make up stats to kind of make Bryce
look better, right? Yeah, look better, right?
Yeah.
That's wild.
1 big time throw, 6 turnover worthy plays. Yeah. What the hell is all that translating to? What the fuck? Fuck out of here. Yeah. Look at that. Adam Thielen, 70 targets without a drop pass this season. That was back in October. So all you people that were saying, oh, they keep dropping the ball, the drops. Adam Thielen, 70 targets without a drop pass this season.
More Bryce?
Yeah. I thought I had some shit on JC Horn, but I guess not. But whatever, But yeah. Just keep building.
What up, Unc? What up, Unc?
It's in the chat.
They flamed your boy today, on goddamn.
Elaine, man, get off line, my G. You done for the day. We done hit a stride, man. We done hit a stride, man. Unless you about to go live, man, I'd love to get some entertainment, man.
If Unc go live, there'll definitely be some entertainment. I promise you that.
Yeah. Well, it was a good show over there, something, man. I must have missed some good shit over there today, man. I was in and out.
It was definitely a good show. I came in, I started acting a fool. I acted like a little hoe ass trick for about 5 seconds. Said some dumb shit. It stirred up the chat, and then they flamed me, bro. Chat straight up. They straight up mollywopped me, bro. I got jumped 14-1, bro. I just took my L, bro. Took it on the chin.
Nah, man. You know what, man? I admire a man that can admit he's wrong and just take his L, bro.
Just take my L.
What I mean?
Keep it moving. I apologize to homie, to whoever I may have, I've came out as a man and said, bro, that's on me, bro. That's my fault. If you still want to call me it, I deserve it. But I just have to let you feel me, whoever know, that's on me.
You said you was drinking a little bit today too, man?
Last night, bro, I was at poker till 4 a.m. drinking Douce, smoking weed, bugging out. Then I went to work and acted like an emotional little trick for about 5 seconds.
Unc told me to get offline, man. Unc shit be running about 4 hours sometimes, man. This is
Unc's joint. That joint today ran for 6.
What?
His last live, bro. That shit. It was like 5 hours, 50-something minutes, bro. Wild.
My nigga's a veteran at this, man. This
you
shit
pushing
is
5, bro. You
no,
pushing 5.
I ain't been on 5 hours, have I?
Yes, bro. You're 4 hours, 57 minutes, bro.
God damn. Y'all hit that like button, man.
Hit that like button. Facts. Yeah. Hit that like button.
Brother's almost monetized. Now, granted, I'm probably going to say something the next couple of weeks to lose all that shit, bro. But, I mean, we're going to get there. You get what I'm saying?
I feel you.
Yeah. We trying to I'm trying to really get trying to do something here, man. I don't want to throw this out because people might take it, man, but I'm actually trying to do some Panther ticket giveaways, man. Maybe some preseason game giveaway tickets to some subscribers. Maybe the training camp. We don't pay for training camp, so.
Hey man, I just real quick. I just want to throw out an idea. Hopefully, my job is to just put it into the world, and
Yes.
hopefully something manifests from it. I would love to see a collaboration of you, Unc, PPP, and Big Cat. You know what I mean?
I would love to make that shit happen, man.
That would be lit, bro. Like a one-time show. See how it goes. Y'all all be on a live. You feel me? Each person brings 1 to 2 topics that they want to discuss, and you guys just go around with it. That would be a fire show, bro. That would be a fire show.
I thought I saw like some some Panther creators all come together and do a show one time. We should do the same shit. Now, Big Cat wasn't on that shit. Unc wasn't on that shit, man. But we should do our own shit, man. The real G. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. You four. That's like the four for me. That's the 4 horsemen of Carolina Panther podcasting. You, Unc, Big Cat, and PPP. That's my 4 horsemen.
Yeah, I'm not as consistent as those dudes, man. But yeah, I would love to get down with that shit, man. But yeah, man, they not ready. Yeah, man, I think that's what I'm gonna do, man. I'm gonna end up copping some Panther tickets, man, and just kind of get them shits away from the subscribers, man.
Word.
That's what I'm gonna do, man.
Word.
It's gonna be preseason, regular season type of shit. Damn, Elaine, I'm back and you're still grinding. Shout out to Elaine. He claims I've been on for 5 hours. I don't think it's been that long, but the conversation.
Oh, you just hit 5. It just went on.
Holy shit. That's big.
I see 5 hours and running, brother.
God damn, that's crazy, man.
That is big. Big time.
I think it'd be dope, man. We all just collaborate on like some type of, cause man, that Unc shit that he did with Big Cat, that debate shit. And I grant I'm a little biased because I did I was the one moderating, man. But that shit was legendary, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the topic got to be there, man. I would love to do that more often. I have more shit like that, man. But the topic really got to be there. That's something people are excited about. You know what I mean? I don't think there's because we don't got the first overall pick. There's no polarizing draft pick or no shit like that. But yeah, man, we definitely got to find something to do. Said it's been 5. The hell have I been talking about for 5 hours, man? I've been hating on Bryce Young for 5 hours.
Man, that man Bryce Young, man, he better turn it around. He better turn it around because the reason we took him on, he processes the game fast. He processes the game fast. If I hear he processes the game fast one more time, I'm gonna bug out.
Yeah, I pulled up those under pressure stats for you guys, and it says the exact opposite. When the heat is on, he ain't processing shit. You get what I'm saying? When the pressure is on, Bryce Young is folding. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He turning in this card home, man. What screen am I sharing right now? Right here. Let's see here. I showed you guys worst quarterback under pressure, man. Completing 20% of his passes in the middle of the field type of shit.
Ugh, that's god awful.
24%.
That's horrendous.
24% of his fucking 24% of his pressures are getting converted to sacks. 40% more likely to be sacked.
Whoa. You said 24% of his pressures got converted to sacks?
Correct.
Damn.
Which is 40%, makes him 40% more likely to be sacked than CJ Stroud when being pressured.
And man, shout out CJ Stroud. I love CJ Stroud's quote, man. They said, "Oh, I'm not a test taker. I'm just a football player."
Oh,
I love it when he said that, bro.
When he said that, oh my god.
He said, "I'm not a test taker. I'm just a football player." I love it.
Response is that, oh man, they try to hang him for that, man.
Who?
When CJ Stroud said, "I'm not a football player, I'm a test taker," boy, they wanted to.
No. He said, "I'm not a test taker. I'm a football player."
I know.
Because
everybody talking about how bad a response that was, man.
Like,
you don't remember that?
And who looks stupid now? Everyone eating crow except CJ Stroud.
Oh, that's a fact. I mean, everybody was talking that, CJ Stroud under pressure, CJ Stroud doesn't do good under pressure in the NFL. That ain't gonna work. Well, under pressure, ain't nobody damn better in the NFL right now.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
And yes,
in fact, I got the numbers up.
And yes, 336 Boston. That's what I'm trying to get at too, dog. It's like, if he's such a good processor, why isn't the ball coming out faster? You know what I mean? Like, shit don't add up, bro. It don't add up. That's what I'm saying. If I
If
hear
he's
that
such a
shit
good
again, I'm gonna
improviser,
bug out. Yeah,
yeah, and if he's such a good improviser and he's always under pressure, I should have seen some very elite escapes and playmaking ability through the season. I mean, he had ample
exactly.
opportunity. You know what I mean?
Facts. Absolutely.
This ain't the okay. I done showed y'all the numbers as far as time in the pocket. We all saw that C.J. Stroud, and if you guys are just coming here, just a quick recap. I showed you guys that C.J. Stroud has Bryce Young has 2.94 seconds to throw the ball. C.J. Stroud has 0.4 of a second longer to throw the ball. And then I told you guys a little fun stat is that 0.4 of a second is about the amount of time it takes from word to word in a sentence, right? That's the difference. They literally have the same amount of time, right? Before you can say, oh, shit, that's the difference in time they have.
That's literally the difference, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And when Bryce Young is getting sacked, he's actually holding the ball longer than Bryce Young. So, again, if he was running for his life, those numbers should be lower. He should literally be getting sacked as soon as he, the ball is snapped, as you guys claim. But the reality is, homie's holding on to that ball. You get what I'm saying?
Hey, but he processes the game fast.
Yeah, facts.
Oh, man. I hate Miles Sanders. Just got to shoot that out there, bro.
I think Miles Sanders was injured, man. He didn't look explosive, man, to be honest with you.
No, he just looked good because he was running behind it. He hijacked us, bro. Anyone would look good behind that Eagles offensive line. I could have probably ran for about 600-700 yards behind that offensive line.
I get that, and I don't dispute that at all. But I just think, just looking at him just from a movement standpoint, he looked slower. You know what I mean? I think that hamstring injury kind of fucked with him a little bit, man. But look at this shit, man. When kept clean, 69.5%. Under pressure, 51.8%. Bryce Young was in the fucking 20s.
Yeah, so he doubled his under pressure.
Yeah, come on now. Come on, man. And no one threw out another quarterback, man, because I didn't want people to think I threw out because I was comparing C.J. Stroud to Bryce Young. Well, if you had another quarterback in mind that you thought just looked better or whatever, you throw them out there, but the numbers look the same. Bryce Young was ass in every single scenario, man.
Yeah. The thing with Miles Sanders too, he had a fumbling problem, big time fumbling problem.
How many times he fumbled this year?
Huh?
How many fumbles he had this year?
I don't know how many he had this year, but
recall.
if you look back to the Philly year, even though he ran for about 1,100-1,200 yards, he had like 6 or 7 fumbles that year. He's historically always he always calls stuff the football.
Look at this shit, guys. Under pressure, 39.1 completion percentage, guys.
That's horrendous.
31. Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Yeah. Pressure to sack percentage, 24 fucking percent.
Yeah, there wasn't anything that Bryce did this year that was. There's probably about. There's the throw to Thielen against the Texans. There's probably only about 4 Bryce throws that stick out to me for the whole season. He had that throw to Thielen against Houston. He had the throw to Thielen against Miami. That throw to Chark against the Packers when he was trying to lead us down. That was a great throw. The one on the sideline.
Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I like that one. Make sure I got everything that I wanted to convey here. I mean, the moral of the what really sums this shit all up, man, guys, is that the time in the pocket statistic that I showed you guys. Let me get back to that. Just I want to scroll through that one last time before we by position. Pressure allowed receiving Just blocking, run blocking. What the hell is time? There we go. Oh, I ain't looked at the stage in a minute. I hope nobody's back there. No, we good. We good. We good. We good. Where's this motherfucker at? Oh, you gotta, Bryce Young is so low on the shit. You gotta load everybody for him to show up. Yeah, here we go. Where we at, Bryce?
Who had the most time in the pocket?
Let's sort. This shit was acting. Okay, where we at? Okay. We got to find someone actually legitimate who actually, played enough snaps to be counted. It would come down to, it would be Lamar Jackson, but we all kind of understand that, him scrambling around and shit like that completely skews his numbers, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not,
because he could just naturally create more time.
Correct, exactly, at 3.22 seconds. But then you look at somebody like
and like real quick, to the average football fan, 3.2 seconds and 2.9 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually is in football terms. It really is. That extra 0.3, seconds does make a difference.
So you got Bryce, who has 2.91 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy that I like to compare him to is Stroud, who got 2.96 seconds, 0.4 of a second longer. Remember, that's the difference between a word and a sentence, 4.10 seconds longer, right? And then the one that's, guys, again, the one that's really telling, the one that brings this shit on home, man, for me at least, is when you look at time in the pocket when being sacked, right? So 2.19 when Bryce Young is sacked is 2. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong shit. There we go. When Bryce is being sacked, it's 3.41 seconds. So when he's sacked, it's 3.41 seconds. So let's go look at somebody like C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is 3.31. Meaning, again, when Bryce Young is sacked, on average, he's holding the ball longer than C.J. Stroud is. C.J. Stroud is getting better protection on the sack plays than Bryce Young. And also, C.J. Stroud is only 17% of his pressures are getting converted into sacks, so that's much lower too. You know what I mean? So it's just a big difference, guys. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, got to build that inside, the interior of his whole line. You look at all the successful shorter quarterbacks in the NFL history: Drew Brees, Russell Wilson. The one common theme is the interior of their offensive line was good, and it was stout. So I would certainly have to. We'd certainly have to beef up the inside. We got Corbett. We got one. We got to fill up the other two.
I agree.
Man, hopefully Moton could bring that same consistency next year, and hopefully Icky could make that step, because that would definitely be a help. Because here's the reason why. If it starts with them and I know Bryce doesn't do well, then I know it's a Bryce problem for 1,000%. Like, I'm already about 80% sure that it's already a Bryce problem. But if I see
Yep.
the offensive line does better and Bryce still stinks, it's like, all right, bro, we really messed up. You really are Zach Wilson 2.0.
Yep. And guys, I told you, man, throwing over the middle of the field is a problem for Bryce. It's his lowest completion percentage. It's his most mistakes have happened over the middle of the field. He struggles, man. I mean, look at this shit, man. Deep center. Bryce is completing 22% of his passes, guys.
That's horrible.
35%. CJ Stroud was in the fucking like 40s or 50s or some shit. I couldn't remember. Past 20, 27.7% completion rate.
You know it's bad when you know it's bad. You know it's bad when like you could look at it as a Panther fan and be like, I'd rather have had Gardner Minshew this year than Bryce Young. That's when you know it's bad.
Facts.
You know what I mean? Like if Gardner Minshew was our starting quarterback, I promise you we would have won more than 2 games.
We didn't.
I'm pretty certain we would have won more than 2 games if Gardner freaking Minshew was our starting quarterback the whole year. That's how you know it's bad.
Facts.
Like probably the only starting QB I think is on Bryce's level or is worse is Kenny Pickett.
Facts.
Kenny Pickett might be worse than Bryce Young, low key. Like that might be the only quarterback.
Yeah, and I mean, I heard Unk say it, man. Zach Wilson got more arm talent than Bryce. You know what I mean? So I mean,
Zach Wilson could spin it. He could definitely low key spin it. He just can't process the game's too fast for him, bro. Just like the game's too fast for Bryce.
Right, I was gonna say the game a little too fast.
It's a little too fast for him right now.
I mean, right now, man. I mean, just by looking at the stats over really quickly, it looks like Bryson threw 4 or 5 interceptions over the center and has a completion percentage under 30% when throwing under the middle of the field. It's ridiculous, man. He might not be able to see over the line, guys. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I know
low key, right? Low key, like he really might not be able to.
Yeah, I know when people would say over the summer, people would scoff like, "Oh, that's such a unintelligent take." You know what I mean? But
what do you mean? Like it could just straight up be facts.
Yeah, facts. You know what I mean?
I mean, he's 5'10". You expect him to look over 6'4", 6'5" offensive lineman, bro? Like,
and we think he's 5'10". He didn't weigh himself in or get his height during the combine, man. So we don't really know. Might be 5'7". I don't know.
Golly.
Nick, give me 2 seconds, man. I gotta grab something from the door, brother.
Got you, bro. Yo, if you in the chat, hit that like button, smash that subscribe for my guy Elaine. Definitely keep my homie in your thoughts and prayers. And I'm gonna keep saying it. I hope I'm right. I hope I'm wrong about Bryce. I hope he turns it around. But damn.
Yeah, I hope I'm right too, wrong too, man. But it's looking very unlike it said time Q might not. I don't know what he's talking about. But yeah, I mean it ain't looking good, man.
Let me ask you a question, homie. What would you have to see for you to start thinking? Because I was just starting to think about it. What would I have to see for me to start thinking, okay, maybe I am wrong? You know what I mean?
You know what would make me think that, and it doesn't have to be a lot. I would just have to see Bryce make the type of throws I don't think he can make, which is those deep and intermediate throws. If he can come out in some games and start hitting those, even if we lose the game, I'm like, okay, I was wrong about the arm talent. Because ultimately, I think the arm talent is really what's fucking this whole thing up, man. This is really what teams are keying in on, is Bryce doesn't have the arm talent to really make every NFL throw. So I'm not really as result-oriented as most people are. Most people are like, they want to see him throw for 300 yards. I don't necessarily need to see that. It's really about that open fucking receiver that's wide the fuck open. Can you hit him? Can you make that throw? Show me you can make that throw. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Because that's what I was going to get at. For him to just to see him start. I might. It's hard for me because obviously I don't have the ability to scout like a Dave Canales. But when I hear Dave Canales say that he thinks Bryce was not confident in throwing the ball throughout the season, like he was,
Did you see
he
that?
was. Yeah, you caught that, right? How he said that at the press conference? How he was like how he said something. I'm paraphrasing. He said something along the lines like, "I want to get Bryce to be able to drop back, set his feet, and let it go without hesitation, without questioning himself."
Oh, basically, Bryce isn't throwing timing routes. We know this. Bryce
Yeah.
holds the ball until the receiver streak open. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the style of play. When I told y'all in the offseason that Frank Reich said that Bryce Young made a lot of plays in college, but in the NFL, he's going to have to learn to let the plays go and live another day. Translation, he's going to have to change the way he plays to be successful in the NFL. The shit he did in college isn't going to work. You know what I mean? Frank Reich said it, but Frank Reich couldn't change it. So Dave Canales thinks he can change that?
It's wild because it's like like even at Alabama, when he was at college, Alabama had a top 5 offensive line in the Power 5 conferences. He got sacked 43 times his last year.
46, I believe, but yeah.
40, yeah. Oh, yeah, you know what I mean, bro? Like that's a lot for having an elite offensive line in college. That's too much. Like I would think it would be under 25.
He ran himself into a lot of sacks, man. And especially on a team that dinked and dunked to the running back a lot. You still ran yourself into a lot of sacks?
Yeah.
Small quarterbacks have to find passing lanes, but Bryce doesn't have the urgency in his drop back. He has a very slow drop back, very slow. And then
a small quarterback's best friend is going to be a very good running game, an effective running game. That, you know what I mean? Fix the offensive line, get a solid running back.
And Kev alluded to it too, man. Kev basically said, go ahead.
You know, Von Geechee, I'm glad you brought that up because I was just about to bring it up to Elaine. Elaine, I know you were talking about Bryce arm talent, but me, honestly, bro, I think he's more talented than Tua arm-wise, bro. I think he is more talented than Tua arm-wise. Tua looked better because he was in a better offense, better system, better weapons, you know what I mean? But as crazy as it sounds, I think if you put Bryce in Miami, he'll do the same thing Tua's doing, in my opinion. In my opinion. I don't think Tua's that great of a – he doesn't have that special of an arm. Tua's specialty is he's a good processor and getting the ball out fast. You know what I mean? But as far as the arm talent, I think Bryce has just as, if not a more talented arm than Tua.
Stop it.
You guys claim I've been up here 5 hours. I don't believe it, but whatever.
Yeah, there isn't anything he showed us this year that can get close to what Tua is doing. There's nothing. He hit one deep pass all year, one deep pass, and that was to Adam Thielen, and that ball was underthrown.
Yeah.
Okay. Go back and earlier, Elaine, I think you put up his scouting report. Go back and read the NFL scouting report. The NFL scouting report says he hasn't had a ball thrown over 48 yards in the air in college.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, that's nothing. He's got to throw that ball 60 yards minimum in the NFL if you're going to get the defensive backs to pay you any respect.
I agree.
And that's his problem. And why do you think so many teams had the pick sixes and he couldn't get the ball? Because they didn't respect the deep ball. They brought everybody forward. They crowded. He had there was no threat downfield.
As Andrew's talking, I still got the stats up. You guys see it right here. 20 yards plus, 27.7% of his passes.
And Elaine, one thing you can't say that DJ Chark and TMJ don't have elite speed. They do. They do have elite speed.
4.34 and 4.
Oh, DJ Chark can run. There's no that man got some wheels on him. He could run, especially when he gets going. Yeah. He could run. He's fast.
And you wouldn't know that unless you watched the Seattle game because the only time we saw him open downfield.
That takes a lot out of
Yeah.
if the defense doesn't have to worry about getting burned over the top, they're going to step up and they're just going to fucking hound you all day long.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
agree
think that the
there,
rest
Andrew.
of the coaches knew that going
Absolutely.
into their game plan?
Yep, absolutely.
They knew
Todd
exactly how to play the
Bowles
game.
said Bryce ain't shit. Todd Bowles said, "Yeah, he's not that special. He knew it.
Yeah,
Yeah, even in the Packers
because
game,
they know what his and it's not Bryce hating. It's just
Yeah.
a fact they knew his limitations.
correct.
Okay, they knew his limitations. If you try that with someone like a Baker Mayfield, who can, Baker Mayfield, I don't know if you know
Baker
this.
Mayfield quietly got one of the strongest arms in the league, bro.
Well,
I
not
remember when
only
he was
that,
in Cleveland, bro.
yeah, when they just did an interview with the guy Josh Allen, and they talked about his cannon, and he says, "I don't have the arm Baker Mayfield has." There's only two quarterbacks at the combine who threw the ball 66 miles an hour, and that was Baker Mayfield and Josh Allen.
Real quick, Andrew, I know you're
Yeah.
a Browns fan. I remember I knew when I just saw it was a random end of the half throw where you just got to hoist it long. Baker, he rolled out to his left. He aired it out from his 40. And I shit you not, the ball hit the back of the field goal post, bro.
He threw it from the 35-yard line
into the
stands.
Yeah, it hit the padding of the. It went back at the back of the end zone. It hit the padding of the field goal post, bro. That's like a 70-yard throw.
Well, and the reason I bring that up is not to boast about Baker Mayfield, but it's just another reason why Bryce Young didn't compete in the combine, because they measure that shit.
They do.
Okay.
Yeah.
The top three guys, listen, CJ Stroud threw the ball 62 miles an hour. Okay. And he's got a cannon. He's got a cannon.
Mm-hmm.
So, what I'm saying is, there are reasons why Bryce Young did not go to that combine, is because it would have exposed him.
Correct.
Okay. It would have exposed him. He could not stand on his Alabama record. He'd have to go in there in front of the NFL community and show the tools that he had. And he didn't do it. And it was all by design.
Yeah, just by comparison of standing next to those guys, it would have been a bad look, Andrew. Vaughn, what's up, brother?
It would have been a bad look. And
hey,
he
fellas?
probably would have ended up throwing the ball maybe 59 miles an hour, and that shit's going to stand out. It's going to stand out.
Correct.
Hey, Lane, I had to say, bro, 5 hours in, man, still going.
Yes, sir, man. I don't know what the hell's going on today. We just having good conversations, man. What you think about all this, man?
Man, it's always interesting to get a different perspective from everyone, because it brings more, to the conversation. But I just think, as far as what we saw from Bryce, and if we look at his numbers, yes, the proof is in the pudding, though. What are these stats here under deep left, deep center? I know you went through that, but what does that mean to you?
What we looking at? So what this kind of tells me, man, is that Bryce Young is having some problems throwing the ball through the center of the field, right? He's one of the worst at throwing the ball in the center of the field. Now, it doesn't tell me the reason why, right? There could be several reasons, but these numbers are staggering. This is some of the worst stuff in the league as far as being able to throw deep. 27% completion percentage when throwing deep. When throwing medium, 10 to 19% of his throw, 10 to 19 yards. He has a 48% completion percentage. The further out he gets, the worse he gets, man. He gets historically bad. You know what I mean? And this just kind of quantifies it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I can see you highlighting it right now. That's crazy. The percentage there, 48-4. So,
I mean, it's crazy thinking about it. Talking about the passing over the middle, Elaine. It literally goes back. Look at week one. Week one, the 2 interceptions to Jesse Bates. What happened? Middle of the field throws. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna say one more thing, Elaine. If Dave Canales, go back, when we're done tonight, if you have extra time, go to Baker Mayfield highlights for 2020 to 23. Watch that guy.
Okay.
He drops back in that pocket faster than anybody I've ever seen. If Dave Canales can teach Bryce Young to do that, to get back in that pocket as fast as he does
and get it out as fast too. Yep, I hear you, Andrew.
You know, during the playoffs, Baker Mayfield had the fastest release of the ball in all the NFL. He got rid of the ball in 1.8 seconds. Okay, that was his average in the playoffs.
Hard to sack a quarterback when he's getting the ball out in under 2 seconds, right, Andrew?
Exactly. Go back and watch him drop back. There isn't a. He's got them. The reason he gets so much into that ball, you guys, is because his mechanics. It's not because his arm is stronger than anybody else. He puts his whole body behind that ball.
He's throwing from the legs up.
If he can teach him to drop back like that, it's going to up his game 100%. Now, is that going to be enough for him to survive in the NFL? I don't know. But go back and look at the difference between the two. It's astounding. I watched it the other night. I'm saying, my God, Bryce Young looks like he's on the slow boat to China when he's dropping back to pass.
Well, Andrew, the only thing
this man said 3rd and 14. We're just gonna go out and punt it.
Facts. And then Vaughn, you still alone, man. I'm not looking at the chat, man, but Bryce Young under pressure, 39.1 completion percentage. CJ Stroud is like 50 something, man, like 11 points higher. Bryce is one of the worst quarterbacks under pressure. So forget, how much he's getting pressure if they're protecting him. When Bryce Young gets pressure, there's nobody worse. There's no quarterback you want throwing for you under pressure than Bryce Young. You know what I mean?
So here's my take on Bryce, and I might get a lot of flack for it, but Bryce has pretty much showed you who he is from the beginning, like how his play style is as a quarterback. And so when you don't give him what he needs to be successful, then of course you're going to get these kind of results. I'm not sure if you think he's going to get to the NFL and elevate his game. It would make sense if you gave him pieces and he got better off of having the proper weapons for his play style to be better, which results into winning.
So he needs a running back to dump it off through like he did in college. That's probably the only thing I could think about.
Yeah, and receiver talent too. Because
fellas, I gotta be out. Yo, y'all have a good night. Elaine, much love.
All right, bro.
Take care, fellas.
And my whole thing is this too, right? So if the defense is crowding the line of scrimmage, not only are they disrespecting Bryce, but they're disrespecting the receivers on the outside to say that these guys are not threats. We're not worried about them getting over the top.
That's fair.
So it's not just on Bryce. That's my whole thing. It's not just on Bryce. The numbers don't look good, but when you look at what he was in college and compare it to the NFL, it's not. He doesn't have the same skill set. He's not in the same situation.
Right.
You know what I mean? So when we give him the weapons, then we can properly assess and say, okay.
But he's got to get his mechanics right. Elaine's right. Elaine pointed that out all season long about why he was having such a hard time, because part of the reason he's holding on to the ball so long is because it takes him so long to get back to pass. Okay?
No,
and he doesn't have the speed to get around the edge. That's the difference between him and let's say a Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson held the ball a long time, but he's got the speed to get around that edge and gain yards. That's the difference.
What would you say is Bryce's best attribute? What is his best attribute? What's his best
coming into the NFL, it was his ability to improvise. Don't ask me about what after a season of seeing him, bro. I have no clue.
Yeah, was it improvised or was it his decision making?
I didn't see that in college.
Listen, Nick, throw that out because it's a big jump into the NFL, and it's exactly what we thought. At least I did, and Elaine did. That it would be a hard transition for him. Yeah. That's the style of his game. He dumped the ball off a lot at Alabama. He dumped it off a lot.
1,000 yards to the running backs,
yeah.
Wasn't that a part of Brady's game? Wasn't Brady known for dumping it off a lot and taking his deep shots when he needed to?
Yeah,
Wasn't that
but
mainly
no.
his
Well,
game?
Go back and look at Tom
tight
Brady.
ends, running backs, but it
Yeah,
was
go
not.
look at Tom Brady's yards
Kevin
per
Falk. I
throw.
remember watching the Patriots back in the day. And Kevin Falk, he was a bum at running back, but somehow on third down, this motherfucker was always open. Or
Well,
it
it
would
was
be one of
it was
those
a
slot
combo between the tight ends and running backs. They featured the
and the
tight
slot
ends.
receivers.
But Nick,
those little
the
short,
difference.
shifty guys.
You're right, Nick. But let's assume you're right, Nick. Let's assume that Tom Brady dumped it off. You know what the difference is? The team had to respect Tom Brady's arm. Okay,
Right.
so when he was dumping that ball off, most of their defense was way downfield, trying to guard the wide receivers. Where Bryce Young, they don't have to worry about that. They're all
no, that's not necessarily true because Brady has always done it with or without the wide receiver talent, and then it pretty much got to a point where it was like, hey, if you guys are not going to bring in the weapons, then I'm out.
Right, they did it with the defenses a couple of years, but Andrew's right. He's never had a lack of arm talent that teams could disrespect his arm, right?
No, but what does arm talent have to do with the running back catching the ball in the short field and making the play? That's the quarterback extending it to the running back and allowing him.
But it's got everything to do with it when they're playing for that. Right. When the defense is laying for a check down, they're not going to be successful at it.
So if it's a 3rd and short or a 3rd and 5, you think the defense is going to be playing soft?
I say with a 3rd and 5 with Bryce Young.
They only need 5 yards.
Yeah, but the defense knows what's coming. I'm telling you.
No, listen, they don't fight. Listen,
he can't run play. He can't run play action because he can't get under center. So, how are they surprising him?
Part of the problem is when Bryce is making these short throws, we don't have the talent to let these guys make plays. Every time there's a short throw, it's a tackle. Every time there's a medium, we don't have playmakers. We don't.
I know. I see. Like I know. I talk to a lot of people who have your position, right? I throw out all the playmaking shit, right? I isolate Bryce Young and I say, fuck playmakers. When a player is wide the fuck open, what does that ball look like?
But that's not my point. That's not my point.
No. But no, you have to understand where I'm getting at to kind of understand why we don't care about the whole weapons thing. There's something fundamentally wrong with Bryce's arms talent. The ball is coming up short. The more further he has to go, the more he's putting into it, and the less touch and accuracy.
That's because most of the time
playmakers don't make a play on every down. Playmakers make 1 or 2 plays a game that are the difference in the game. But when you have to rely on a check down pass to Miles Sanders, pick up 25 yards, you're going to get your asses creamed.
You better have a running back who play makes on every play, because the best do. Even if it's a play make to turn -2 into 1, 1 into 4, 4 into 10. Like what you better have playmakers, especially in the short field or when you're throwing short passes. You have to have that ability.
Well, let me ask you something.
And we don't have that.
Why is it that Miles Sanders was a playmaker with the Eagles and he wasn't with the Panthers?
Because that all comes down to the offense that he was in.
Be careful.
It comes down to the offense that he was in.
And how did TMJ lead the league in reception last year?
Did the Eagles not have, or do they not have one of the best offensive lines in the league? This dude, when I watched his stats when we signed him, I'm like, damn, this dude got it good. He's running through clean lanes, open holes. He don't have to think about who's here, who's there. Should I stay?
Go. You gotta realize every receiver here is having their worst efficiency. TMJ led the league in yards reception last year.
Not Adam Thielen.
Adam Thielen's having his worst. He's 100 in yards.
He's 100, didn't he?
He's in 100. No, he's 100 in yards per reception this year, and about 45%.
What was he his last 2 years? What was he his last 2 years?
Like 10 point something. And this is just worse. This is worse yards per reception, right?
But I'm talking about his overall production, numbers wise. Did he just not have
what do you mean his overall production?
His overall production. yardage, receptions, and
Yardage,
touchdowns.
yardage is probably down because it was 10.7, but his catches are up because there's a lot of dink and dunks.
I'm
What
talking
you have
about
to
his overall. I'm talking about his overall production.
follow me, Vaughn. Follow me.
Okay.
40% of his yardage came on the last drive of games. That's something we have to remember. There's a lot of dinking and dunking in the
That's not what I'm. We're going in a different direction. I'm talking about production. Regardless of how he got it, these are his numbers. What Bryce has shown
what I'm saying is that you can't just look at his numbers without putting context to them. His numbers are very unimpactful. When the game is over and teams get into zones and back up on the last drive of games.
Let's be honest. Let me tell you this. When I watch the games, it seems like Adam Thielen is the only guy making a play on the field. And that's throughout the whole stretch of the game. That's the whole stretch of the game, man. That's how I feel like. I feel like Adam Thielen is the only dude that actually knows what he's doing, or that's good enough to be able to, although he's not the fastest, use his savviness to get open.
Oh, that's
the fuck was that?
I got a phone call, man. It's the lady. About to
5
pull
hours
up.
in, though, you know.
That's my signal that I could probably go another 5 hours with you, gentlemen, man. But she's about to come home, man. I think that's my sign. I need to get the fuck off, man.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, hey Vaughn, man, you don't call up much, man. I love to keep this conversation going, man. Please call up the next show, man. Because I'm gonna have to dispel some of those myths, man.
The whole thing
Elaine, before I let you go,
with you though, bro,
before
your perspective is stat based, but you like to, you stay in the realm of what your point is, you know what I mean? As far as what you standing on, you know what I mean? That's who you are. You're a stat guy, and that's what you're going to stand on. But I like to battle that kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Elaine, before I let you go, Elaine, you were talking about the debate with Unc and Big Cat, and I watched that night. So my suggestion is, you guys got to do a show, you, Unc, and Big Cat on the pre-draft, right before the draft, a day or two.
I would love that, man.
Yeah, that would be good. I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, I definitely love that.
All right, brother.
Vaughn, man, appreciate you pulling up, man.
Yeah, I gotta send something through the Cash App, brother, man. I fuck with the channel, bro.
I would love that, man. Hey, man. Usually I get requests, man, so it always surprises me when people show me love.
Every once in a while, right? It can't just always be, giving.
Yeah.
Especially, I know a guy like you, Lane. You done it for yourself, for your family, for your, for people you don't know. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah. Vaughn, you sound just like Nick Short, man. I swear to God.
You think so, Andrew?
I couldn't tell. I thought I was talking to Nick all this time.
Yeah, I corrected you a couple of times. I was like, nah, that's Vaughn.
Look, hey, Andrew, put that drink down, man. Put that brown down.
I hear you, brother.
In a whole other world.
Yeah, I've been hitting it hard all day.
Oh shit. Me too.
Man, guys, I hate that I gotta go, man. It's time for me to spend some time with the lady, man. So let me roll.
All right, you guys be good, man.
Take care, guys.
All right, fellas, take care.
All right, take care.